The following is a presentation of The Day.
Live from East Lyme High School, it's ECC's Track and Field Championships, and for the first time ever, all of it is live on game day. Casey O'Neill along with the coach, Pasta Sanabria. It's not football, it's track, and that is your specialty, a longtime track coach. Thank you for joining us. This is a big day, the first time game day has ever been able to handle, and we are doing this first time, so there's going to be kinks, there's going to be bugs, but we're so happy to be able to focus on and highlight these track athletes that we haven't been able to cover like this before.
Oh, it's a special event. It looks chaotic out there, but it's really organized, and these kids are really going to their assignment, events. And so, we'll describe that throughout the day, and I'll hopefully help out all the families out there with some information like that. But yes, it's really good turnout, and I think every athlete's healthy and ready to compete for this championship.
So for those of you watching, just to give you an understanding of how it's going to work for us today, we do have cameras set up to give you views of almost every event going on at one point, whether it's a track event or one of the field events. We will be cutting to and from different events, trying to give you a little bit of everything that's going on, and of course focusing on some of the big competitive competitions that we have in different events. We are at the mercy of a lot of things today, including internet and weather and everything like that, so we are in advance letting you know that if things get a little fuzzy, stick with us. We will adjust. We will constantly keep you up to date into everything that is going on here. We will give you results as we have them. We will give you what's coming up as we know. But most of all, we are going to present to you every bit of every event that we can. Now, we have people all over the field today. We've got mobile cameras, set cameras. We've got everything. But the main guy that we're going to send it to is my guy, Juice. Juice, what is it like down there on the field right now?
It's a little bit chilly, Casey. I can't say that it's the cozy confines of a gymnasium, but man, what an exciting event we have. Some storylines, Casey, that I'm looking at today. East Lyme boys looking for their third championship in a row, but the NFA boys are coming in undefeated this season. On the girls' side, NFA is looking to repeat, but this could be Woodstock Academy's year. They boast some of the best athletes in this meet. Some individual events I'm looking at. The girls 100 could be a neck-and-neck finish, and the girls 4x4 has 4 different schools, all that could win that race. On the boys' side, we're looking at 5 studs, 5 different schools in the boys 800. That should be quite the matchup. And then the mano-a-mano throwing events, discus and shot put, Chris Amy versus Tommy Matlock, NFA East Lyme. Those are going to be some really cool events to see. As you said, it's cold, 49 degrees it feels like out here. That will keep sprint times down, but it really affects those throwing events, Casey. Think about grabbing a cold piece of ice and having to throw it as far as you can. We'll see what this weather does to these athletes today. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Juice. That's a great point. The wind will affect everything. It will affect the throwing. It will affect the jumping. It will affect the running. And it is definitely breezy and chilly out there. So we will have all of these events coming up. You mentioned East Lyme and NFA trying to compete for the overall championships. Well, Chris Amy and Tommy Matlock going head-to-head in multiple events sort of highlight the competitive nature of that. So right now we've got a few things going on. The girls' javelin is going on behind us, and right now on camera you see the long jump taking place. The girls are just about midway through the first grouping of that. Why don't you talk a little bit, Pasta, about how the girls' long jump works as far as both heats or preliminaries, as well as what the jumping styles are.
Well, it always starts off with the first flight. Most of the first flights are the students that actually qualified in the lower scores, heights, or distances. And that's what we're seeing right now in the girls and boys long jump. So most of these events that start in the throwing events will always have their flights. Sometimes there's 2, sometimes there's 3. But in this league, I think they've kept it most to 2 flights. And what we're looking at right now is the girls long jump flight 1, which at this time, Kyla Rivera from Norwich Free Academy is leading the jump with a 14.9. That's 14 feet 9 inches. So, that's pretty good for those young competitors to come in and shine and compete and take the lead for the first part of that. Then the second flight will have most of the top throwers, top jumpers, and top competitors that would be participating in that. That's when you see a little bit more of the distances and jumps to be, more of that state caliber.
So the boys' long jump is going on as well. They are just underway, and some of the early marks. Mason Leak of Bacon Academy just jumped and fouled, but it looks like Justice Shelton right now at 14:10 is the leader for the ECC boys long jump. The girls long jump, Kyla Rivera, Norwich Free Academy, 14:9. Zoe Carlson of Bacon Academy just jumped 14:1, which puts her in second place in the girls long jump. Girls shot put, Bacon Academy's Natalie Chesnis leads with a 29:07 throw. And in the girls' javelin, Isabel D'Oliva Beauchesne leads the way with an 108-foot javelin throw. That is a long way. She, of course, of Woodstock Academy. So as you look on right now to the girls' long jump, Peyton Kelly of East Lyme just landed a 15-foot 1-inch jump, which puts her in the lead in the girls' long jump. So Peyton Kelly has seized control so far at 15:1. Here's our next long jumper. That was Macy Gurlio of Ledyard. And we are now officially underway in our first ever coverage of track and field. You can see the parking lot is full between East Lyme being in school and all of the athletes here. This place is packed as families are piling in. Tents are being put up. Hopefully people have brought portable heaters because it is definitely chilly.
Yeah, definitely. And talking about the weather and how it changes the factor, especially now we're seeing long jump right now being shown. Those things are very important for athletes to maintain their stretch and warmth, because as they cool down, it does shrink the techniques that you have to do. So you have to be really warm and ready. It's like a pitcher. You get in that jacket to warm up. They have to be prepared because, again, their time to run that and hit a board at a certain speed to get that elevation and acceleration to get the distance. And if they don't have those techniques, you can have some bad jumps. But so far, it seems like that lower level, they're jumping where they need to be as they're staying in their goals.
You saw there a good look at what we'll be able to see for the pole vault as well as the shot put. So you see the pole vault right there. That's a great look in there. We've got a great look of the shot put as well from down in the pit. The overhead camera you see there right now focusing on the girls' long jump, which is going right to left on your screen. The boys' long jump is going left to right on your screen. So right there at the Vikings lacrosse sign is the delineation of where the girls and the boys separate. So right there at Vikings lacrosse, everyone that's going left on your screen is a girl running towards pit 1. Everyone that's running right on your screen when we cover it will be heading that direction. Those are the boys heading down into the far corner. So you see there, girls going left, boys going right. So right there, a jumper heading, and that's a pretty good one. We're going to see what that result turns out to be. So a lot of moving parts today. That was Anna Maynard of Ledyard. Peyton Kelly still in the lead at 15 feet and 1 inch. A lot of moving parts, like we say. So right now, you've got 5 different events going on at the same time. They have about a half an hour to get all of these different field events going on before they move to the running events on the track. So
it's usually best to start with the field events because it takes a lot, check-ins and stuff like that. While the races are already established, they'll be able to set them up quicker. But this gives a chance for these throwing events to kind of balance out time-wise to finish and continue to stay within the meet. So yeah, I mean, it's a good start. It seems like everybody's throwing very well here. We see a young man just throwing discus from NFA. We'll try to keep on describing the athletes' names, parents. If we get those names, definitely we'll call them out. But as this starts our first annual track championship, you see that it's everywhere and anywhere. We're on our phones. We have our internet up. We're getting information from our team, and we'll relay that to you as soon as we get it.
So we've got back to the live here with the girls' long jump. Kyla Rivera is second for NFA. Peyton Kelly still remains in first place in the girls' long jump.
I got some information from shot put right now. The first flight, Natalie Chesnes from Bacon Academy threw 29, 7.5, and is leading that first flight.
And I would expect that to hold up for quite a while. That is a very good throw.
Definitely.
Natalie, yeah, excellent throw.
Yeah, you could tell the difference where the weather is to factor. She's average, usually, and I've seen her throw 30 feet. But as you can see, it starts, it's 29. It's going to be those things that you say may not get a record throw, but a winning throw will be available out there. It's just you got to be more technique-wise and prepared to make sure your muscles stay warm while this event continues to go throughout.
Fitch, boys discus with the throw right there. And that was Ashton from the Fitch Falcons. He is currently in the lead with 107.7, and we'll see what that throw was there. Boys long jump right now. Woodstock Academy in the lead over NFA on the individual mark. Girls long jump, East Lyme over NFA. Girls shot put, we mentioned Bacon Academy. And girls javelin, Woodstock is in first, has the leader in the javelin. So those are the events going on right now. You see the pole vault getting ready as well.
I'll tell you right now, this is the only sport that you could see almost close to 1,000 kids in one environment, and it looks to the eyes of families and friends, that have not experienced this, a little bit chaotic. It feels like, there's things that might not be normal to you, but this, I'll tell you right now, these athletes have been disciplined to know their events, to be prepared for their events and where to be assigned, and we have a lot of great coaches in the area today that helps delegate that too. So, kudos to the coaches to make this effort in and have all this information ready for the meet.
Now, if you're a track fan and you're watching us because you're not able to, but you're a track fan, then this is a long day. 2:30, 7:30, 5 hours, not uncommon. If you've been going to those solo track meets for your athlete all year long, and you say, oh my goodness, when there's just 2 or 3 schools competing, it's long. How are the championships going to be? It's a very long day. We're going to cover it all for you, but please understand that we will do everything we can to feature every athlete that we can, but we are going to be focusing on as much of the competitive nature of who might win events. And so we're going to be pivoting around a lot early, giving you as many different names and results as possible as the boys long jump, girls long jump, discus, javelin, shot put. They're all going on at the same time. So it's a very long day. We're going to pace ourselves as well. I have my Gatorade, some protein bars.
You got the goodies right there. I got my soda. I brought it today. It's Pals.
It says Pals on it.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of a
Police Athletic League.
Exactly. It brought some energy today when I was sitting there finishing the day.
I have a couple of Kind bars or a protein bar if you need anything.
I can't have that until I have my evening meal. I've been in this diet plan, brother. You know what? I haven't had pasta in a long time. It's been tough.
You're doing a good
but
job.
I'm trimming. Trying to keep the sugar level down, make mom happy. You know how that goes, Well,
you'll make my mom happy.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Seems like the first flight of the girls' shot put's completed, and at that we see here that Natalie Chesnes from Bacon Academy has that lead. 29 feet, 7.5, and girls javelin right now in their third throw. So just to let the families know, sometimes in a regular track meet you'll get 4 throws, but in I think championship you have your 3 throws, and then you might have your finals included in that. So depending upon the number of kids that qualified, that's determined by the championship committee.
Tommy Matlock, one of the premier athletes here at East Lyme High School, and he gave up football, where he was an outstanding player, so that he could focus on track, where he is now heading to Mississippi State. So I think the decision was a good one, but he was an outstanding. He was an all-conference caliber linebacker, and gave it up because he had a chance to do something special in track, and. He and Chris Amy have been pushing each other all year long in both the discus and the shot put. You've seen both of them on the grade 8, setting records, especially indoor. And they have been exceptional. I talked with a couple of the athletes who are after them. The guys who are like, listen, I'm competing for third today.
Right.
I can't be. People that's tough sometimes.
Yeah.
To know I can't win, so I got to beat everybody else, and so It's not anything, sometimes people are elite in the
Right.
in the high jump. Waterford and NFA within a half inch of each other. Wes Dewanchik of Bacon Academy is solidly in third,
Right.
but he would need a
lot. Yeah.
lifetime jump
Exactly.
to get into that mix. So for someone like him, he's like, I'm the best in the conference
Right.
outside of those two guys.
Outside of those two guys.
So he's
Exactly.
got to jump to get his, so you're jumping against yourself.
Right.
Can I get an inch higher than I have ever been before? Can I get a half an inch higher? Same thing with running, right? Can I be a tenth of a second, what can I be faster than whatever I've done?
And you could also be a champion in your division if those guys are in the other division.
That's
so
right.
it does show there's a lot of different factors here. The good thing is I believe there's the top 8 scores. Again, I'll find out more information, but usually top 8 scores. So if you're a guy that's in that 9th place, you're just as important to be having probably a PR throw or a commitment throw that you did with techniques throughout the week and get that point there that helps out that team goal. So there's those things. Also, if you finish here with a measurement that you started off with, but you have a better measurement, that's that personal goal continues. That's the good thing about track and field. There's a lot of ways to show these kids that they have those abilities and improvements, and it's all based on their efforts.
So, one thing to make a note of as well when it comes to sort of, how do you help your team today? Throughout the year, people are asked to do events, to run races that might not be their best in order
Right.
to help a team. You might be an outstanding distance runner, and they might say, hey, have you ever thought about the 400 and being part of a relay? And you're like, no, I've never done that before. Or you might be a 400 person, and they go, we need you to step up and run a shorter sprint. And so throughout the year, it was really about kind of doing what your team needed.
Exactly.
Now here at the championships, now you're like, turns out I was a pretty good 400 runner.
Sure.
But so now you've got these kids who, some of whom might surprise people because they're still new to that event, and they could still put in their best efforts today because they haven't done it. Whereas some other kids have been running the 400 for, since they were 3.
Since they were 3. Yeah.
But some of these kids are running events. They're new to them. The distance events, Waterford had dominated in the distance events on the girls' side, and some people have to change events and go to other things. So today is going to be all about who can overcome the adversity of the cold, because
Right.
it definitely
It is.
If your event isn't for a while,
No.
and
And
you're sitting in that cold.
there's a deep appreciation of these coaches, how they get their, a good example, distance runners. Some of you might be seeing guys that are actually running down the road and coming back. That's their warm-up period. That's where they sit back and use a pace to build up their warmth, to get their stretch in, because when you run the 4x8, even though it's a distance race, that's a high-intense distance race. When we look at the 4x4, the mixture, you're talking about athletes there, guys that ran 400, it might be a distance runner that does 800 that can run that too. There's a sprinter that could run a 400, could fix that. So there's a lot of mixing and molding that these coaches do to put these kids in a position to, attain those wins and goals and points for the year.
So right now you're seeing the discus.
Looks like Ashton Najui from Fitch.
Is the leader
Yeah,
right now.
114, 7 inches.
So we're heading into the next set of throws for the flight 1 of the discus. Over in girls javelin, Isabel D'Oliva Beauchain still leads Woodstock Academy with a throw of 108 feet. They are warming up right now for the throws for flight 2 on the boys.
This is the big boys right here. Flight 2 for discus. We want to keep an eye on that.
The boys long jump, Ramond Wachim or Joe Chim, and I apologize in advance. Unlike a normal broadcast where I have a roster and I can go down and talk to every player, I don't have the ability to talk to everybody today, so I'm going to do my best on some of these names. We're going to go to the boys long jump. Right now, we mentioned Ramond Joachim of Woodstock Academy with an 18:11. You see right now Justice Shelton of Fitch about to go. Pasta, tell me what you see here from Justice.
Well, he's taking his steps and he's making his drive and trying to get to the board, but when he exploded there and he landed forward he didn't reach his, what we call that peck arch, get it up there into the sky. So again, that weather might be playing a factor, and as he seemed to be a little tight running down that line.
So Shelton for Fitch is in the books, and coming up next will be Bacon Academies. Zach Wyzensi.
Second flight, girls javelin.
Second flight, girls javelin.
Second flight, girls javelin report.
They'll be reporting.
Down on the other side, you may not see in the camera, there are lots of kids on that field working on exchanges as the 4x8 and 4x1 teams are accumulating and getting those techniques down for the upcoming races. That will be starting shortly.
See Avery Mays walking on the track. Of course, Avery Mays, the Waterford distance runner, great cross-country runner. You can recognize her by the curly hair and the little wave to the camera. She's going to be a favorite today in distance events for Waterford.
Yep.
And up here now, Mason Leak, Bacon Academy, has committed to play football at Syracuse University.
A lot better, but he didn't follow through and reach for his toes. As you see, the arch was good.
I take that back. He committed to play football at Boston College.
Boston College, huh?
Syracuse was after him. Teammate of the junior voice of Game Day, my son AJ. They were teammates at Bacon Academy. Mason has been working incredibly hard. If you look at it and you say one athlete doesn't look like anyone else, Mason's it. He's a
very strong young man.
6'5", chiseled young man because he's
some good speed.
He's a Division I football player. He'll be a defensive end. Up next, Mark Diaz-Morel of New London. Leak fouled on that one. So Woodstock Academy still in the lead there. Here goes Morel. So they're warming up for Flight 2 of boys discus. The girls long jump, Riley Davis was the leader of Flight 1. They're doing Flight 2 now, warming up for that. Girls shot put, Sarah Davidson of Waterford with a 30-foot throw and took the lead there.
That's going to be one that's going to be probably down the last throw.
Liam Collis Doyen of East Lyme in the boys long jump.
As those big boys warm up, one thing you could tell from a distance is when you see those students that participate in marking and setting those marks, the tape tends to extend a little bit further than it was from the first flight. So as you see the second flight, coaches always kind of keep their eyes to make sure that these kids don't cross over those areas that they can't cross over during this event.
Alessandro Seccarelli is about to do the long jump. There he goes. Seccarelli is off, and that's a good jump right there.
That's not a bad jump. Yeah, he did a good follow through. Again, I think this weather really is factoring in on these jumps because there's no, I call it height explosion. But here's a good tidbit. For the Olympian kind of mentality, long jumpers prefer to jump over a board. And mostly in high school, we see that they actually painted it on the line. So there is a difference when a kid practices on a board versus running it on what's called a painted lane there. So could affect some of these guys that don't compete in this area as much.
It's the third place there for Alessandro. Now Elijah Sullivan of Stonington's up. I say you jump over a shark.
I
say like Fonzie in the water skiing. You put a shark
there.
What?
You hit my nail in the head because I was thinking about that right there. Yeah. Remember the game Pitfall? And you had to swing over there.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know if we lose a couple kids per meet.
These athletes are pretty good, and coaches do a great job during the season as they progress towards this event. It tends to be something that they focus on throughout the week about being prepared. We're talking about food, how they would eat before the meet. We're starting the first race of the day. There you go, 4x8 case.
4x8 underway for the girls. NFA, Bacon Academy, Stonington. So lane 1, Woodstock Academy. Lane 2, Ledyard. Lane 3, East Lyme. Lane 4, Waterford. Lane 5, Stonington. Lane 6, Bacon Academy. And lane 7, Norwich Free Academy. on this very long race. 4x8 is a long race.
Yes, each athlete has 2 laps to commit, and each coach sends up the way they want their athletes. It could be the fastest athlete first or the slowest athlete, and that's how they practice how to build that team. The record for this girls 4x8 is held by Northfield Academy from 2010 with a 9:41.28. So it's going to be hard for them to chase that down unless we see some good, competition between the front line. Coming around the corner turn to the straightaway here. Leading way is Ledger, followed by Woodstock Stonington.
Woodstock Academy was the fastest at 10:22. Quite a ways ahead of number 2 Ledger. So we'll see if anything changes here in the championships. Girls continuing to jump. Boys will be jumping. Discus will be throwing. Everything's moving here at the ECC Track and Field Championships.
You can see now the separation between Ledger and Woodstock and the other pack. The girls in the back there seem to be balanced out, and this is something that we've seen throughout the season as they compete, even between invites and so forth. These athletes see each other pretty much, I would say weekly throughout the year if it's not in their league, because we do have tournaments that come on the weekends. So they've seen some top competition.
Nice pace being set by those two. Woodstock Academy maintaining that lead with Ledger right there in second. And again, those two were ahead. East Lyme was close to Ledger.
Right.
So we'll see if East Lyme's going to have closing speed.
This is the first exchange, and as you can see, it's pretty smooth. You'll see later on tonight the 400 will be a little bit different with that speed. But the first exchange to their second teammate was clean, and Woodstock still dominates this race. Starting to stretch the lead there. You see him coming around the corner.
And the first thing I've noticed is the size of the first two Woodstock
Yes.
runners. Very tall,
Strong.
long, strong runners. And the lead being extended from Woodstock here over Ledger. Long way to go in this race.
Boys Discus will be starting shortly as they're doing their last warm-ups.
Taking a look at girls javelin.
They're still warming up.
Isabel DeLiva Beauchain still leads there. Boys discus, we're heading into flight 2. Boys long jump, soon will be also heading right now. Raymond Joachim still leads at 19.9. Girls long jump, the leader is New London's own Darylise Arnold at 16.11. They're now in flight 2. And shot put, Sarah Davidson of Waterford at 35 leads the shot put. So as we head in...
We just got a quick update there, Casey, after you finished that. Kylie Elliott from Woodstock Academy just blasted a 32.2 and shot put, takes the lead right now for the Woodstock Academy.
Right on cue. Littler, that time of Ledger, one of the two Littlers that are runners. That's Maggie, the younger of the Littlers. And she has taken control, and I would say decisively, a good, 2-second lead here and extending.
Well, Coach Tedlow has always, and I've learned a lot from him. He's been like the best mentor in track for me. Knows that our style or Ledger style is to run your base runner till your best runner. And as it increases that technique, that bond that builds up, you see how these girls can actually run their pace and then cause a stretch right now. So you can see she is really driving her arms, trying to stay on top of that pace to help her teammate finish off strong. But Woodstock's still right there. You never know.
Well, if they can get the baton to closer Katie Littler, they will be and with a lead. They will be very difficult to beat.
Really difficult. Yep.
So Woodstock trying to catch Ledger. Ledger will take lap 3 or take runner 3 with the lead. Woodstock had the lead for the first 3 laps before Littler seized some control, and now Ledger with a healthy lead here And Woodstock is going to have to make up some ground. And Ledyard is off to
they
the
turn
races.
tracks. This is a good feeling right now where that team has been working hard. You can see the difference, the stride and the distance. You know, distance runners really, you don't want to have this tightness of running like you see sprinters make. Everything's all about stride. And if you could see the elbow drive to the knee drive is what's making her really succeed and maintain that speed. Usually naturally, I've never been a physics guy, brother, but I've learned so much. Track and field's shown so much that it's. We always say gravity takes over. It's just how you maintain your technique to keep that gravity from slowing you slower. So yeah, that's a good example. She's finishing off the straightaway here.
Is that why I choose to lay on the ground rather than run distances?
Yeah, I sometimes lay on the ground. I can see the earth move.
Gravity taking over.
Yeah.
I
That's
understand.
right. Especially I had some rice and beans over at Donatello's today, and I was like, I can't eat the whole thing. I had it a little bit because I came over here because I'd be falling asleep.
We can't have you falling asleep.
No. That's a beautiful 1 lap left.
Woodstock doing a nice job, though. This runner for Woodstock has made up some ground. And will be trying to get their closer in position as Ledyard maintains the lead.
Seems like every runner that's on the track right now has stretched out to their pace. There's no close races in between, so it's really numbered well. But it's really exciting to see that Ledyard is really holding it strong right now with this lead. What's slowly chipping away is Woodstock as she's getting closer. Will she have enough time to get around the corner? We always say that the last 200 is the toughest for any runner. It's one of the best,
I disagree.
Really?
I think the first 200.
I would think so too.
Because there's no last 200 for me. The first 200 is the last 200.
We kind of joke around when we see a person in the last 200 with their form breakdown. We call it breaking the engine.
Yes.
And a lot of guys, when you see that, especially like the 400s, it's one of the toughest races where you come around that last 200, you feel like you have no breath, but the technique gets you through. And here comes our young lady from Ledyard.
And she's going to pass the baton off to Ledyard's closer, who should be Katie Littler. But look at Woodstock Academy.
Right there. That's the level of this meet.
She's a closer. She's made up some ground. We said if they could get it to Littler with the lead, and they have. There's Kate Littler. And this should be a fabulous last 2 laps here. These two teams were only second apart in their, PRs during the course of the year. Can Littler hold on? She has been such a successful athlete for Ledyard.
The athletes in all the throwing events continue to make their marks and throws. Nothing special at this time, but we still have some leaders that are leading right here in the boys' long jump. Raymond Jochum from Woodstock Academy with a 19'9" jump. Girls' long jump right now. Let's see here in girls' long jump. Dorilys Arnold from New London, 16 feet 11 inches.
Down the stretch. One more lap after this. Ledyard maintaining a lead over Woodstock. I feel like it's been about the same. Littler has held on to this lead, has not given any of it up, and we are officially in the final lap.
That's right.
Of the girls 4x800 relay.
I got feedback here from the girls' shop, but there's a personal record for the young lady Marlena Childs from Waterford, who threw 35.4 before, now threw 36.3.
Big
so
jump. Big
2-foot lead right there.
Now, to put it in perspective, Woodstock Academy was 13 seconds faster than Ledyard during the regular season. This would be, I think, a big win for Ledyard over Woodstock because Ledyard and East Lyme were only a second apart, and Woodstock was 13 seconds ahead of anybody.
Right.
And Littler is not going to give up this lead. In fact, she is going to close this thing out in style.
Yeah.
Ledyard is going to go on to win the girls 4x8, and that has got to feel good for Ledyard because, again, coming in while they might have thought they had this kind of performance in them, 13 seconds, that's a huge number to overcome.
She's doing a great job because she's cruising it down. She knows she has some races going on, but she keeps a pace, which is beautiful. And like I said, some of these athletes are mixed around, so we don't know if Woodstock had their premier team to do it or they worked around to get points. But now we know that Ledyard has those big points for first place and puts them in a situation to be at least in the top for now.
And Littler crosses the finish line for Ledyard. And right on the heels, Woodstock Academy.
unofficially 10:09 on the clock for that race.
Which would be 26 seconds faster
Imagine that.
than what they did during the regular season.
Could be something that a coach finds in there in that moment to work it, and it's a
It
great
also
thing.
could be all 4 of their best runners together, because
Yeah.
during the regular season it could have been 3 of 4 with a replacement. Anybody missing, that could be the first time that all 4 of the best have been together.
Right, and that's a good strategy that some coaches have. You might have to take some of your best distance runners and work them on these main races that they would do and say, okay, I'll sacrifice my 4x4 now, even though I qualified for states. So it doesn't affect them in states. They can still compete. But this right now might have a player that they said you wouldn't put him in just because. So they still got second place, plenty of points there for them, and it continues on. Got the boys 4x8 coming up soon as the ladies are completing the 4x8 right here. See the young lady from Waterford finishing up. So great start to the racing here right now. Some good competition. Going back on the chart list, I'm seeing boys long jump right now, and it seems like, yep, Raymond's still in the lead. 19 feet 9 inches.
Boys 4x1.
So we're going to have a chance to talk with our first winners
right.
of the day. Juice, you got to ask them, was this unexpected? Because they were fabulous. Ledyard's 4x8 relay team.
All right, I'm with Kate, Maggie, Josie, Fiona, Coach Tetlow. Was this expected, or was this kind of a surprise today?
We were seeded second going into the race, but we knew that we had a lot of strong legs. We hadn't run, not everyone had run their strongest leg in every race this season, so we knew that if we all ran strong legs, we could pull it off.
It's pretty cold out here. What was it like running in the cold today?
It was a bit unexpected. It's been pretty hot this week, but I'm grateful that it wasn't, 90 degrees.
I guess you can look at it that way. Coach, the first event, get a win. How does that feel? I know you guys are competing for the Division II championship today.
Good way to start the season off as far as a big meet like this. Great competition. Yeah, so they started us off the way we wanted, win. Yeah, so.
Congratulations, girls. Back to you guys.
Definitely a good win for those ladies there, Coach Tedlow, as they march on right now, probably being the leaders of the group. Point scoring, we're going to find out later on as it accumulates. You'll see those things come in. So we might not be able to get you the full score throughout, but there'll be portions of the day that will receive that total team points as of a certain amount of events that we have. Here comes the boys now as they take off.
The boys 4x8. Norwich Free Academy was the quickest of the group throughout the course of the regular season, with East Lyme second, and a huge 40-second difference between NFA and the third-placed Woodstock Academy. So if you just look at regular season, this should be NFA and East Lyme competing for the first spot. But as we just saw, you could probably look at a 20-second improvement if you get all your best runners running their best.
Definitely. Now, we know NFA has the most populated students, so they might have teams that could balance that. That's why you see East Lyme and NFA have those contributions into their program. But it doesn't matter, because if you have 4 fast guys, no matter where you're at, you could win it. But this right now shows you that these boys have a little purpose going on as they're pushing a good pace for the first lap. They're in a 1-minute marker, which is 60 seconds on that first lap on a 2-lap. It's pretty good. Those are 2 points. If you get under 2 minutes, you're phenomenal in what you're doing. It's that 800. And again, because of the exchanges, every athlete they have that advantage of running a little bit faster. So those splits will show that they've improved.
NFA with a very slim lead over East Lyme, but these 2 young men have absolutely been pushing the pace, and they are pulling ahead of the rest of the pack as we sort of expected this to happen. We really did think it would be NFA and East Lyme, and right now
there's the separation.
NFA separating themselves from East Lyme, and you said the best runner often runs second, so this is the chance to see if this was the pace of the first 2.
That's right.
What we're going to see here as NFA in the lead. That's a good heat for them. Good run around 2 times. Passing it off. East Lyme pushing to close. And there goes NFA for the second runner. And East Lyme gets theirs. Can he make up any ground? Or will NFA continue to set the pace here in the boys 4x800?
Looks like Woodstock and Ledger doing their exchanges, followed by Fitch and Stonington. So as you can see, it's a kind of like a three-group run right here, as NFA and East Lyme right there are really in a good, humble lead. And then you have your other segmented groups that are running and pacing and competing with each other. So, you know, even though we always kind of have the camera on that lead guy, you're probably going to see us call some second and third competitions that are going to be really tight. But so far, this has leveled out pretty good.
NFA extending their lead here. Again, they are the #1 fastest team during the regular season, and a good-sized lead over East Lyme. I'd say a slight extension. East Lyme now trying to close the gap as lap 1 of runner 2 is in the book. And we'll see the rest of the pack coming through. Woodstock Academy and Ledger. Fitch bringing up the rear. Pushing hard, though. Everybody here, including Stonington, they're all running hard because, and I give 800. The 800 is no joke.
Oh, it is tough. It is tough. You're pulling your both paces at the highest revolution of your kind of interval runs, and that's contributed to what they do in practice. They run those 200s, they run those 300s to keep that pace. So these guys have that muscle memory, that neuromuscular energy that they can run this, and then you don't see them feeling, you know, tired. Like if we would run 800, we'd probably have a couple of pumps and, you know, a little EMT help and all that. But I'm just getting information that girls shot put. We have a new leader there, Avery Plouffe from Woodstock Academy, a junior who threw just 36 feet 5.5 inches.
As we head to our third runner, NFA still with the lead over East Lyme. I believe East Lyme shaved off a little bit of distance there, but NFA still with a good 2-second lead over the Vikings.
In girls javelin right now, Ashleen Walsh from Baker Academy has the lead with 117 feet 7 inches, and right behind her, Sarah Davidson from Waterford with 111 and 10. So, you know, that's a favorite thing about cold weather. You think that in some instances, you know, javelin will get the benefit out of it because, you know, cold air is thin air, and sometimes that would really help out. So a good throw there could set the tone in any moment.
Yeah, Ashleen Walsh, 117 feet 7 inches.
We got
boys discus has a new leader at Flight 2. Familiar,
The
Devin Cook,
Devin Cook, the mighty fullback.
fullback with speed for Fitch, can throw that discus. He's the leader at 121.
What a great young man. I know his father, and, you know, very dedicated, very respectful. You know, he brings that tradition with him, and, you know, so far, a great throw, 121.5. You know, that sets the tone where the guys that are good, they're going to have to really step it up.
Flight 2 is underway in the long jump. Callaway Scott leads the long jump right now at a 20 feet 10 inch jump. And the girls' long jump, Darylise Arnold still in the lead with 16.11. Girls' shot put, you mentioned Avery Plouffe at 36.05. The previous thrower for NFA was Josiah Success, and he is currently in 10th. Carmine Bruno up next in the discus. Boys' long jump, Kaylin Morris of Fitch up next, trying to catch Callaway Scott. Peyton Kelly as they finish. No, they're done with now with Flight 1 over in the long jump, and the girls' shot put, as we mentioned, is in Flight 2.
As NFA still holds the lead in the backstretch, it's a good battle between Ledger and Woodstock. As they get to the 200 mark, Ledger comes pass right by them and takes the lead. So that's good for points. I'm telling you, some things about like distance running, you don't expect you're going to be there. If you can move a level up, those points actually kind of double up. So, you know, it's good to be in those top 5.
NFA setting the pace here in the 4x800 boys relay. And they are pushing the pace. East Lyme trying to hang in, but NFA has been dominant here in this race from the start.
You know, just a few minutes ago, we were talking about the lead being 19 feet. Well, we got 3 guys in long jump that just blasted 20 feet. And Callaway Scott from East Lyme right now, a 20-foot 10 jump. Just recently seen there. Kaylin Morris in second with a 20-foot 1 inch. and Jamil Curse was 20 feet 1 inch. So those 3 guys right there, very close, 8 inches away, as that competition continues with the second flight, the best of the crew. And right now, Woodstock past the Ledger.
But NFA literally running away with it here in the 4x8 as they come down and about to enter the home stretch here, the far turn. Pushing the pace. Wildcats off to a very good start in the ECC championships. They're going to take home the 4x800.
Those coaches at NFA, the distance crew there, do a great job giving these kids times and intervals. And there's some things I'll teach you. There's a coach that actually runs across the 50-yard line. As he gets to that mark, he gives them the interval so that kid knows I'm at the pace. If he's not, he knows how to pick it up. So we used to call those little jet horses. Some coaches will do it, some teammates will do it, but it has to be across.
So NFA 1, East Lyme 2 in the boys 4x800. We're going to take a look at the throws of our big guys in the discus. There's Tommy Matlock, co-favorite with Amy. This is a replay from moments ago. His first toss.
That nice release. That's a good throw right there.
And we'll get of how far that went.
I'm looking at it right now, champ.
And there's Chris Amy. Yep. No one more passionate than him when he throws.
Let's just say these guys are tit for tat right here. Thomas Matlock threw that last throw at 158 feet 1 inch. And Chris Amy, not too far, 151.7. So it's a close first throw for those two. Third place, Liam Sweeney from Bacon Academy, 137.1. These guys are throwing pretty good. So Devin was taking the lead off that first throw, and out of nowhere, these guys, they are who they are, throwing these distances and setting the mark for who's going to beat who. And right now, Thomas Matlock has the lead.
Got a lot going on here. We'll be setting up for the girls 4x100 meter coming up. We go live to disc.
Oh, there's one. That's a perfect one. His release was so short that it hit the pole, and that's why you have these safety factors in. As you can see, it's an encompassing cage, and we always tell our athletes to stay a couple feet away from that because those things do happen where the release comes out early and you hit a pole, you hear that nice ding sound across the whole school. So
I don't need to know a lot to know that's not okay.
That's a foul.
That's a foul. That's even I can know that.
So parents out there that are not familiar with the throws and how it goes, the circle is the main center, and obviously there's going to be some lines that go across it. Those are the sector lines, and they have to stay within a certain degree. If those athletes hit that out, it's a sector foul, or if he misses it or touches the toe board on the top, that's a foul. So these guys, there's a lot of high risk of making mistakes because you're that aggressive in doing that spin technique to get the throw.
Juice, you got a group of happy winners. What do you got?
NFA is on the board with the big 4x8 win in the boys. Jesse, Patrick, Mike, and Josh here with me, along with Coach T. Josh, it's a little cold out there. Talk about this race.
It was definitely cold, but you just got to do what you got to fight through it. So we did what we can, and we got the points on the board.
Wire-to-wire win, going into that last leg. What's the mentality to finish it off?
Just keep the lead and try not to die and do whatever I could.
Well, he certainly did what you could. Coach, getting those first points in the running events, what are we looking at for the rest of the day?
We got a good start. I'm just going to leave it at that. A good start is all you can hope for. See if the rest of the team can capitalize and build on it. I think momentum's a real thing in track and field. It's not the same kids in every event, but winning's contagious. So we're going to hope that is the case for us today. And just proud of these guys. They work 365. They're all three-sport athletes, team-first guys. So proud of them. Glad they got the win. They deserve it.
Wing is contagious, guys. NFA hoping it continues. Back up to you guys.
I have that mantra written on the wall of my house. Do what you can and try not to die. That's my daily mantra. While we were watching the interview with Juice, Bacon Academy's Julian Rodiger, one of my favorite kids in the ECC with a 107-foot, 8-inch throw. Good job by Julian. But Tommy Matlock is your leader there. Everyone's going to be trying to catch him, 158.01. So the big two, Matlock and Amy, Sweeney of Bacon Academy is right there in third and will be in the throwing events. You're watching boys discus live right now.
You know, Matlock is very lucky because he's actually home where he practices a lot.
That's true.
The confidence is right here, and, you know, he's got that tone. As we work towards the long jump, boys long jump, we have a Callaway that increased his distance from East Lyme and a PR of 21 feet 5.5 inches. He jumped 21 feet a quarter inch this season. So he's improving and moving on up and leading the way in the boys long jump.
This is heat 1 of the girls 4x100, Ledyard, Stonington, and Bacon Academy.
Well, Case, the underground of what people don't know is that each lane, each zone has a referee. And those zones have diamonds on each side, and that's the exchange zone. The toughest thing in anything in the 4x1 is how you get your teammate to take off and pace enough to build speed, to match up the baton, to attach that hand that he can't see, and then accelerate to the next partner. And those things are kind of radically crazy, but it does work when you have these techniques in here. So 4x1 is all about explosion, discipline, and team technique here. And as we can see, there's going to be some fast ladies here running as they're doing jumping jacks on the lanes, getting ready to run in this cold day.
After this, we'll have heat 2 of the 4x100 for the girls, which is the faster of the two. But here, Ledyard, Stonington, and Bacon Academy.
Stonington accelerating strong, but Bacon on the outside, stretching it out right now in lane 3. Might be lane 4 because we are missing lane 1. So, yes.
It is Ledyard in lane 2, Stonington in lane 3, Bacon Academy in lane 4.
Bacon working around the corner in the crispy curve as they work towards the straightaway. You got Stonington, but then here comes Ledyard in the inside lane there. Case, this is where you can't see him. When runners running sprints looking straight, you can never tell if they've got someone coming up to you. So that's why that lady right there from Bacon Academy said, we're going to finish strong here, right through.
It's all about the baton toss.
That's right.
One more to go.
That was good.
And Bacon Academy takes home. That exchange is so important. The Bobcats win heat 2.
Unofficially 57.16.
Now, to put that in perspective, the fastest of the heat 1 qualifying times was 50 seconds, 0.04. So almost a 50 flat from Fitch, which will be coming up next. So next up is heat 2.
Yes.
Of
the main heat.
And these top 5, East Lyme, Woodstock, Fitch, NFA, and Waterford. And the scores are very, very close. The times, Fitch 50.04, NFA 52.4, Woodstock 53.9. Those are your 3 competitors vying for this. Now, East Lyme and Waterford, good. Let's take a replay here. Take a look at Chris Amy's second throw in the discus, and then we'll find out what that was. He liked it.
Well, that one right there, looked like he might have fouled that one.
He sailed it. He's not happy with his face. He liked it off the throw.
That's right.
And then he kind of realized it wasn't what he thought. So
right there, he probably felt that the release wasn't good. And when he marks it, sometimes they say, well, why would he foul it? Sometimes it's not going to be markable because it's not his throw. And if it's not going to be the leader, you know, sometimes they'll do that. But for the most part, he does have that power. He just got to put it all together. Because right now, Thomas Matlock is in the league with 169 feet 2 inches on his throw. So he's dominating right now in his hometown circle. And Chris has to find a way to go deep himself and try to get a good throw there.
And we're off in the girls 4x100. You're going to look at the middle 3 lanes, 2, 3, and 4, Woodstock, Fitch, and NFA. Fitch with the fastest of the times.
Right off the inside, the first exchange. That looks great for Fitch as they come down the straightaway. A couple of bad exchanges there. We might have some zone problems. We'll see that after.
Looks like Waterford had a problem with their exchange. Woodstock, Fitch, and NFA. NFA in red, making a move.
Wow, here comes NFA in the outside lane, Case. It's going to go between these last 2 right here. Let's see what we have.
Falcons, Wildcats, Falcons.
Woo!
Can she hold on? The Falcons will take home the 4x100 relay.
Woo!
NFA right there, 1-2.
What a race. You know, that was a great race. Fitch did very well with their exchanges and in their zones. That confidence led to the last one, but I tell you, a couple of little miscues, and that's what happens. A couple of 100 off, and you're off in the second and third.
What a great race there in the 4x100 between Fitch and Woodstock Academy and NFA. Those three were the best, and you saw NFA almost get there, but the Falcons held on. Take a look in live now at boys discus. Here's Devin Cook, currently in 6th place for the Fitch Falcons. He's been a all game day guy.
It's a great throw by him.
He watches that one, and he'll see if he can improve on his throw originally, which had him in 6th place.
Casey, you were saying earlier, like that third place guy, if he has a great throw, can take over somebody like that. You know, he's the kind of kid that can calibrate. If he throws a good one, he could be right there for 2nd place, and he takes that. That can create a lot of problems in the scoring down the road.
By the way, Tommy Matlock's 169.02 PR for Tommy Matlock.
That was a better throw for Devin Cook, but he threw for 125 feet in that one. So he's probably within his range. And
he's
again,
up to 4th place.
Yep, 4th place right there. Liam Sweeney in 3rd with 144 feet 7 inches. Chris Amy 151.7, and still leading the way, the hometown young man from East Lyme, Thomas Matlock with 169 feet 2 inches.
Here comes the Heat 1 of the boys 4x1. East Lyme in lane 2, Stonington in lane 3, and Bacon Academy in lane 4.
Amy Plouffe still leads in girls shot put with 36 feet 5.5 inches.
Live look there of the discus. And discus has been pretty much a two-person.
Definitely. In girls long jump, Dorellis Arnold still in the lead with 16 feet 11 inches. Young lady from New London, senior year.
Girls javelin, Ashleen Walsh of Bacon Academy still in the lead at 119.10. Matlock in the lead in discus. Callaway Scott increased and PR'd.
That's right.
21 feet 5.5 for Callaway.
That's awesome. These, you know, it's great when you see that championship status. Your athletes are not taking it easy. They're getting better. You know, they're improving in their throws. This sets the tone to their own class championships that are going to be coming up soon. So, you know, we got the big man again with Matlock. Here we go.
Here's live with Matlock, the
Launches
leader.
it. Beautiful
Look
toss.
at that throw. Holy
way
cow.
to the 30-yard line. You can call like a football play. Beautiful, smooth release.
What a throw by Tommy Matlock. Let's find out. He likes that one. He already set a PR in his first one.
That's unbelievable right there. Beautiful throw. We're going to get the results coming in shortly. Let's see when it pops up.
And there's live of Amy. And that's also a good throw, not what Matlock threw. And there we are in East Lyme, Stonington, and Bacon Academy. Bacon Academy, and this is Heat 1 of the boys 4x100.
Stonington in the midline, as that was a fair exchange from everyone. Coming from the backstretch. Stonington still in the lead. A good exchange by all three, but in the inside lane, the young man is pumping it up. It's going to be between
Stonington and East Lyme.
Stonington and East Lyme. Here we go, side by side, neck by neck.
Stonington.
Oh, there's Stonington
Look at
right
the East
there.
Lyme young man pushing, but Stonington, it's going to be close. East Lyme will take home Heat 2. Heat 1 goes
45-38, Case. That's a fast.
Well, they improved.
First, yeah.
They improved on it, but to put that in perspective now. Heat number 2 is all 44s.
Yes.
Juice. What a excellent race, an exciting race, and a happy group of Falcons.
All right, we are down here with the winners of the 4x100 girls. We got Bella, Jayla, Akira, and Valerie. Congrats, girls. Bella, we'll start with you. How did you keep yourself warm and ready to go to win this race today?
Well, just looking at the weather before the meet, I knew I had to pack warm, so lots of hoodies, lots of layers, lots of hot hands, just making sure that we're staying active before we run and just really trying to wait to the last second to take those layers off.
Jayla, you ran that anchor, and this was a kind of a rivalry against Norwich Free Academy. You said this is the 4th time you've raced them this year. They had won 2 of the last 3. Now you guys tie it up in the most important time.
Yeah, I feel like we really, we just been practicing and practicing for this moment. Like, we know it's been back and forth between us, and we knew it was going to be a close, a really close, because we were only off each other by 0.1, but we pulled it through, and we made it work at the end.
It was an exciting race. Congrats, girls. Keep it going. Back to you guys.
Wonderful job by those ladies, Casey. You know, especially when you see them grow from where their freshman year are, and I've seen these ladies throughout the time, you know, through some meets and some relays, and great job for those girls to work hard and get that victory.
Boys 4x100 is anybody's race.
Whippa.
Woodstock in lane 1, Fitch in lane 2, NFA in lane 3, Ledyard in lane 4, Waterford in lane 5. They are all within a half a second of each other.
That's right, brother. And then what's going to make this happen is who's going to have the best technique, best momentum throughout the whole race.
This one could be anybody's race. Clean start.
The outside lane.
There's Ledyard's Jamel Curse. Off to a strong start.
A slight collision in the inside from NFA.
There goes NFA's Javon Thompson.
NFA making the curve now, stretching it out, extending it. Ledyard's still there.
Joel Barros.
Here's the last exchange, a clean exchange for NFA.
What a race for NFA, and they are pumped. They dominate the 4x100 boys relay. Wildcat, wow.
Woo! That was a race right there. Great job by them. Their exchanges were really good. There was a little hiccup because there was a slight collision, but that's the discipline of the 4x1 team. You know, when they're running together, they passed that. That little bump in the beginning, he stayed and still made a chance to get a good exchange, and after that, NFA was all the way through.
They were the only ones who had 43. Everyone else was 44. They improved on their best time of the year, and everybody else was at about their time.
Yep.
That's a great race from the Wildcats. As you see Chris Amy throwing his throw live from the Discus.
I think we're warming up for the finals here as the finals will warm. Yeah, this is final warm-ups over there, so they're getting ready there. And I think we have the finals for the long jump. Waiting to see some results there coming up.
So Tommy Matlock is still in the lead with 169.02 in the Discus, his PR. Chris Amy is currently third, however.
Third, yeah.
Because Liam Sweeney of Bacon Academy. Now, I had a young man. I'll give him credit. I have insight into Bacon Academy, and I was told don't sleep on Liam Sweeney. He's been working towards, and his goal is exactly that, to try to sneak. He's like, I might not be able to beat either of them, but I'm going to try to sneak into that second spot. And right now, if he gets an off day from Chris Amy, he can slide into the second place, which would be huge for Bacon Academy.
And this is the great thing about it. You know, I've seen Liam when he was starting and how he's improved. Short, stocky, strong young man. And, you know, you always say that the mistake would always be kind of a short thing. But you know what? Great for him taking that second spot right now and helping Bacon Academy.
Juice, I don't know how to say it other than wow. Wildcats dominate the 4x1.
All right, we're down here with the NFA Wildcats, and it really started in that second leg. Javon, you blasted out to get that lead, and there was no looking back. Talk about the mentality on this cold day.
On this cold day, just get your body right, see how your body feels, and then be in attack mode, be aggressive, go get what you want.
Yeah, and coming down the stretch, Oliver, it looked like nobody was going to catch you, like you were going to just start to blast off into the sky. So talk about, you know, just how to finish strong there with the lead.
It was really just a team effort. You know, I thank my teammates because when Javon got the stick, it was over from when it started, to be honest. So all I had to do was finish, keep pumping my arms, and we did it. We did it.
And we have Coach White with Joel and Reese, the other members. Coach White, proud moment for you guys. How does it feel to take home the ECC championship in the 4x1?
I'm just so proud of these guys, man. They put in so much work this season. We've had guys in and out of this lineup, so we put it together at the end, and they ran their best time of the season. So proud of them.
Best time of the season. NFA still got work to do. Back up to you guys.
Thank you very much, Coach. Now, this is a good example of what we talked about getting your best lineup in the championship.
Yes, sir.
So Joel Barros is half an inch away from the ECC lead in the high jump.
Right.
During the course of the year, there could be a day where the coach says, you know what, focus on high jump. We're not going to have you run the 4x1.
Yep.
We're just going to have you run that. Just have you jump.
Yep.
And so during those meets, someone else gets to step up,
right.
but your best 4 aren't necessarily together.
Exactly.
Today, he's out there because he might be one of their best 4.
Yeah, and it puts them in a good position because in their class events, that time being a little bit better could move them up to 2 lanes into where they need to be in a competitive race. So, when you're looking at states right now as a coach planning, that race right there could contribute to them being probably in the fast heat when it comes to the state level in their competition. So this is great that all teams, even though some may finish 2nd or 3rd, their personal best run can help them in the states, being in a better position to race. So, again, these athletes have come across the board. They're very good, talented. We have some good athletes around here, and it's starting to show as we work our way now to the hurdles, brother.
Heat 1, we've got 3 heats of the girls' 100-meter hurdles. This is an event that I am consistently amazed by. I find this to be one of the truly special events in track and field because running is one thing, running and jumping is another thing. Running and jumping over an obstacle that hurts when you hit it is something altogether. I joke, I say that the pole vault, I marvel at the pole vault. Every single time I see it, I wait for, I'm always amazed that they get up and launch themselves.
Yeah.
Every time I watch one of these athletes in the hurdles clip a hurdle and not break stride, and I marvel. I remember one of my earliest memories, right? Jackie Joyner-Kersey.
Yeah.
And I just remember thinking, how does anybody be that fast? How they're that fast while jumping over an obstacle in the middle? Talk a little bit about the importance of the footwork and rhythm in the hurdles.
It starts with the blocks. Your block and takeoff will set the first. Seems to be staying with the right leg, so it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. She's a 3-stepper as opposed to some of the girls being a 5-stepper. So it's how they build that elasticity or run that will they improve their times.
The discus is warming up for the championship flight. We're in heat number 2 of the girls' 100-meter hurdles, and I think that's a really important distinction because more than every event has footwork involved in it. You break your stride for a little bit, you can't win. Right. If you misstep, you can't win. That's true of long jump, triple jump, pole vault, right? If everything's not in sync, you can't. But that first step out of the blocks sets your entire race pace and rhythm right off the bat.
Definitely. It's again, you could start seeing the difference when they make that first mistake. If you make your mistake, let's say in the 7th one, you may be able to adjust that, but if you make that mistake in the first one, you got to make sure it works through the rest of them because it's like a deck of cards. You miss one, the other ones will fall down. But that's, again, the best thing about that is their practice and their discipline. And these athletes here show that they didn't even scar the hurdles in the first heat. So we're expecting some more faster runs. But again, so far, so good.
Heat 2 will have Ledyard, Bacon Academy, Fitch, Ledyard, East Lyme, and Bacon Academy.
I got some news about girls long jump. As this heat goes by, the young lady from Fitch now is running smoothly. That's a great example of good form running on that hurdle race right there for the young lady from Fitch.
Well, that's Hannah Thomas, and she is very fast, 15.71, and she blasted off there.
So Matlock, did you hear about that case?
Tommy Matlock, currently that PR is a meet record as we're sitting there. Breaking Chris Amy's record from last year.
And we still got the finals coming up. Imagine that.
And if you don't think those two guys have brought the best out of each other, you talk about Rocky Balboa and Apollo Creed. You talk about Yvonne Lendl and Bjorn Borg. You talk about, the guys who push somebody toward greatness. I don't know that Tommy Matlock is at Mississippi State without Chris Amy. Definitely. And I don't know that Chris Amy's setting records all over the place without Tommy Matlock. You need to have that somebody that you feel threatened by. And when it's 6 o'clock in the morning and it's cold in the winter and Tommy Matlock hits his snooze, he goes, wait a minute. Chris Amy might already be working.
That's right.
And Chris Amy's going, I know Tommy Matlock's in the gym already.
Yeah.
I want to push myself.
They have that mentality, and that's a rivalry that I think is great in track and field. It's very competitive. We got the next heat up here. The lady from Woodstock is driving through, followed by Fitch.
That looks like Woodstock Academy's Emma Whiteknecht. She was the lowest time at 15:12, and that 15:38. We'll have to see what the final results of there were.
I got some results from the girls' long jump. I think it might be final. It does say it's final, and the winner there is Darelis Arnold from New London with that jump of 16 feet 11 inches. And again, it was a cold day because she averages 18 feet. And then second place is Trinity Kaysen from Ledyard and Riley Davis from Norwich Tree Academy.
So right now, Tommy Matlock in the discus, an ECC record and a personal record for him, 169 feet 2 inches. Girls javelin, Ashleen Walsh, 119.10 is in the lead. In boys long, a personal record of 21.5.
Yep, that's going to be starting soon with the finals events there.
Darelis Arnold, you mentioned there. Girls shot put, Avery Plouffe of Woodstock Academy. Our next event coming up,
the boys,
will be the boys 110-meter hurdles.
Yeah.
And we will have 2 heats here. Heat number 1, Waterford. No one in lane 1. So lane 2, Cameron Webster of Waterford, Alex Sanchez of Bacon Academy, Fernando Flores of NFA, Owen Williamson of Woodstock Academy, Josiah Kaysen of Ledyard, and Zadian Powers of Fitch. Lanes 2 through 7 will be the 110-meter Heat 1. And then in Heat 2, you're looking at Hagen Drake of Stonington, 14.66. That's the fastest time. Daniel Zarita of Bacon Academy, Caden Vargas of East Lyme, Gabriel Hall of Woodstock, Dylan Bowers of Stonington, Diego Rosario Gonzalez of Ledyard, and Jamilius Burns of NFA when we get to Heat 2.
We've got some results from girls shot, but it seems like unofficially Avery Plouffe from Woodstock Academy wins it with 37 feet 7 inches, followed by Marlena Childs from Waterford, Dylan Phelps from Norwich Tree Academy, and in fourth place, it was a close one, Kylie Elliott from Woodstock. So the points are spreading out. You don't see this dominant 2 or 3 people. Now we're looking at the bottom part of the scores between 5 and 8. That's what we got to be worried about, those points that can tally up from there.
Julian Rodiger of Bacon Academy just through. He was in 6th place, and he's in 6th place right now, 123 feet 11 inches.
Here comes Devin Cook right now as he's lining up to get set.
Devin Cook currently in 5th place, right in front of Rodiger.
A nice release.
That's one of his. That's a better throw than we saw from him. That's going to maybe move him up towards 4th. I don't know that he can catch Amy in 3rd right now, but that's going to move him closer. We'll see what the official results are. He was in 5th. Can he slide up a spot?
We'll see as we get the results shortly here.
I don't know that he can catch Amy or Sweeney.
Seems like those guys are definitely in their own pack. The first 3 are in their own pack, and then you got the second pack being, Carmine Bruno from. Oh, but you know what? He did. Devin slides on up with a 133.6, brother.
Slid up to 4th.
Such a smooth throw. You always sit back and think that, these throwings are like aggressive. Yes, they have athletes like that, but a technically smooth athlete, it looks like it's just butter coming out of their hands flying out there, and that's going over.
Never throw butter.
No, okay.
Carmine Bruno was 4th. Cook jumped him to 5th, so now Bruno's 4th. So you've got Amy in 3rd.
Yep.
Cook in 4th. And then Bruno slides back to 5th, and Rodiger in 6th.
Yep.
There's Amy's toss, and that was pretty good.
Are they going to mark it? Let's see. Let's see if they're going to mark it. Usually we get the flag there, but we didn't see anything. Was that a warm-up throw? I'm going to look for the results right now on that one.
So that's Amy's throw, and it
looks like it's a foul right there.
It was a foul. Yep. So Amy's sitting in 3rd, and Liam Sweeney of Bacon Academy.
What a good young man. Worked from the very beginning, continues to do well, and that's a nice throw.
He was in 2nd place, and I think he's going to stay there if he fouled.
No, it seems like it's just warming up because there's a big man coming in right now.
Matlock's looking to try to advance on a.
Oh, yeah. You know, I got to give credit to this. Was another foul? Okay. Another foul from Liam. And Chris Amy, you know, those guys fouling right there, they just got to gear in what their technique goes back to the basics and to fix that. But Thomas is on fire right now.
And the boys 110-meter hurdles. Heat about to begin. 2 heats in this.
Seems like the Discus right now has a hex on it with the fouls that are going on.
David Sumner of Woodstock Academy, the 4th foul in a row, I believe.
Yeah, this weather does have a factor in it. When you have a metal plate that you use, you know, to throw and try to get a grip on that with that cold weather, it's a lot tougher.
Here comes the boys 110-meter hurdles.
And the young man from NFA.
Heat number 1, right up the chute.
That's a 3-stepper right there.
And he
unofficially
hold off Woodstock Academy's Owen Williamson, Alex Sanchez of Bacon Academy, but Flores flying through.
I can't wait for the 100s. We have some great athletes in the 100s that are top in their division states. You know, that's the thing about ECC track that I've always enjoyed. It's just the number of athletes that continue to move on after the regular season, qualifying for these state levels, you know, all the way up to New England's, and some of them even going to nationals.
So here comes heat number 2. You're going to want to look at lane 4, Stonington's Hagen Drake. 14.66, closest to him, his teammate, Dylan Bowes, at 16.44. Diego Rosario Gonzalez, 15.96 in lane 5. Daniel Zarita of Bacon Academy, one of my favorites, 18.34 in lane 6. Gabriel Hull, Woodstock Academy in lane 1. Caden Vargas of East Lyme in lane 2. And in lane 7, NFA's Jamias Burns. They're live. Devin Cook. Looks like we're in the final throw of the.
He overthrew that one, and that was a sector. You know, sometimes, and I see it a lot with athletes.
Heat.
Good clean start. The young man from Stonington. Tearing it up.
And a decisive win there, unless something crazy happens, because he is just blowing the field away.
Oh, 15.08 unofficially.
15.08. What a. Amy up in the final chance, I think, for him in the boys' discus.
In 6th place, Taylor Pelosi from East Lyme.
The boys' long jump finals has begun. We'll be giving you some results soon after those first jumps in the finals. See, Chris Amy threw that one. Let's see how far. It was pretty good. I just don't think it's at the vicinity of
169. Yeah. But is it enough to catch Sweeney and get him back into second place?
That's the big thing right there. That's the help that it needs. That battle between
153.11. Which is going to put him in second place. So Ken Sweeney, right on the heels of him, come through with a throw to get him back into second. That's not going to do it. It came out of his hand funny.
Yeah. That's foul on that one, but way to go for Amy to be concentrating and getting this last throw in. You know, no, you might not beat the big man as he gets back up to make the throw, but you know, a good opportunity to bump him up to second.
So 169.02 for Thomas Matlock, 153.11 for Chris Amy. Liam Sweeney stays in third now. He drops back to third.
As the hurdles are being taken out.
Foul from Matlock on his last throw.
But he's the champ right here.
And then
unbelievable job.
So the kind of the top 3 as expected.
Yes, sir.
Matlock, Amy, and Sweeney. But credit Amy for jumping over Sweeney on that last throw. his best throw of the meet.
You know the greatest thing about that? They're going to walk 110 feet, and they're going to do it over there in the shot put area, brother. That's going to be the showdown.
First call, girls triple. Boys shot put report. Boys shot put report.
Well, Case, this is a good one right here. The 100, the epitome of every athlete that comes out for track starts off as a 100 sprinter, and then you break them down to where they need to be. 4x1 team that are going to be starting in Heat 1 here.
There's also 5 heats of the girls 100. So we got a ways to go until you get to sort of the championship level speed. But so my question for you is, I thought the heats were staggered by time. How come somebody in Heat 4 might be the fastest of all?
There used to be the rule that the fastest runner will be split into the heats and run lane 4. So you see lane 4, you'll say that's the main runner. But there's some adjustments that they've done, and I don't know if it's just based on time or how they scale it in there. But we do see an average of 1 speedster per heat. Yep.
And 5, Peyton Linekus and Jayla Robinson.
Yep.
And 5, Peyton Linekus and Jayla Robinson, who are the only 2 in this heat to be in the 12-second range, 1274 and 1276.
So here's this. You have one of the runners that think were top runners that right now got eliminated just because of that fault. You can't, you don't get no second chances like you used to be.
Matlock and Amy still have one more throw. So there's one more throw in the discus. So a chance for Amy to try to catch Matlock and for Matlock to extend.
Another good throw by Cook, but it might not be as far as the one he threw before.
I don't think Cook can catch Sweeney, and I don't think Sweeney can catch Amy.
No.
But we'll see. Here comes the heat for the girls 4x100 meter.
And they're off. 124-1 for Devin Cook on the throw there. There's a young lady from Fitch.
And it looks like it's going to be right down the stretch between Fitch.
Woo! That's a close one. 1284. Who gets the win here? One of the throwers in the finals from East Lyme gets a decent throw out there. I think you're right, Casey. This is the disparity is that you have two mighty Titan throwers, and then Liam comes in there and it shows a lot of caliber in his division, and this is great because again, once they go into class, the class championships, they'll be where they need to be, in the top 5. So
in the second heat of the girls, this is Amy's last throw, his last chance to catch Matlock. He has shown himself. He got better the last time.
Oh, beautiful throw way back out there in the 30. Now we got to see what happens. Is he going to prove his throw?
He was pretty happy about that one. He's
a nice. So good to see the dedication of his parents. One of the things that I got to say, parents that are, track children, they're just as dedicated as any other family. They stay here from the beginning to end to see their children compete in there, as well as their teammates. Here's the man.
Comes Matlock's final throw.
Last throw.
Sweeney stays in third at 144. Amy's in second. Matlock, ECC record, personal record. Can he improve on it?
Oh, just short.
169.02 is the current ECC record that he set earlier.
Mm-hmm.
What was his final throw?
Wow, 163.1. Great job from these guys today. Put on a great show with Discus, and again to see the hometown win. Definitely, he has got that in favor. But good competition. Now they're going to walk 130 yards, brother, to the other side and do it again in the circle of the shot put. I got some information from boys long jump as they compete in the finals. Still in the lead, Callaway Scott from East Lyme had a PR jump, 21 feet 5.5 inches, and then Brody Scott from Waterford had another PR. His PR was 21.2. Jameel Kurse from Ledyard right there in third, 20 feet 10.5 inches, and Kaylin Morris from Fitch, 20 feet 9 inches, and those guys are there. Close range, for any jump to be something that can contribute today. Now as the weather starts to get what I call a balmy cooler feeling, hopefully these kids can maintain their warmth and get ready for these upcoming races, as we got another 100 heat coming up for the girls. And they're off. And the young lady from Fitch High School. Oh, that full speed all the way through. That's awesome. Unofficially 12-9 in that heat. You ever heard the difference between a hand time and a clock time that they even use in the NFL? So your hand time is set to have an average reaction of 0.24. So if a kid runs, let's say 10 flat, his note in a legal meet that's done with hand time will be 10.24. Well, the electric ones can go to the hundredths and then bring it up. So those can actually give you the better setup for a competition.
So all these heats that we're watching are to determine the top 8 fastest times, and then they get put into the final race. Fastest time in lane 4?
Fastest time is the Sweet 4, yeah. We used to play, when Joe Carter used to race, he used to say, you know, my goal is to be in the Sweet 4 every time, because that's actually the spot. And if you look at it and as a racer's mindset, you don't want to look forward. You have to use peripheral vision to see who is with you. The 4th lane gets the best of both worlds, because as they run, they could sense inside. If you're an outside lane like lane 1, you have to actually turn your head to see, and that breaks your form. So that's why in some instances, when you see a person like lane 1, lane 8, that could win it out of nowhere, is because he's so focused thinking that that 4 is going to be beating them that they chase it. And so that's why you see some of these heats, lane 4 is the dominant winner, but sometimes you'll see a lane 5 or lane 3 to surprise.
So Amy second, Matlock first, Sweeney third in the discus, as we're now setting the stage here for
the last heat of the 100 here.
And then we'll have the boys 100.
In this race right here, the young lady from New London, right down the middle, full speed.
That's
coming
Arnold.
from the outside.
That's Dorellis Arnold. Yeah. And that looks to qualify her for the final.
Yeah, 12.78 unofficially on the clock. It's going to be some fast girls in the finals here. So we got hurdles locked in for the finals, as well as they'll collaborate and get all the girls here from the 100. And now we got the boys coming up, you know.
So girls javelin, Ashleen Walsh still in the lead with a 119.10. Boys long jump, Callaway Scott still in the lead, 21.05. Everything else is final right now. And at this second, NFA 28-27, a 1-point lead over East Lyme in the overall scores.
I think we got the girls warming up and getting ready for triple jump, as the boys long jump is almost done here. Again, still in the lead there, Scott Callaway from East Lyme. You know, this kind of weather, as it continues to produce, favors distance runners as opposed to sprinters.
Juice, I know you got the winner of the discus, and I want to know his mindset coming in, knowing he had a chance to beat Chris Amy and beat the ECC record, Tommy Matlock.
Tom Matlock here from East Lyme High School. Tom, congratulations. Big throw out there on the discus. What was the mindset going into this, going up against your rival there, Chris Amy, and delivering with an outstanding performance?
It was just to be relaxed, honestly. Relax is my biggest thing, you know, just relax and throw and just trust what we've been doing in practice. So that's what I did. And, you know, 3-foot PR and my first ever outdoor ECC gold. So I'm really happy about that.
Yeah, so 169.2. It's a new ECC record for this tournament. What did it feel like when it left your hands? Did it feel any different? Did you know that you had thrown it as far as you've ever thrown it?
Yeah, everything felt right. It came down, came flat. It didn't go too high, that's a problem I've been having. So as soon as it left my hand, I knew it was perfect, and I saw it go, and I knew it was a great throw.
And talking to some of the coaches, they felt like maybe this cold weather. Well, great performance. It was outstanding. Good luck in the next event.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Great performance. It was outstanding. Good luck in the next event.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Back to you guys.
Juice is staying warm down there, I'll tell you.
That looks to be your final four, and that would put, now what happens when Robinson and Arnold run the exact same time? Who gets lane 4?
They'll be based on that heat. I don't know if they do like the next best heat as a score, like next best person, but that'll be decided upon maybe the electronics, and they might go a little bit further to the probably the 100th, if anything.
So the person that is second, do they get lane 5 or lane 3? Or do they get anywhere?
They can choose. I think it's basically goes 4, 3, 5, and it works its way out. Kind of like opposite of a tournament number. But
what if your lucky number was 5? Could you choose 5?
That's the thing. Some guys like that lucky number thing, and they could do it in a regular meet.
Yep.
But you know, in some instances, once you're assigned electronically and with states, they go by those standards. Yeah.
So we're going to head to the boys' 100 meter.
Yep, we have some results from the girls' javelin. I believe the winner there is Ashleen Walsh from Beacon Academy with a throw of 1:19.10. Again, that looks like it's final, but we'll make sure we get that a little bit solid after. Boys' discus results popped up, and we know that was taken care of. It was a great job to see that on the middle of the field. You know, where you see throwers always sometimes are like in the back of the lagoon where they kind of make a little circle over there for these guys to throw. But to have that performance here, that was really good to see. And again, the way they set up this track stadium is amazing. And the first heat coming across, the young man from Ledyard is flying right by there. Gets that first unofficial victory. 11:44 on the clock on that one.
That was Jackson Robert of Ledyard with an 11:43 time coming in. Heat 2, we're going to be featuring Herschel Williams of Ledyard, as well as Jackson Favory of Ledyard, as well as Yancel Echeverria of Waterford, your fastest times. Looking at Heat 3, you're looking at Oliver Aubin of NFA, along with Jacob Scott of East Lyme. In Heat 4, you're looking at Ava T. Pierre with an 11:14. And Kenya Snell of New London at 11:54. And in Heat 5, you're looking at Max De La Rosa, 11:04. Now, his father, our dear friend Arnie De La Rosa,
Arnaldo,
has only been banging on our window, jumping up. I mean, no one's more excited than he is.
Oh my God!
Game day regular,
he is on fire.
Assistant coach of Stonington basketball. Callaway Scott, by the way, runs this event, so it's not enough that he's running and long jumping.
Yeah.
Now he's got to come try to run the 100.
Yeah.
You're gonna tell me that doesn't take stuff out of your legs?
Here's the trueness of an athlete of that respect. Being a jumper in a championship and also sprinting. There's rules that they have in place here. If you're jumping and you have to run your heat, you can excuse yourself, but you have 15 minutes to report, show, run back, and get back to jumping, because they have a time allotment. So it's tough for those guys in between, especially if there's a javelin thrower that's got to run all the way in the backside here, come back to do a running event, and then head back there. So yeah, it's a lot of grit for these young men that are actually doing these kind of events throughout the day. But there's Arnie right there. Dad is in the front with the Gates having his camera ready. Every week I get a chance to see his son run. Let's get this heat to go.
Darylise Arnold, who won the long jump, has a few minutes to relax before she's going to have to try to win the 100.
Yeah.
Where she's got one of the fastest qualifying times. And I'd be fascinated to know what you do after you win. You win an event. How do you prepare to win another event? So you win the long jump. Then you run over and you run your qualifying time in the 100, and now you got to prepare yourself for the finals of the 100. Juice, how does someone do all of that?
Darylise Arnold, congratulations, long jump champion, 16:11. Talk about jumping in the cold with the wind. How did you do it today?
I don't know, honestly. I was hoping I got a 17, but I wasn't landing with my legs closed, so I got a 16:11 though. That's all right.
Pretty close to 17. So now you got to flip the switch and do another jumping event. You're going to come back and run. So talk about the mindset of being able to go through these different events, running and jumping.
Well, it's not exactly a mindset. I just do it because I have fun with it. So that's like the key to everything, to have fun with it. And if you want to be serious, you can be serious, but have your fun with it. It just, my legs hurt. It's very cold. I'm just going to try to win.
How are you going to keep warm during the rest of this afternoon?
I'm going to just snuggle up with myself or something. I don't know.
All right. Well, great going in the long jump, and good luck in your other events.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Awesome job. I tell you, kudos to the coaches and how they get these athletes to work dual athletes to work that, and it goes back to their practice sessions. Some of the coaches will actually incorporate, sprint practices and then do some long jump practices, and in between have them condition themselves in between that so they can sustain this duration. But again, recovery is important. She says her legs are hurting. hydrate, get some of those foods in here, get your sugar levels back up, and and continue to do your stretches. As you can see on the right side of the field, now that this girls' discus is warming up, you see a lot of these athletes are doing their basic preset warm-ups. You're bounding, you're stretching, and as this heat comes by, the young man from
Look
NFA.
at Oliver Albin go. We saw him anchor the relay, and he puts everybody away. That's a qualifier right
Beautiful.
there.
Casey, he just blurs right by, and I didn't even know. I'm telling you, outside was red streak. Wow.
NFA has those sprinters.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
I'm looking forward to this next heat, however. Heat 4 features Avati Pierre, whose time this year was 11.14. If there's a threat to Max De La Rosa, there's one of them. Although, watching Oliver run there, I got to think he's right in the mix.
When we were talking about earlier about the momentum, and how you have a team that starts off and gets that first victory in there, and they can lead, it does spread through the team. It does make it happen. So as they communicate back and forth, you see this action of, I'm going to step it up and do it for my teammates too. So that's why these guys have adrenaline sometimes running when they're really tired. It's the focus of being technical, strong, to go over the top.
So up next will be heat number 4.
So girls' discus is warming up, and the girls' triple jump is warming up. And this is the last jumper, I believe, for long jump. Yep, this is the last jumper for long jump for boys.
So that's Curse of Ledyard, the last long jumper, but I believe that's going to be a Callaway Scott win for the long jump.
Seems like they were on their last throws, and Callaway Scott's still in the lead, followed by Brody Scott from Waterford. And then you have Thatcher Patterson from Woodstock, and then Jamil Curse from Ledyard right there. He jumped at 19.7 on that jump, but he has his own best jump as 20.10 and a half. And the leader right now is 21.5 and a half.
Look at lane 4 in this race.
Lane 4.
That's who you want to focus on right there, Avati Pierre.
So these camera guys are doing an amazing job with this weather, holding it down. A tough start from him as a young
But look
man
at that.
There we go.
That young man, that's not a good start. He's just fast.
That reminded me a little bit of the way Bolt started. He started off with a first step or a high step. They say that sometimes that's good because he's a tall kid.
Yeah.
So he does drive in there. But yeah, it looked like in the beginning, he was going to get smoked, and then out of nowhere, midway, he geared in and he strode it right into the end.
I will run now. I will run now.
Yeah, that was a good run.
I was not running yet. I will run now.
The last time I ran a sprint, brother, it was when I held the Nintendo thing, A and B, and I used to hold it like that. You remember that Olympic special there? And you would.
I was about to say, you've never run a sprint.
Oh yeah. No, let me tell you something, Case. You love this because New London was very, small at the time. I'm gonna tell you what I did. I did 4x1 with Jaleel Jushath and all those guys back in the day, and
Jaleel Shujat.
Yeah, I ran 300 hurdles. I have a picture that Coach Tello had when he.
You ran hurdles?
300
you
hurdles.
Jumped over things?
I got a picture of me going over at Ledyard High School when they had granite. The gravel.
Now, I remember you. I knew you. I know you were an athletic young man, but hurdles?
Dude,
I didn't know that.
You know how that worked? Coach Ruggiero, when I was trying out for freshman basketball, told me I could make the team if I made the shot. It went off, and he said, go downstairs, and I'll introduce you to your new coach. Mr. DeBeer said, welcome to wrestling. So then I said, I want to try for baseball. But you guys, we had an elite group of men. I just want to be part of it. But then Coach Rogers said, don't worry about it, kid. You got something special. There's Pete Rivera. And I joined track. And that's how it worked. So I tried a little bit of everything. Coach Rivera was amazing because he was like, we may need points here, Jose. Can you help us out with this? And that's how it went. I would do that 110 hurdles a couple of times. And then I did my shot put, discus, and jab. And
well, that I understand.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
My mentor, Chucky McLaughlin, was my main brother that taught me, and that's how I did it. And that's the good thing about track, because in most colleges you see football athletes or some basketball athletes that would actually do track as a side, and that helps out. So, yep.
So here's your last heat. And you want to take a look at lane 4, Max De La Rosa. If you're wondering who he is, he's the one that just jumped through the screen off the top, and he just pointed. Thank you, Max, for letting us know.
Right.
You know why? He's actually listening to the broadcast.
That's because
right now.
Dad's got probably right on the phone, and he says, listen to what they're saying, and he did the wave there. Good young man, great athlete. It's good to see him here.
If he runs a good race, this is something special to watch, folks, because Max can absolutely fly. He'll be qualifying in lane 4.
Great explosion off the first step. As he's driving down, he still has head down. Now he accelerates up. Beautiful form across the board right there for that race. Nice and smooth. We got 11.24 in that one unofficially. That's amazing. You see the difference between the runner before and him. A tall runner, stands up quick, tries to see it. He actually didn't lift his head up until he got to probably like the 40-yard mark because he's just driving and driving and driving, and then he kept that form all the way across. So those are good different techniques that I think coaches have done great to help our young athletes and their abilities to be the best at those events.
Girls 1600 is coming up next.
The Monster Mile.
And
woo, bro, we're putting it in right now. This information is all out there. I'm hoping everybody's okay. If not, send some messages to us. Let us know if we need to help out there.
Yeah, well, I think everybody that I've talked to coming into today was so excited just to have, the opportunity for these kids to be on camera. I think a lot of people have watched it on the website, trying to get the results as they go. And so to have athletes featured today. And I don't know, Pasta, if you can remember, but this event has been a long time coming for us. Over the course of years, every year at game day we try to say, what can we build upon? How can we do something new? And I remember the first time, we did tennis, for example, and I said, wow, we've got something here. And obviously baseball, softball, lacrosse, those things. The first time we did swimming and diving, and people went, oh my gosh, that's great. So we've talked about track now for years. I'm trying to figure out a way to get it done, and I'm just so glad that we've been able to put this together. It's not going to be perfect, but I do think the people at home will be appreciative of just being able to see, if you're not here live, but even if you are here live, to be able to go back and watch it and have it. This will be available forever to those who want it, and I think that's something that people appreciate too. So for us, it's a chance to see these athletes that we don't often get to see. And I have so far been very impressed with the speed and power and athleticism that we're seeing from these track kids. The heart, the determination. Watching Callaway Scott do the long jump, and then he's got to go sprint, and watching Daria-Lise Arnold win the long jump, and then she's got to go sprint, and I'm watching, you just threw the discus, now you got to go to the shot put, and it's remarkable. Joel Barros helps win the relay. Now he's got to go high jump, and that's remarkable. So, and of course, as I said, every time I see someone pole vault, I just marvel at I would just imagine how many different ways I'd hurt myself.
Yeah, it's a great experience, and I appreciate you guys, the way you thoroughly kind of go into it and say, what are the possibilities, and not be afraid of saying, it's impossible, because again, this is a sport that's very kind of controlled chaos, and to go to find out what the story's about, we've been blessed to have some good athletes consistently throughout the year that we talk about normally, and they're shining right now, and so for the families that may not make it here, or the athletes that later on will probably go watch us, I'm hoping that we are doing our best. And I think that this track meet so far is showing what they're all about, right?
So the first time we talked about doing a track meet, Peter Wappy went to scout one to kind of see, could we do it? Yeah. And he says to me, have you ever been to a track meet? And I said, no, I haven't. And he goes, basically what you said, it is chaos. There's a lot going on. So as we decided to do it, and I started telling people, we're going to do ECC track and field, universally, the question that they asked me was, have you ever been to a track meet? And I'm like, no. They're like, it's crazy. And but what I don't think people realize is your background involves track, as well as sports in general. And my background, aside from sports, is one of improv comedy. Right. I love chaos. I love the ability that we're doing right now to bounce around all these different things, and so I'm having a ball right now. This is great.
And now you're seeing what is called gearing into the next rounds, which right now the throwing events, the girls rotating, those boys rotating. I always call it like 15 minutes to get going. So here the ladies, the Monster Mile, tough running race that really takes, again, extended paces, and we have some young ladies here that could really set the tone.
This is Heat 1 of the girls 1600. The fastest time in this heat belongs to Colby Sinhorst of Fitch, who is in lane 1. And the rest of this field, you should anticipate about a 6.5 minute to nearly 7 minute time frame for this.
So here's a good thing that just to let you know, as this race is going on, it's still unofficially not starting. What the judge, the gun guy, well, the guy's on the starter block, he will shoot the gun and he keeps an eye on him so that right now this is beautifully balanced, no tripping, but if there's any contact, anything that sets up a collision, they can stop and reset again. So this is different from what you see in the start block, you know. So you'll see the boys will become more aggressive. These ladies respectively knew where they had to go, and then now they jumped into their spots. But I remember when the first time I saw that, I'm like, why is this guy running down the line making sure? And they said, yes, they got to make sure that these distance runners are respectfully putting themselves in a position they can run. So as you can see right now.
I did not know that.
Yeah, the ladies are setting the tone for the pace. Looks like the young lady from Fitch, if I'm not mistaken, is in the lead, followed by East Lyme. Pretty soon we're going to get probably the rounds of, like, after a certain amount of events, they'll put those scores up, and if we get that information, we'll give it to you out there, fans. But so far I think that, you know, East Lyme and Fitch have been showing some great promise with the competition of throwers and running, and you know, the girls division seems to be very balanced out. And here's a good thing too, the qualifications for these athletes are based on their class. So if you're in a class S and you'll say you qualify for the 100 and be like 1-4, but NFA being the biggest class has the hardest to get in. So there's athletes that qualify, but they won't be able to get in because, you know, they have a better standard time. So that does kind of say change the subject in regards to how some teams are good, like NFA and East Lyme. They have harder tactics to get into the class. But then here, as you can see now, ladies are holding down their pace. And to me, this seems like it's going to be something that they're going to push to the end. So distance running sometimes is like, you remember Olympic cycling indoors? I never really saw it. But then all of a sudden, why are they not really pushing each other? And it's supposed to be 5 laps. They're slowly going here. In racing, distance racing, it is a strategy that people don't understand. A lot of it is how I'm going to pace myself to beat the person, or how I'm going to stay behind the person. So the whole story between like the eagle and the sparrow, I've seen young ladies that stay right there by that leader, and then at the end they have this kick. And that's what we're going to start seeing now in this distance competitions. Who's going to have the kick to the end?
So 1600 is 8 times around the track.
No,
and
four
times around the track, so it's a 400-meter track. Of course it is, because we saw the 400 go around.
32 is the 8.
That's correct.
Yep. So as the pace continues, East Lyme and Fitch are right there, staying in a good pace. The second pack is Stonington and Waterford. Seems like they're really running to the times that we're seeing here, and that's you know, that's really good to see, because then this sets up different stories, you know, throughout the race.
That official is not giving them the peace sign, correct?
No, he's giving them the race. There's two laps to go after this one, and the reason why we have what's called a pace lead guy or number guy is in some instances in the league competition, some athletes may not be as good as the best ones, and they might get lapped. So it's an identifier so that when, let's say, for example, the lead lap passes them and there's a kid, he'll acknowledge how many laps they have left. Now, and you see in the Olympic level, they'll have this big sign with the numbers, and then the bell, ding, 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 the bell that comes in. I don't know if they have that here, but they'll definitely have those in the States.
This is the first heat of the girls' 1600-meter final.
Evenly spread out right now, East Lyme and Fitch. Stonington and Waterford right now in the second group, 3rd and 4th. And in the back of the pack right now, we have several ladies there staying right close to each other. It's good to see the students, even as they are working in between their meets. This is something I always say, the munch times, like, you know, you're having a little snack here, we're having snacks. It's always good during track to enjoy a little snack. A lot of these kids get their protein. Some of them actually get some sleep.
I can see that.
They get some sleep in between their rest. And some, I love it sometimes. There's a lot of group studies that happen during meets. So like when they have time in between, they'll sit together, they're doing homework and exchanging that. When I coach, I used to always say 10%.
I love this right here. On your camera, you can see all the pictures and boards of good luck to people. I think that's great.
It's a great experience, and this is a beautiful championship track stadium. And Casey, like you was talking about championship track, you have to have 8 lanes for those races. Some schools only have 6. So you know, East Lyme has done a great job to set a good atmosphere and environment so that families could see jumpers, throwers, and only have a couple of spots where they have to maybe walk. In some instances, you just turn to your right and lean over to the side of the stage. You'll see the throwers there. But the only thing is the javelins are right behind us. That's the only space they got. But again, a beautiful facility that we have championship track in.
Well, I, for one, am happy that if someone's going to be throwing a long, sharp, speared stick, that it's outside behind me, away from me.
Yeah. That's a scary event. But, you know, it's another thing about that, how amazing that is. It's like it relates to baseball in some ways, how you could teach a young man to throw the javelin. And I had a young man that didn't make the baseball team, but he played baseball for so many years as an outfielder. And he took those techniques and became a great javelin thrower that helped us get points to win our division at the time. So sometimes it'll be just those moments where you find a kid that may not look like he could do something, and then he experiences it, and boom, find a niche in track.
That's Maya DeQuilla of East Lyme. Crossing
run.
first. And Fitch's Colby Sinhorst coming in right after her. And
good.
that was a very good time.
Yep, under 6 minutes is a good pace.
DeQuilla's time was 5:57 going in. I think Sinhorst is probably going to be a little disappointed as she's run 5:56. But again, the cold really factors in that couple of seconds. As we look at Heat 2, where you're going to be trying to find, you know, who the fastest in Heat 2, who's the winner. We mentioned her before, Avery Mays of Waterford, 5:21 will be the favorite person in the 1600, along with Oriana Pescatello of NFA, Molly Musselman of Stonington. They've all run in the 5:20s, and those are going to be your fastest of the 1600 runners. Bacon Academy will have two in that, and one, and Kirsten Page will be their runner, 5:48. Nova Almquist of Woodstock Academy, Adeline Whitcraft of East Lyme, Rachel Quadrado of East Lyme, Catherine Wren of East Lyme, Lauren Fulcher of East Lyme. So East Lyme, with 4 in a row in heat number 2. Now, heat number 2 is interesting. It features 10 runners.
Right.
You mentioned 8. You mentioned that there are 8 lanes.
Right.
And
So-
I'm looking out here right now, and I only see 9 runners, so there's a scratch.
Right.
So with 9 runners and only this many lanes, this is why they do what you talked about, letting them get into their slots.
You see there's a line right in front of the start-finish line. It's an arch right there. That line, they approach it so the ladies that are on the outside lane can approach to that line. As they walk, when Mr. Glennie, the gunner man, goes up there and says set, you see their approach. That gives everybody a balanced angle or an even angle. And then your inside definitely wants to attack. You see the top 3 right there that are now trying to get a pace. They did a great job by accelerating through that. The second group right now is in their acceleration phase, and as they get around the corner, you see Mr. Glennie just acknowledges, thumbs up, that things look good around the corner, nobody's tripping, and now we have our race in a natural competitive level.
Avery Mays of Waterford, you see up front, with Oriana Pescatello of NFA in red and Molly Musselman in white of Stonington.
The girls from girls Discus has begun. We have some throws so far. The young lady Alec Anderson from Stonington has a lead of 63 feet as they're working their first throws of the girls Discus. Looks like everybody's getting set across there for the triple jump competition, marking their spots.
Avery Mays just turned 18 years old, so happy belated birthday, Avery.
Belated birthday, Avery. These 3 right now are in a good pace with each other. I think they've competed well enough throughout the year to know their MO. And the second level, the young lady from Woodstock by herself, followed by East Lyme's 3-0, and Woodstock, and then Bacon Academy.
So the 3 Woodstock runners, the 3 East Lyme runners, I imagine, will stick with each other until it's time to make a move a little bit late, and then off they'll go. I think that means that one of the East Lyme runners who was scratched, because we only see 3 out there, and there were 4 listed.
Yeah. Could have been just before the meet or an adjustment. We get to the backstretch right here. Again, it's even. We got 1, 2, and 3 together like that. That's, going to be something that we're going to find out in the last lap probably, how it's going to come in with a kick. But
Mays, Pescatello, and Musselman. That's 1, 2, 3 to start. It's 1, 2, 3 as we head towards the stretch.
So, Case, if you look down here to your right, there's Coach Wadecki. He's the distance coach for the girls. He just ran across, and now he's going to wait for his prime runner to come across and make sure he hits the interval. You know, sometimes if he's showing signs to pick it up, that means he's got to pick it up. But this competition is a great strategy. I think that these girls have strong kicks at the end, and so we're going to see who does. And as you see Coach Wadecki staring down, he's going to give her the pace time, and then he's going to sprint to the other side. Yeah, he's nodding his head, very, very happy. A couple of coaches said the same thing. I think they're all on the same page with the strategy. Now he's going to jog across the other side and get that other interval. And that's the way let's say the backside of the work that comes in that these coaches do so well in helping their athletes maintain that pace.
Be interesting to see if any of these three make a move as there's 2 laps remaining. If they make a move here or if they wait till that last lap to try to, whether it's Mays trying to get out and extend, whether it's Pesca there, and they're right on cue. There it goes.
Really?
So there's a big move. We talked about who would make it. It's Pescatello of NFA.
That's right.
Making the move with a lap and a half to go. Getting some distance between her and Avery Mays and Molly Musselman.
Yep, coach is satisfied, and the assistant coach for the distance runs from girls is acknowledging that she's doing the right thing as she's extending her lead right now. It looks like 20 lengths off the stride at hers. Now the competition is between us. You know, second place.
So there goes.
Trying to qualify for freshman nationals, this young lady from Waterford. Awesome.
No, the girl from NFA.
Oh, from NFA? Okay.
Is a freshman. Oriana Pescatello is a freshman. And she is trying to break her personal record of 5:25 and trying to qualify for nationals. And she is pushing the pace.
That's right. Coach Wadecki on the opposite side gave her the thumbs up to let go, and she's striding. Great technique. This is where you see the distance runners are very technical. Extending the arms, driving the legs. She's doing a great job for a freshman.
Mays pushing herself into second ahead of Musselman. But what a story here.
Wow.
Oriana Pescatello of NFA pushing
50
towards
plus meter lead, brother. That's amazing.
She was close to Mays in their times during the regular season, but this is a remarkable race for Pescatello, trying to qualify for freshman nationals. She's gritting, she's pushing. She needs 5:10.
Can she get there?
Oh, she's going. She's 0.87 away.
Wow, but guess what? Coach Wadecki realized that she did something special. That's the thing about distance runners, man. If they could find a way to push their intervals and get there, he was very pleased with the effort. Everybody's happy there.
Mays at 5:21, right on her pace.
Mm-hmm. Here are the rest of the ladies. We have a competition right here between East Lyme and Waterford. Excuse me, that's Bacon Academy.
Bacon Academy, Kirsten Page, right on the heels of Rachel Quadrato. And then comes Catherine Wren.
It's a great race by these ladies today.
And Adeline Whitcraft. And then Woodstock. And we have finished off, but what a race from Oriana Pescatello.
Amen.
The freshman from NFA.
I got some feedback with the girls' discus here. We have a new leader, Esme.
Up next here will be the boy. Up next here will be the boys 1600.
Now, as you can see, the numbers are really high. So they get their arch. Now we have what's called the second layer. So as you see the first layer, Casey, they go to that first line. The second layer, with the guys on the outside, will actually be running on lane 4, 5, and 6. And they have to stay on that lane until the cut of basically cutting in. And that'll be right there past the first 100 marker. There's a cone that signifies a spot, and there's a judge right there to make sure that it's done well. So here's where we talk about how this, the starting guy has to be alert, because in this situation you have a lot of numbers, and then it can create a lot of havoc. So there's a lot of positioning here. Like I say, jockeying for position, these young men here in the 1600.
2 heats of this. I didn't realize there were this many people who wanted to run a mile.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I didn't. I ran a 32 once.
I see Bacon Academy's Charlie Rose out to the far right.
There.
Charlie Rose, who is second in the he's going to be the salutarian at the upcoming graduation for Bacon Academy. And Ethan Lovater, who is the one of the leading goal scorers and lacrosse players in all of the land, is.
Wow.
So we got it from Chris Giusti that she needed a 5:17 to qualify for freshman nationals, and she absolutely dusted that by 7 seconds. What a story.
Great job.
Oriana Pescatello in the 1600.
It's beautiful.
So Lovater is the valedictorian, Charlie Rose the salutatorian. A lot of these kids here, you mentioned doing homework and things like that. Well, a lot of these kids are, right in the middle of the push towards graduation and finals and
APs and preparation for schools, colleges, resumes. These are all things that are going on.
yeah.
Meanwhile, they got to find a way to compete. Now, we were lucky that they moved the championships, because years past there were kids that had to run their race, get it done, and then get ready for prom. And that was challenging. But coaches do a great job to keep that all balanced out. We always face adversity, and it seems like everybody does a great job to get these kids to compete. So I'm excited about this first round, because the second round will probably be crazy too. But just the jockeying positions in the distance run is really a great feat from the distant competition.
So right now the event's going on. You got the first heat of the boys 1600. You've got girls discus, where Esma Prey is still in the lead and Marlena Childs just threw a 74.09. The boys shot put is in flight 1. Boys javelin is in flight 1.
No changes at this time. But as he's jockeying position, they did a great job right here, and looks like they're locked in to start this race with no harm, as this pack is clustered together.
Once again,
Jack Devine from Waterford leading the way. We have a pack of Woodstock athletes, and Waterford looks like on the outside, or Bacon Academy.
Ethan Brown of Waterford in third. So you've got, going through this, you can see there's a lot of repeats, right? So Ledyard, Woodstock, East Lyme. Woodstock, Ledyard, East Lyme, Fitch, and then Bacon Academy, Waterford, Bacon Academy. So, you've got groupings here within schools of kids who are running together. So 3 Woodstocks, a couple Waterfords, some Bacon Academies, some Ledyards.
This is where I'm going to teach you a little something it was kind of like NASCAR. I give credit to Corey Coates, who was a distance runner, my first distance runner. He said, you'll find out that teams really work together. You see that right now, Woodstock right now is in the lead. Their main runner is in the front. The other 2 right now are back. They will be kind of called, not blockers, but they pace, and they could slow down the pace to keep their teammate ahead. So teams that have multiple numbers in that race can take advantage of this kind of format racing. But if you're by yourself running this race, a bunch of guys, it's going to be very tough.
Reichard to the finish line, please. Carl.
Finley Overmoyer of Fitch at the back of that pack, trying to navigate.
A lot of changes between the first to 5th place, and they're staying together, starting to separate from the next group. Coming to the straightaway right now, Woodstock in the lead. First 2 followed by Ledyard. And the young man from Bacon Academy that worked his way around a couple of that traffic is in 4th place. And your pole vaulters, if you can see, Casey, are getting to that upper level. You can see right now they have the pole set up, so that competition is really good. Or they're getting ready to start. I'm still seeing that there's nothing in our notes here that has begun.
Well, Juice is down on the field right now with what I think is the fun story of the entire meet so far. Because Going into the girls' 1600, we really thought that it was. We talked about Avery Mays, who the great cross-country runner, and Oriana Pescatello was second, and we kind of mentioned her as part of the top 3. What we did not know was that she had been given a directive, and she executed that directive to near perfection. I can't wait to hear how she feels about what she did, and I want to hear more from the coach as well about why they decided to do what they did. Chris Giusti, tell us all about Oriana Pescatello.
Okay, Casey, down here with the winner of the girls' mile, Oriana Pescatello. You just said it felt like you were going slow. It didn't look like you were going slow. Talk about the race today. How'd you feel out there?
I felt really good. The first 2 laps I was behind the girl, and then Coach Badecki told me to kick it up, and I did, and I'm glad I did because then I won the race. So yeah, it was very, very exciting in the end.
When you looked at that time at the end, 5:11, quite a bit faster than your personal best in a race, but you had been training for this. How surprised were you when you saw that time, or were you expecting that?
I was very surprised. I thought I was barely going to beat my previous time, which was 5:25, but having a 14-second shave off my best record is pretty awesome. I felt really good.
In the fall, you play soccer. I was just talking to cross-country coach Kochansky. Is soccer still a sport, or after success like this in a distance race, do you think about maybe running other seasons?
I won't lie, I have been thinking about doing cross country, but I still feel like I should be doing soccer because I've just always done it. So it's still a question that I'm asking myself, but I think cross country is a big part of what I think I will be doing in the future.
Well, let's turn it over to your coach now, Coach Wadecki. I said to you, wow, that's quite the surprise, and you immediately said, we're not surprised. Talk about the talent of this young lady.
She's probably the most talented athlete I've had ever. I mean, she's only a freshman, and she's running times that I heard seniors run. So I'm really excited to see what she can run in 3 more years from now. Yeah. I mean, she's going to be under 5 easily.
Yep.
What about her abilities is kind of unique for a young runner like this?
Oh, she has such a range. She can go 60 seconds in the 400, and then she goes 5, 10 in the 16. So no one can do that around here. So, and then she can also high jump 4.8, right? 4.8. So
what other events are you doing today?
I'm doing the 800 meter and the 4x4.
Good luck with those.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations to this young freshman. We'll be seeing a lot more of her, Casey.
Awesome job there, brother.
Awesome. First thing I noticed was that she's got a good 3-4 inches on you, Juice.
Yeah, for real, Juice. You're going to post a jump shot on you, brother.
I think, but that's the first thing that I noticed was she's got a great running physique.
Yes.
And you can see the soccer in her too, though. She's sturdy, athletic, but Coach makes a great point to be able to bounce back and forth between a speed event and a distance event and throw in a jumping event. Shows the versatility and athleticism. And when he says she's the best athlete, I mean that's big praise coming for that freshman.
Coach Wadecki has definitely stemmed through the system with Legend and ran for so many years, and I've worked with him side by side. A great guy. He said those intervals, those are very important to know. When you could run a 60 interval, then come in 5:10. You can utilize her in any distance race, and like you said, she's going to be running 800 soon, so we'll see how she handles that. But great job for that program, and for the next 2 years, we're going to be watching her.
Very exciting. I'm looking forward to the boys' mile because we do cross country, so we know the names Sam Leone and Sean McCauley, 2 of the top East Lyme runners, with Matthew Carrier, Jack Faish. But look for Christian Manunis of Woodstock and Colton Salem of Woodstock. They're going to be pushing this group of East Lyme runners. Julian Silva of Fitch, Anthony DeBartolo of NFA, Joey Papalia of East Lyme as well, Dylan Johnson of East Lyme. A lot of runners here. Jack Dempsey, NFA, and personal favorite of mine, Shea Cahill, gave up baseball at Fitch to turn his attention to track and field, and he's running the mile. You might remember his sister was a fabulous volleyball player at Fitch. So the Cahill family, now Shay's turn here to run the mile, and this group can really fly.
This is where you see the thoroughbred racing of distance. These guys have not slowed down or even like given a position away. The way they're running aggressive to get to that spot. And so far right now, it's starting a little bit of a separation, but the top pack has most of the runners right now running. But I got some feedback from the boys shot put, brother. You want to hear this one?
Yeah.
Who's in the lead right now is Eli Manning from Woodstock with a throw of 39 feet 10 inches.
That's not fair. Professional football players should not be able to retire and come back and throw the shot put in high school.
But he did go to a college and he tried out for the team, and he had the mustache and beard. You ever seen that one? That was
That's
a great
my
episode.
point. Those Mannings, I don't put anything by them.
Young man from Woodstock. I hope he continues to do well there. That was a good throw for him.
We have a revised finish.
They're just finishing their first flight. We're working towards the second. And boys javelin right now. We're still in the first flight with Winston Hernandez from Norwich Free Academy still leading with 126 feet 8 inches. The boys triple jump just got started. And that's nice over there. The beauty of jumping with 1 foot twice and the follow-up foot. He's right now 42 feet on his triple. Weston, I want to say this correctly, hopefully, there's one chick from Bacon Academy, 39 feet 8 inches, and in third place, Dan Zarita with 38 feet 3.5. So that's the start of the boys triple jump. And we're coming around the straightaway of the pack. The East Lyme boys are in the lead, followed by Woodstock. And there's a competition of the next 5 guys. Pace is starting to separate right now with those top 3 maintaining the lead. This to me was always a great part of track. This to me was kind of like the halftime as it comes over to this, because then we're going to have these finals of that 110, the 100 hurdles, and then your 100 competition, which puts the spice back up with the speed. But you know, one thing about distance running that I've learned, and Coach Wadecki mentioned that, you know, when it's cold, it does favor distance runners as they can maintain that temperature.
Sure.
You know, the sprinters, it's that amount of trying to be warm enough to run, like a hot tires in a F1. They have to be ready in that right type. So distance runners have been doing phenomenal holding it down here with their pace.
I love the 1, 2, 3 being nice enough to run 1, 2, 3
Yes. Mhm.
for us. So they're right now right in their seed, if you will. Leon, McCauley, and Manunis are 1, 2, and 3. And Leon and McCauley will use each other to try to push Manunis. And it'll be interesting to see if McCauley shades Manunis as Leon heads down and turns it in.
You can see a case that there's a shade, like he's actually outside that one lane, and what that makes is that the Woodstock guy, in order to get by him, he has to go way out to lane 3, which burns him out and burns his technique. So East Lyme has a strategy. They're doing really good here. They're pacing each other, but there is a width that you can't see right here on this side, but when you go back to the back side, you'll see that width, that they're really blocking that third runner right there. So
and
it's
that's
good.
a small bit of technique. I don't even call it strategy because I believe it's technique. I believe it's proper. You know, you're taught that, right?
Yeah.
So it's not even a strategy.
But look at
as
him
much
coming on
as
the
it is
outside lane
technique.
right now. There's the kick in his part.
There goes Manunis. He figures he needs to get up front.
Right.
He and Leon now are going to do battle, but Leon's got the inside on him. So Leon and Manunis.
Here we go.
McCauley's going to let him go.
That's the kick right there as he gets to the straightaway, brother.
Manunis, Christian Manunis, pushing to win the boys' mile. The 1600 goes to Woodstock Academy.
What
East
a
Lyme.
race.
Leon comes in second and McCauley third as the pack finishes up. What a race for Christian Manunis.
Unbelievable. As he gets to that 200 mark, he knew that the turn can help him because build-ups off the turn and you run hard can keep you into that race. But, you know, straightaway would have been more difficult. But as soon as he got around that corner, I knew if he was neck and neck, his stride was longer than the East Lyme kid. And obviously he won that heap. Great race by those 3. Again,
Well,
that was a good strategy race.
I will tell you that we're setting up for the 110-meter finals. But distance running is a whole different animal.
Oh yeah.
And so that's a great point. I think if you asked, it's interesting. When he first talked to the to the relay team, and he said, did cold weather bother you? And their initial response, hey, Lee, we're happy. We still want it to be 85 degrees. For them, 50 is better than 80. This is actually almost in the wheelhouse of temperature for a distance runner.
For distance runners.
Distance runners hate heat. Heat saps you out. Sprinters want it hot and
to be
fast.
able to go fast at that moment, yes. So
And
that's why we say, a lot of these coaches that are really getting their kids ready. I was a guy that with Tudlow being in the start finish line, I had to make sure, hey, it's about 15, 20 minutes before your start. Start stretching, start warming up, getting gear. If the temperature's low, Tudlow will say, hey, let's get them a little early, and then we would get these kids motivated. So as you can see, this pit, all day long, these beautiful kids are disciplined, doing their things, and it's going to pay off right here in this track. So as they get ready for the hurdles, and we're seeing, I hope that group of young ladies were doing those stretches, those hurdle rotations and everything, so that everything could work crisp, because this final is going to be beautiful.
So we've got some action down in the shot put pit that we'll be turning our attentions to in a little bit, getting updates as when we get to the big throwers in the shot put. And once again, your top three are going to be Tommy Matlock, Chris Amy, and Liam Sweeney. And don't think for a second that Chris Amy isn't looking at shot put as the place to get back what he just lost there, because he didn't just lose the discus.
No.
He lost his ECC record.
He lost his ECC record.
And so, you talk about, Matlock said that it was it was a perfect throw.
Right.
And that's what he's been training for. And, Amy got it close, but he lost his record. So, inside, it's, well, I got shot put now.
Yeah,
I got to go get
It's
it.
infuriating. But if you look at it this way, if it was from shot put to discus, I don't think Chris would have that synergy. There's a thing I saw him throw, and I would see when he's really throwing, like he goes into that circle, you're like, okay, let's get ready to see something happen. As I saw him walking by, he was getting ready, and it's showing a lot.
All right. A surprise, perhaps, but I don't think this young man would say it is. What a kick and what a finish in the boys' mile. Juice, take us through the winner.
It was one of the oldest records in the ECC, but today, Christian Menounos broke that meet record with a 4:15 in the mile. Christian, tremendous race. Talk about how your mentality and the effort you put in. How'd you feel out there?
We've had great training the last couple of weeks going into this race. Great competitors out here. Without them, probably wouldn't have gotten the record. They're really good competitors. They're pushing me through this race. And I just knew with 200 to go, if I want to have a good time, I just had to go all out that last 200. That's what I did. I'm super happy about my race. And it's an ECC record, so it's just the cherry on top. I'm going out as a senior.
Yeah, for those people who don't know, the record was held by athlete from
too cold. And just going into this race, I had the mentality of whether or not, it's not going to affect my performance. I'm just going to go out there and run my hardest.
What other events you got coming up today?
I got the 800 and the 4x4, so still got to keep it rolling.
Got to rest and recover, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Tremendous performance, Christian Menounos in the mile.
Way to bring the juice. Awesome. That was a great one. I'll tell you, that young man did a phenomenal job with that 200 kick. And that's a good example. To break a record like that at 4 minutes, 15 seconds, where it's outside it's 41 degrees, 0.5. I'm telling you right, that works out well. But we called it.
Listen, I know a little bit about distance runners.
Mm-hmm.
I have one in my immediate family, and it's not my son.
No.
And I'm told all the time, heat saps the distance runners, and heat supercharges the sprinters. There's about 50 degrees is where I'm told.
Mm-hmm.
As it gets below 50, then it starts to be a little more difficult. Here's your 110-meter hurdle finals. Kaysen, Sanchez, Rosario Gonzalez, Flores, Drake, Williamson, Bose, and Zarita.
A great even start. Oh, they're attacking the hurdles, Casey.
There's
the young Wildcat is tearing up the track.
Flores, straight up the middle. What a race for Fernando Flores.
Awesome job. From the giddy up as he took off and he made that first hurdle, it was like just technical after that. He continued to do that, become technical. Everybody saw his lead, and we're kind of being a little aggressive, tightening up, and you can see a couple of guys hit the hurdles for that one.
He had the only time in the 14s. You see there the shot put. And we'll take a look at what's going on in the shot put.
So far right now we have the second flight getting ready to come up soon, so we're finishing up the first flight there.
We are in flight 2. Yep. Devin Cook of Fitch just threw 37.04.
Eli Manning still leading with 39 feet 10 inches. Is that the score that the Giants won the Super Bowl against the Patriots, 39-10? I'm just joking.
The girls' 110-meter hurdles are coming up now. Emily Herrera of East Lyme in lane 1. Nicole Opalenik in lane 2 from Ledyard. Jada Johnson Fitch in lane 3. Emma Whiteknecht in lane.
Desarduin from Nortree Academy, 42 feet. So 2 inches away from having a PR. And then Weston, now if I say this, Deswanchik?
That's West
Dewanchik. Weston Dewanchik, 39 feet, 8 inches.
West Dewanchik heading to Southern Connecticut State University to track. He is one of the favorites in the high jump. He's going to be trying to get up there with Waterford and NFA, the two studs there for them. It's going to be now. Wes was a basketball player at 6 foot, probably 6'6" now, 6'5". Wes was a basketball player who gave it up to go to track, and with great results because he earned himself a scholarship to run track in college.
That's amazing. Great job. But Wes was in second, sliding into third now because Jamel Kurz from Ledyard had a jump of 41 feet 3 inches. So these guys are warming up over there. Again, that's one of those events, you know, the cold does affect it. But
sure,
if they get rhythm and they're now in that second half of their body, momentum and energy, they're rolling, they can get some distance like they normally would. So good energy over there with boys triple.
So the hurdles here for the girls 110-meter finals. They look like they got a second here. They still got bundled up, but we'll talk to our winner of the boys 110-meter hurdles, Juice. Oh, we got to get the camera over, so we got to get ready for Juice. But so by the time we get ready with that, let's find out if the girls, they look like they still got a couple minutes here, or a couple seconds. So as soon as we're ready to go, we'll find out how Mr. Flores felt about his race. Go ahead, Juice.
All right, I'm down here with Fernando Flores, the winner of the boys' hurdles. Fernando, you had that rivalry going with Hagen from Stonington, but it looked like it really wasn't that close at the end. Were you surprised by how much of a lead you had?
Yeah, for sure. He has both different athletes. I have more of the speed and power, but he has the endurance. So I thought it was going to be a mouse and cat type of chase. So I was thinking in my head, he's going to come get me. I cannot stop. I finished, and I was like, oof, relieved.
Outstanding performance. And you mentioned that the last time you faced him in Middletown, you actually had an unfortunate event and weren't able to finish because you clipped a hurdle.
Yeah, so that meet on finals, I fell, unfortunately, and then the week before I false started. It was both invites that I was really going to be excited about. So I took that into consideration, went back to the lab, continued working, and shows it today, ECC championship.
Great work from Fernando. He still got work to do. What other events today?
One more 300 hurdles, man. I'm telling you, he got the endurance, so cat and mouse chase.
We'll look forward to that one. Back to you guys.
That's awesome, Casey, man. This young man has a lot of talent. He used his best traits to become successful. And he knew that if he continued to run that way, he would get there. But then it ain't over because the 300 hurdles is a good race, an endurance and pace of where people say average 15 steps between the hurdles. So we'll see how that goes.
That's your race, the 300 hurdles.
Hey, 300 hurdles. It's painful.
I can't even imagine.
Imagine that. In the Olympics, it's a 400 hurdle race.
No, I know. Which I think is fabulous. Edwin Moses. I grew this is where I grew up.
Yeah,
I grew up on
Throw
ABC,
it out
Olympics.
there, right?
That's how I learned that.
With the guy skiing agony of defeat.
That's where I first learned about track, because outdoor track at the Olympics is a huge
event. It's a huge thing. Yeah, it was a great thing back then. And we had some great Olympic times.
Carl Lewis with the sprints and the jumps was my first guy there.
Michael Johnson for the 200.
Oh, he was so
unbelievable.
fast.
The 4x1 era. And we're off, brother.
You want to look at lane 3 and lane 4 and lane 5.
The young lady from Woodstock right now fighting through. There's 2 right there working towards the end.
It's Hannah Thomas of Fitch, and she can't quite catch Emma Whiteneck of Woodstock Academy is your winner. She was 15:39 qualifying, 15:05. Wow, shaving off 0.3 of a second.
This is where you know your athletes are getting better. This is where they're actually going to be the most warmed up and the most stretched. So that's why you're seeing some records being broken in this running events, because in the beginning when it's cold, it's hard to start off that body. And as you can see, their discipline of maintaining stretching, it's making these races really good. They're taking the hurdles out. We'll be working to our next race.
Our next race is the boys 100, and I am so jacked for this race.
Well, let's get back to you on this one, because in Flight 2 boys shot, the boys are going at it right now, and in the lead, Thomas Matlock with a throw of 60 feet, 7.5 inches. Chris follows it up right now. That's an ECC record. So he's taking both ECC records and holding his belt on his hometown. Okay, Chris Amy right now is right there, not too far behind, with his first throw being 55.8 1/4. And then you have Civil Marticher from Northtree Academy, 46.5 inches and a half. Wow.
That's not surprising, but we'll see. Long way to go. A lot of throws left over there in the shot put for Chris Amy to make his mark. Tommy Matlock came to take it home today, the soon-to-be Mississippi State Bulldog.
That's right.
Chris Justy's down on the field. He's got our 100-meter hurdle champion, and I cannot wait to hear his interview, because she came in as the favorite. She seized control of the race early, and she held off her toughest competitor, and I think that it was her race to win, and she kind of took it that way. So, Juice, what do you got?
I'm here with Emma Whiteneck. She just won the girls 100-meter hurdles. Emma, you were the favorite. Sometimes there's a lot of pressure, but you performed outstandingly today. Talk about your mentality and how you felt out there.
You just have to kind of come in it with confidence, even if you're ranked number 1, you're not guaranteed that spot, and you have to make sure that you're keeping that mental confidence and making sure you're going to focus on the race rather than what you're placed as.
As you come down the stretch here and you hear the crowd chanting, what are you thinking about in terms of getting over those hurdles cleanly?
I'm just making sure I stay low so I can make sure that I'm keeping my sprint over the hurdle and keeping my speed and momentum.
As your team looks to get an ECC championship today, what other events do you have left to run?
I have the 300 hurdles and the 4x4.
And what are you looking for in those 2 races?
I'm definitely looking for a second place finish in the 300 hurdles, and the 4x4, we're definitely looking for the win in that.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Great job from Emma Whiteneck. She has more work to do. Back to you guys.
All right.
That's an awesome job right there.
Speaking of more work to do, keep your eyes on lane 5 and lane 4. Oliver Aubin NFA, Max De La Rosa of Stonington were 3/100ths of a second from each other in qualifying. But on either side of them, Ava T. Pierre and Rowan Fothergill, who were only 1/10 of a second behind that, 2/10 of a second behind that.
That's a blink.
So the middle of the track from lanes 3 to lanes 6, but it's lane 4 and 5, Aubin and De La Rosa.
You got the call, brother. This is a good one.
The start is everything. Aubin in red. De La Rosa to his left in white. Great start from De La Rosa. He gets out in front of everybody. De La Rosa is ahead. Max De La Rosa is going to win the 100 ECC championship.
Woo! Look at that time right there.
10.8. Fly, young man.
It started off with that first step. The blocks were beautiful. I mean, I know sometimes there's a little hesitation because you're trying to time this gun, but it's been great all day. He felt it, great reaction, and then he's driving with that head down until that 6th step, 7th step, and then he's flying. Kept that form all the way through. Great job.
You know, we saw, I don't think Aubin's going to, I don't think he ran his best race, but just looking at De La Rosa's time, they could have all run their best races.
Exactly.
That 10.8 is amazing. What a time.
We got to see that row right there of the first three. You know, again, this to me shows that we're going to be great in states. The
I think that's a
ECC has
meet
lot of
record.
number. It is another meet record.
Let me confirm that.
We're going to get these meet records shattered today as it continues to go on, but this is a good example, again, how the athletes continue to be disciplined in stretching and eating right while this meet goes on. And then, again, we're seeing improvement from these runners than this kind of de-escalation stuff, man. This is good.
As we find out if that, in fact, is a meet record, let's set up the girls' 100-meter finals, because
great group
in
right here.
That gorgeous lane 4.
That's right.
Is Juliet Allard of Woodstock Academy at 12.85. But on either side of her, lane 3, Jayla Robinson, and lane 5, Darialise Arnold, 12.9. So 5/100ths of a second on either side of her. So you're going to look at, and unfortunately for us, bright yellow right in the middle.
Right in the middle.
Is Juliet Allard. On either side of her, you'll see the green and gold of Darialise Arnold and the black of Fitch.
Just missed it.
In the middle 3. De La Rosa was 100th of a second.
Jawan Johnson has the record.
Off of Jawan Johnson. Also NFA, speaking of our that is the ECC record. He was 100th of a second from Jawan Johnson's
Unbelievable
time.
This has been an intense meet today. I love the energy and I love the way these athletes are shining today.
Can Allard take home the 100 girls? Can Darialise Arnold win her second gold here at the ECC Championships? Jayla Robinson lurks in lane 3. The girls' 100 meter is off. Good start from Arnold. Look how on the other side though. It's going to be a very close finish. But lane 6.
Unbelievable.
Valerie Codd of Fitch. Surprising everybody.
4.47. That's what I'm telling you about track. It's beautiful. Sometimes these 4 lane, 3, 4, 5 are focused on each other, and she was on the outside just running her race. No one really looked at her, and as she started to accelerate, they were just competing within that pack inside. She just took off and found the win. I'm hoping it's unofficially 12.47, but that was a great race.
That would be almost half a second faster than her qualifying time. And that would make Valerie Codd very, very happy. Wow, what a race from Valerie Codd.
Brother, you know what I got to give a shout out to Miss McGovern in junior high school who helped me with my decimals in math, because we are really throwing out these times good here. Hey, there's Devin Cook right here.
Devin Cook in the shot.
Good throw.
Now, I've competed in the shot put against a reputable all-ECC girl shot putter. And I bring that up because I don't really – there are multiple styles for shot put. But I don't think anyone realizes how heavy that thing is.
Yeah,
it's not a joke. I mean, you are really throwing a heavy cannonball across the field.
The two major styles that you see, like this young man right now, is a glide thrower. He kick steps to the toe board. And then you have, like Chris, he's a spinner. And Liam. So those guys have an ability to maintain the G-forces of the spin and with that shot put on their neck, while in the glide, the guy has to hold that weight tight in his neck while he's gliding across. So it's really a lot of technique, a lot of reps, but you're right. It's very hard. If you don't have that control of the shot put, you're not going to have great throws. Did you throw with the 8-pounder or the 12-pounder?
I actually threw with the I threw with the 12. She threw with the 8.
There you go, right there. There you go.
I could be wrong. Peter Wappy can correct me. I think we may have both thrown with the 8. Juice, what a race by Max De La Rosa. It was the setup for it was perfect, and at the end of the day, that young man ran.
All right, down here with Max De La Rosa from Stonington, the boys 100-meter ECC champion. You were flying out there, Max. Talk about the race from start to finish. What went well for you? Why were you able to run so fast?
All glory to God. I prayed a lot before this. I was nervous. Even before states or nationals and from indoor, this felt like the most nervous I've ever felt. So being able to talk things out and run through the race, it just felt great. Everything athletically felt great for the race too. The start, the finish, everything.
Yeah, technically speaking, what went well today to run that fast of a time? The start, Just your mentality. What technically was really good today?
I think it was definitely the start because my coach always tells me you're going to beat him in the middle, you're going to beat him in the end. So if I just work on that start, that'd be great. And I listened to his advice, and I was able to pull through.
You were 1/100th of a second off of the meet record. I saw that meet record set. Juwan Johnson, I never thought that was going to be broken, but you were so close, and you're only a junior. So coming back next year, is that a big goal for you going into next season?
That's a big goal, and hopefully we can chase that state record to out on all the records.
Congratulations, Max. I know you got some other events to run today. Good luck the rest of the meet.
Thank you, sir.
Back up to you guys.
What a great job that young man has done. And you're right, the discipline of being nervous in that and have the focus point, that's really good in what he did. But the best part is his dad coming up here smiling like he won the lotto. Yeah, that's awesome.
Here is Heat 1 of the girls 400. You've got Hallisey of Ledyard, Robinson of NFA, McDougall of Waterford, Nucci of East Lyme, and Needbala of Stonington in this. Now, how does the 400 work with the 3 heats?
Well, the 400 will be based on time. So they'll be the top times, I believe. There's no finals in that. Only win the 100 and 110, the hurdles and the sprints. So, well, they do this by heat. Usually the top heat will be the best heat. If they do it right like that, I think that's what's going to happen. Same thing with the distance runners. They have the best times up there. But the good thing about this race, I always tell people, it's kind of like, I call it the spirited race. It's the race that you have to give your all, and then you got to stay in your lane while you do it. There's no way to cheat. So, you know, what you earn is what you get. And the Heat 1's going to be a good example of it.
So we're getting underway here with Heat 1 of the girls 400. And that'll be one time around, one rotation around the track. And in this particular heat, it's lanes 2, 3, and 4, McDougall, Robinson, and Nucci, which all had the fastest times in their qualifying.
Got some updates here for the shot put. Again, Thomas Matlock still in the lead, but his second throw was only 4.5 inches off. So he's pretty much doing right there. We had a foul with Chris Amy on the second throw, but coming into third spot is Liam Sweeney. He's coming in. We threw at 47, 7.5. So that's his kind of position where I see him throwing. He sets himself up for some big throws later on. So the top 3 dogs are doing what they have to do. And then Mardor Civil from Norwich Free Academy is in 4th.
So beautifully run, Megan McDougall. Beautifully run race here. And we'll see what her time comes in at. She is looking to win her heat at 1 minute 7.9. So 1:07.9. And holy cow,
nice throw.
He almost threw it out of the pit.
That's Matlock right there. Let's see if he hit the mark. That's beautiful. We're going to go back here into our...
I mean, they might have to expand the pit if they... if he doesn't, if he's not careful.
Well, I had an experience where I had Colin Wilshire was qualified for triple jump in an event. We went to the New Englands. There was a young man from, I believe, New Hampshire. The shot put area had a barrier and then downhill. The kid coaches had to go down the hill to recover every throw, and they just marked him as the farthest throw because no one else could throw it out there. That's how powerful. And it was like, I think it was like 67, 68 feet. I mean, it was unbelievable. But again, that's the ability of how doing the spin can produce more of that energy. The shot put is that brute strength, and whoever has that best mark is going to be the one.
Heat 2 of the girls 400 sees Ava Johnson Hopkins of Fitch in lane 1, Ella DeVito of Waterford in lane 2, Jillian Fant of East Lyme in 3, Taryn Gray of Bacon Academy in 4, Olivia Shelton of Ledyard in 5, and Cam Dickinson, game day favorite here. Our good friend Cam is in lane 6 for Waterford.
Some updates here in javelin. Boys javelin, we're seeing the big boys now throw, as the leader right now from Bacon Academy, Ethan Gokowski, 149 feet 7 inches, and then second place Ledyard, Latham Fothergill at 140 feet 2 inches. Third place right now, Bennett Holloway from Bacon Academy, 133.
Bennett Holloway, who was the ECC Fencer of the Year from Bacon Academy, is going to go on and fence in college. He was the one of our game day athletes of the year and the all-area fencer of the year. I want to talk in a minute about everyone, I think, equates all three of the throwings together, javelin, discus, and shot put. And while I see a lot of shot put and discus together, I see a lot of sprinters throwing javelin. So let's talk about that in a minute as Waterford. DeVito trying to hold on and barely holds on again, I believe, as Taryn Gray and Olivia Shelton and Cam Dickinson all pushed late. 104.5 is your unofficial time. And then we have Heat 3 coming up next. And this heat should produce, barring something unforeseen, should produce our champion. We'll set up that before we go back to the conversation. In this last heat, you'll have Elena Campbell of Fitch, Peyton Linekus of Stonington, Elise Coyle of Woodstock, Chloe Butler of Waterford, Riley Davis of NFA, and Bella Amlaw of Woodstock. Interesting to note, 2 freshmen amongst those two, Woodstock and Stonington, as well as a sophomore. So a young group of runners in coming up here. Talk to me about why is the javelin different? And it's not just the big guys like it is in discus and shot. In javelin, I see like a lot of the runners go and get over to javelin and throw.
The beauty of javelin is that you're looking for athleticism with flexibility. So you'll see guys that either were previous baseball players or disciplined javelin throwers because you need more elasticity. So I know that being a baseball player, you coach baseball, the outfielders, where they work on the crow hop technique and they try to arch those off, that same similar technique goes across. Now here's the difference. You got a line in front of you that you have to learn how to plant and throw and keep that momentum when you finish throwing in front of that. Otherwise you're going to slide on out. And also we got to find out how the field is. Some use turf and some use dirt. So it varies.
As the girls, what a race we have here.
It's a good one right here. Neck and neck.
Turning up the speed, Woodstock Academy. That's Elise Coyle, and she is getting pushed hard. Riley Davis of NFA.
Here's the inside lane right there from Woodstock.
Here comes Woodstock as well.
They're going to meet evenly on the last turn.
Lane 3, that's Elise Coyle.
We have a race, brother.
Elise Coyle down the stretch, trying to push. Riley Davis. Riley Davis is pulling away with a late kick. NFA's Riley Davis wins the girls' 400 meter, taking down a game. Elise Coyle, what a race for Davis.
What sportsmanship at the end, as they both raced with a passion that was unique to their abilities in the backstretch. NFA holding that lead, keeping that technique, trying to make sure she stayed ahead. But then coming from the inside, Woodstock was unbelievable. That was a great race there, brother.
We've got the pole vault winner, which, Juice, I got to tell you, of all the sports in the world, nothing looks harder to me than the pole vault. But you've got the best one in the ECC.
Yes, I'm with Justin Blizzard from East Lyme. Justin, 14 feet, 6 inches. You said that was your personal best on a windy day. How were you able to navigate all the elements and get it done today?
Well, we had a nice little tailwind today, so that always helps with getting on bigger poles and stuff. It being a colder day, it definitely helped a little bit. Usually that would make it worse for the poles bend, but it actually stiffened it up and allowed me to get that extra little pop to get over it, and I'm just super happy I got it.
Yeah, and that's surprising because most people I talked to said the cold would be a problem with the grip. Did you have any problem with your grip today?
Actually, no. It felt pretty nice, yeah.
So you said you're only a 10th grader. How long have you been doing the pole vault?
I think coming up on 3 years now. Yeah.
Do you do any other events?
I sprint, but not too great at that.
So one and done, you'll take this championship and root for your team.
Yeah, for sure.
Justin Blizzard with the championship.
Awesome
Back
job.
to you guys.
A great job. It does help that team out with those points. Now, we know that we're seeing these all tally in. Hopefully we can get a score of how things are going soon.
in what was, I guess, to some people a surprise, but I'll be interested to see what she thinks. We've got our girls 100-meter champion down with Chris Giusti.
All right, I'm with Valerie Codd. Valerie, I interviewed your 4x1 team that won, but I didn't get the mic all the way down. So you decided you're just going to win the individual event so you could get your time here on the day, on game day. Talk about the race. What went well for you today?
I think it all went well. I changed my block settings to what I had in the beginning of the season, and I think it really worked better. And I haven't had a good 3 weeks, so this was like good for me.
Some people in the infield might have been surprised with the victory. Were you surprised at all that you were able to beat such an outstanding group of girls here today in the ECC championship?
I wouldn't say I was surprised. I did win indoor, but I liked the competition. It was a good race. Everyone was nice.
So no surprises here. What other events? Any other events left?
I have the 200 for today.
200 left. Okay. Congratulations, Valerie, and good luck the rest of the way. Back to you guys.
Awesome. Hey, young lady's amazing.
Now, she's very polite because what she wanted to say was,
I left them all in the dust.
who was surprised because they obviously didn't know about me and my juice.
And my juice. You're right. I mean, it's true. And that's the thing of beauty about the sprints. Again, 3, 4, and 5 are always notarized, but when it comes to the gift of the outside lane, that's what we saw today in ECC championships.
Juice, in what I thought was one of the great finishes and one of the best individual efforts, we saw a real kick down the stretch. This young woman took home. We're going to hold on here and do this heat of the boys 400. Now, we had 6 runners listed for this heat, but I only see 3 racing.
Well, sometimes during the meet, there would be something of a scratch that could be involved. An athlete might not participate in that event, or they're just not able to do so. So when that happens, you'll see sometimes those first heats will lose those numbers, and they might bump up people. So that depends if the people that were lost were in the middle of those heats or back, and they reset them. That's the good thing about having the internet available with all this information, because they could speed up the process.
There's Jeremiah Big, who's looking to hold on. A late push from Jonathan Durunda of Waterford, but Big holds on, and Durunda wins. Now, Juice, we were watching this race, and we were blown away with Riley Davis's kick to beat Elise Coyle. You've got the winner of the girls 400.
Down here with Riley Davis, a happy NFA Wildcat winner of the girls 400. Riley, outstanding race today. What went well for you?
I think that I got out as well as I needed to. I've been working for the past 2 weeks really, really hard on this 400, and the last 100 of the race really worked out for me. I pushed as hard as I could, and I did it.
Personal best today, running under 1 minute for the first time. Talk about all the hard work that you put in to get that. You said you talked to me about wanting to get under a minute, and you did it at the biggest stage in the ECC championship.
So yeah, I ran 60.9 at ECC's my sophomore year, and I've just been trying to break that since then. So I've been putting in a lot of work with my dad over the weekend at practice, things like that. And yeah, I think it all just came together today, and I'm really proud of myself.
And I'm sure your teammates are as well. You got another big event, the 4x4, coming up later today. Talk about your teammates and what the mentality is going into that race.
Yeah, so we have Oriana and Karina Chan. They're running 60s. Karina ran 59, and Oriana runs 60. So I think it's going to be a really good race. We also have Paige Brayman. She's running about 64. So I think that we're going to run really, really well today, and I'm excited.
An excited Riley Davis, soon to be a Division I track athlete at the University of New Haven. Happy NFA Wildcat today. Back to you guys.
Charger, brother. Awesome.
But what's interesting there, as you see Tommy Matlock in the shot put pit, he said a Division I at University of New Haven, because New Haven is moving up
Division I,
into Division I. So we have some athletes from the ECC. It's very interesting. If you're an existing athlete at New Haven, it pretty dramatically affects your status.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're coming in athlete. Outstanding. So Heat 2, Logan Whaley of Fitch in lane 1, Titus Olson of Waterford in 2, Jack Bashaw of Ledyard in 3, Reese Newton of NFA in 4, Jake Wang of Waterford in 5, and Kyle Miranda of East Lyme in 6.
Right now we're in the finals for the boys shot put, and leading the way and extending his throw, Thomas Madlock with 61 feet 11 inches. Chris is having a hard time trying to get a couple fouls in, but he made it to the finals, and he's got a better throw than he did the first time, 57 feet 7 inches. And then Liam holding it down with 47 7.5. It's really close with was it Marticher Civil from Norwich Free Academy, who's throwing 46 5.5. So that's a really tight race for the finals. We get into the straightaway here. We got NFA leading the way.
NFA's Reese Newson. Beautiful time, 53-28. We've got the Heat 3 coming up, and this should be for all the marbles. We've got Alexander Campos Diaz of Fitch in lane 1, Caden Treat of Bacon Academy in lane 2, Javon Thompson, our guy, in lane 3. Landon Pelletier of Stonington in lane 4. Raheem Porter Carter, another name we know and love, in lane 5. And Matthew Allen of Waterford in lane 6. So this should be a good one. Javon and Landon are your two favorites in lanes 3 and 4. But as we have seen, the favorites are not always the winners.
That's right.
Many, I don't want to call them upsets, but many who ran their best races today or planned for their best race to be today
Without the
have
hot
come
lanes.
through.
Yeah. I got some information with the boys javelin right now. Ethan Gakowski from Bacon Academy is in the lead with a throw of 149 feet 7 inches. And our boy Eli Manning in second place, 147 8. And then Lethem Fothergill from Ledyard is at 142. So it's working pretty good leading to the finals with some top throws.
What's interesting is that Eli Manning has also thrown 3 intercepted javelins during the competition as well.
Against the Patriots, if I heard. Well, you know what? For it to be really cold outside, it's not as cold inside, but it's cold.
I am looking at Mike DeMoro on the field right now.
He gave you the stare.
And he is shaking his head because he knows not only am I right, but that one is funny. And he hates it so much because it's both things. So here comes our final heat in the boys 400. One time around for a championship gold. Keep your eyes on lanes 3 and 4. Javon Thompson in the red and Landon Pelletier in the white.
A strong takeoff by NFA. He's getting in the inside lane. You can see the difference when you walk around the corner, how that acceleration comes across.
There's Javon Thompson coming up with the yellow sneakers. That helps us identify him, red in the yellow sneakers. He's making a big push here.
A real strong turn.
Porter Carter with a good race from Fitch here. He's pushing it on hard now too. But Javon Thompson gets there first. Caden Treat pushing him on the inside from Bacon Academy. Can Treat catch Thompson? Thompson with just enough. He crosses first.
What a race. Good discipline. This is where you see, again, the man's race, I call this. This 400 has a lot of heart and grit. When you come around that corner, what he did was just maintain his technique as best as he could. But that young man from Bacon Academy said, I'm going to give you my best shot.
And there's Joel Barrows coming over, giving his teammates some love. Give Caden Treat credit. He pushed the final, but Javon Thompson held on and won the boys 400.
On the boys triple jump, we have Deginley Dersardine from Norwich Free Academy leading the way with a jump of 42 feet. Callaway Scott in second place from East Lyme, 41.10. And Jamil Kurz from Ledyard with 41.3. These guys have been pushing it. Leading into the finals right now as it's begun to, I guess the finals has started, and they're working their way there, so we'll keep that up to date.
Our next 2 finals will be the girls and boys 300-meter hurdles. Then we'll have That is Javon's third time winning the 400, and that might have been as good a race as he's had with the competitiveness of Treat on the inside. Girls and boys 800, then the girls and boys 200, then the girls and boys 3,200, where I might go and take a quick nap.
Yep.
And then we'll have the 4x4 relays, and we'll have the results coming in from the pole vault for the girls, as well as the boys high jump and triple jump for the girls. All of those will be coming in as well. But next up on the track will be the girls 300-meter hurdles, so they're getting the hurdles set up right now, and we're continuing action in the shot pit as well.
We got action right now. The ladies are warming up from girls discus, and the lead right there, Lillian Morges from Woodstock Academies, got a good throw of 103.11, and it's just separate by only 7 inches from Ashleen Walsh, Bacon Academy, who threw a 103.4. And in third place is Marlena Downing from Norwich Free Academy. So a good throw can set the tone in any of those levels right there. Boys triple jump right now working into the finals. And we have boys javelin right now collectively working with the second flight. And boys shot put, we're in the finals right now on their 5th throw. And Thomas Matlock is looking like he is going to cruise if he continues to throw like this. Chris Amy now, though, he did increase his throw by another foot, 58.10, and he's going to only have one more throw to see if he can get that done.
But he is a few feet behind Tommy Matlock at the moment, as Matlock has just been unbelievable.
There's a great thing that he talked about during his interview. You know, sometimes the energy of anger or emotions to explode something like a shot put, a discus, is, you know, he's so peaceful at it because he knows his technique's there. So when he says it's a smooth throw when he don't feel anything, you know, obviously nature takes its course and we know what's happening there, but that's a great job.
Taking a look now at the boys shot put, Ethan Harris of Stonington.
Real good solid throw. He's using the glide technique.
Right now you've got Matlock, but we got Chris Giusti with a game day favorite, Javon Thompson, 3-time winner in the 400.
Well, only his 3rd time running the race, Casey. His coach was surprised he won. But Javon, talk about the race. Many feel it's a very grueling race. Talk about the mentality and your mindset during that one lap around.
That one lap around, it'll kill you, man. You just gotta go out there and send it and give it your best shot, no matter how you feel. Just get through it, push through it, and be competitive.
What's been clicking for you during track season this year? Kind of all of a sudden just thrilling people with your performances. What has it been that's clicked for you athletically?
It just comes with the work that you put in practice. We do workouts. You got to compete at them, take them serious, and compete with the people around you. So when it comes to like game time and the meets, you show out.
Coach, you were really proud of his performance, and talking to you earlier this week, talked about how, you know, he just keeps getting better and better. Just talk about this young man and the work he's put in.
He just works unbelievably hard. Like, a bad day for him is still the best practice on the team. It's not close. He is mentally as tough as it comes. I've coached for 20 seasons. I'd put him right up there in the top 3 in terms of mental toughness and just honestly discipline. Like, doesn't feel well. Life is crazy outside of track. He just doesn't make any excuses for himself. Anything less than the best is not good enough for him, whether it's a warm-up or running the 400 at the conference level.
Are there any other events coming up later today?
Yeah, I got to run 200.
200.
Back at it.
Hopefully we'll see some more fireworks from this NFA Wildcat. Back up to you guys.
That was Chris Amy and his throw right there. Great job by the young man.
That's not going to be enough to catch
Not
Matlock.
going to be enough, no. Matlock today has had everything in his favor. We're finishing the first heat of the girls' 300 hurdles.
So I want to correct myself. I thought Juice said it was his 3rd time winning. It was his 3rd time running the 400 meter, which is mind-boggling to me. Now, we know Javon, part of that outstanding NFL.
Whoa. Whoa!
Uh-oh.
Oh, we got something here, brother.
Uh-oh.
His release was beautiful. I thought it was just going to go off, but he had a nice release. That acceleration, that 45-degree pop. Look, he's looking relaxed. Let's see what we got for a throw.
Let's
here
find
waiting.
out what that one was.
As the internet is kicking up the throw here.
But
his
here,
last throw was 58 feet 10.
Here comes Matlock right on the heels of him. Here in the hurdles, heat number 2.
The young lady from Waterford really pushing through here. She got the last hurdle to go to.
Lane 5. Can El DeBono hold on? Boom. Good time of 50-31 for DeBono.
Wow. Well, I got a little bit of sad news, brother. They think they marked that as a foul on that last throw where he looked like he hit the 60 line, and they have it here so far. Foul.
No, there it comes up.
That's
Matlock
Matlock's
comes
last
up with
throw.
what?
A 62.6.5, increasing that record. So
just for good measure.
For good measure. He wants to extend it out there. So this is a Matlock day in his own hometown, and he's got another victory here. Has the ECC record right there with a throw 62 feet 6.5. Chris Amy still finishes strong second, 58 feet 10, and Liam Sweeney from Bacon Academy, 49 feet ½ inch.
So give El DeBono of Waterford the win in heat number 2 of the girls 300-meter hurdles. Up next, your final heat, Nicole Belenik in lane 1 from Ledyard, Hannah Thomas of Fitch, Juliet Allard, Woodstock Academy, Emma Whiteneck, Woodstock Academy, Asherie Sampson, NFA, and Juliet Hammer of Ledyard. If those names sound familiar, it's because you've got champions of other events stepping up here in the 300-meter hurdles. Look for Allard and Whiteneck, the teammates at Woodstock Academy, to push each other to a victory. There they are in the gold in the middle.
She's taking stride for stride. All the steps are counted for. Excellent.
Juliet Allard, Woodstock Academy, pushing herself and running away with the girls 300 meters in 45.88. What a time.
It's a good time right there. It's amazing how you have to stay upright, consistent, run a certain amount of steps to get over a hurdle, and then do it again and again around the whole track. You know, especially the ones on the curve where you know you have to have a better angle attack with it. And to finish strong like that without a hiccup, that's a great job for the young ladies. Triple jump is continuing right now as their finals are working through their second jumps. And so far, nobody's changed. Jajenli Desardine from NFA still in the lead, followed by Callaway Scott and Jamel Curse.
So we are about to start our first heat in the boys 300-meter hurdles. In the first heat, you'll have Caden Vargas of East Lyme, Jameis Burns of NFA, and Evan Spader of Fitch before heats 2 and 3.
You know, when I coach, this was one of my favorite moments, just to sit back and see who is so tired that they're taking naps. This is the best part, because you'll see athletes on the ground and just really wanting to get as much rest as they can, recuperating. These kids here probably still finishing their last project of the year with academics. But the best part I like about it is the camaraderie that these athletes see each other throughout the year. You know, and I think this is the only sport where I can honestly say they meet other teams and they have these relationships they build off. Even the competitors are right. They have rivalry, but there's still that respect and admiration that I think track brings out. So, yeah, these kids are doing a great job holding it down, and you're doing a great job, Casey. I mean, this is like not just a 4-quarter game, brother. You're doing the details. You're bringing it out there for the first time. I think Peter's doing a great job. We haven't had a hiccup yet, thank God. The juice is bringing it with those beautiful white shoes down there. You know, Dave's rocking it today, bro. You're doing a good job.
So I don't think we've ever done anything quite like this, right? You know, so we've done a lot of different events.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've done over 20 different sports in our time with Game Day. I'll have to do a count. If I had a commercial break,
yeah,
I would do it, but we don't have one.
No commercial.
There's no commercial breaks here. But this is unique. This is something different that we've never done before, and it's a lot of fun. And like I said, I owe all my track knowledge to early ABC
right.
Olympics.
That's right.
As
Howard
you see,
Cosell here.
just two runners here, Burns and Spader, in the first heat of the boys 300, and it looks like Burns will have one more hurdle to clear.
We got the champ right here in the middle of the field there, Case.
Well, Chris Giusti has got double champion as Tom Matlock took home the shot put as well in another meet record. Juice.
Tommy Matlock, 2 for 2 with the big throwing events. So the cold should be afraid of you, not the other way around. Another personal best, another meet record. Talk about what happened out there with the shot.
I just tried to come in there and stay relaxed. I mean, every single one of my throws was over 60, and I had 2 throws over 61. So that was a great day. It was, outdoor PR, another meet record. 62 was 62.5. So I just tried to stay relaxed. Chris was, he's throwing great too. So it was, you can never let off. You just have to stay relaxed and throw. Never tried.
I've interviewed you twice now, and you said relaxed about 17 times. There's got to be more. Like, I could be relaxed. I'm not throwing it more than 25 feet. What about the technical aspect, your training that's allowed you to get better and better as your career's going on?
That's been like my motto, like the past 3 years, to stay relaxed, because like last year I didn't have a great season. I was never relaxed and I didn't throw good. So for me, it's like there's a balance between, you can't be floppy, but you can't be, you can't have like nothing in there. So you gotta stay relaxed, but you also have to know what you're doing wrong and know what you can do better. So that's what I just tried to improve on every throw, and I did.
So what if one thing technically that you felt like you did a lot better, today than maybe in other throws?
I had a lot more speed into my throw towards the end because I realized that I had a lot more in the tank. I was very comfortable in the circle, so I just kind of tried to stay back and turn my right foot and just get a little faster.
States are up next, right? What's obviously looking to get that championship, and then maybe
that's the goal this year, is the Open. And yeah, the Open in 65, that's my goal. So I'll throw 65. And then the hammer, I'm excited for the hammer too. So I won't throw that for a while though.
Well, you wowed the crowd again today. Congratulations, 2-time ECC champ in both of these events today.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Back up to you guys.
Case, what a great young man that calm, the chi, the relaxation. That's when you know an elite player is on the field, especially with the throwing events. Some guys expect these guys to be monsters. His work ethic was so good that his discipline and technique took over, and that's why he's the champion in both shot put and discus.
Oh, look at the finish there. Oh. Cam Webster of Waterford at literally the line, 44.89. Took down Sean Bussey, who had the lead the whole way. So there's your testament to never stop grinding, because Cam Webster wins Heat 2. The Heat 3 of the fastest of the 300 hurdles coming up. Let's set that one, and then I'm going to comment on Tommy Matlock. Woodstock Academy's Owen Williamson. Ledyard's Diego Rosario Gonzalez. The 2 favorites in the middle, Hagen Drake of Stonington and Fernando Flores of NFA. Flores is going from cat to mouse. Mm-hmm. Drake is going from mouse to cat.
That's right.
If you don't understand what I'm alluding to, you got to watch the interview earlier.
That's right, 2 chapters back.
In lanes 5 and 6, the 2 Bacon Academy boys, Alex Sanchez and Dan Zarita, are your 6 Heat 3 runners in the 300. Now, as to Tommy Matlock, remarkable young man, great effort. The goals that he has set for himself are achievable, and I think that's awesome. For those of you who don't know what the hammer throw is, again, I'm going back to my early Olympic days. That's one of the things that I thought was the coolest of all.
My cousin, when he was in Rhode Island, became the state champion, and he told me when he threw 222 feet. I'm like, how do you throw something like that? He goes, it's different. You have a thin cord wire with a weighted shot put connected to it, and now you have to generate the same power as a discus thrower, but the same attitude as a shot put thrower in a spin. But again, that could be a young man that could be skinny, thin, or a strong guy. There's the ability to do things like that with that kind of competition with the hammer.
There goes Flores out to a lead. Drake, however, is going to be coming up on the inside of him. There comes Drake. He's got the inside position. Flores hits the straightaway first. No missteps allowed. Here comes Drake. Flores and Drake. Flores and Drake. One more hurdle. Here comes Drake at the finish. Woo, that's going to be close. Wow. But I think Hagen Drake caught him. And if so, at 39 flat,
wow,
that's what Flores was concerned about. He
Yep.
said he's got the stamina, I've got the speed. It could not have been a better race.
That's the thing about Trek that makes it beautiful. Two different styles, two different kind of body moments, and they bring you the best ability to the very last line. It's a great job, never giving up. Again, this track meet is getting better and better with these athletes just being disciplined, ready to go and compete. We have the girls discus right now, and they're in their 5th throw in the finals, and still leading the way is Lillian Mortigas from Woodstock Academy, but she got a better throw from the first one, 108 feet 2 inches. And then Ashleen Walsh from Bacon Academy, 2nd with 104 feet 3 inches. Marlena Downing in 3rd from North Free Academy, still at 101.5. So as the ladies are working towards the end of that, we're seeing
get the hurdles off the track because we'll be moving to the girls 800 with a lot of names that are familiar to the folks at home.
Right now, I think officially triple jump has ended. We might have one more jumper left if they do, but the jumping area is cleared out, and it looks like the Genly Sardine from North Tree Academy is the unofficial winner with a jump of 42 feet, followed by Callaway Scott, 41.10, and Jamil Kurst from Ledyard High School, 41.3.
I got to be honest with you. I'm not usually this cold up in this press box until it's the end of football season.
Yeah.
I think it was warmer on Thanksgiving Day than it is today.
I totally agree.
Now,
not one time today did the light shine through the clouds that we have here.
So, in the 110-meter hurdles, he was the mouse.
Yeah.
Flores was the cat. Flores warned us that it would be flip-flopped in the 300 because this young man is an endurance guy, and he turned into the cat. He is the champion of the 300 hurdles.
All right, I'm here with Hagen Drake from Stonington, the winner of the boys 300-meter hurdles. Congratulations, Hagen. Talk about the bounce back. Fernando got you in the shorter hurdle event, but you showed your stamina and caught him at the end. Talk about that race, how it unfolded.
Yeah, you know, my coach always tells me, run it like a 400-meter. Use my speed in between the hurdles and just try and stay with the hurdles, keep it clean. That race, I had an ugly first few hurdles, but after that, really just stayed with my stamina. We just kept the same pace, and I was able to catch him after that.
Does having a rival or maybe just a competitor like Fernando push you to try and be better every day? What's the mentality when you know that there's somebody that's as talented as you out there?
I mean, yeah, it definitely pushes me in practice in between that. I've always had one. Like last year, I remember it was kid from Waterford. We were always back and forth. He's always a little bit ahead of me, but always pushes me to put in that extra work during practice.
What are your goals? Any other events today?
I do with the 4x400.
So 4x4 coming up, and then goals for state and open?
My goals, I'm looking to go sub 14.5 in the 110 hurdles, auto qualify for nationals, and go sub 39 the 300 hurdles. That's really it. And on to nationals for the mixed 4x4 that my team qualified for, so should be a fun rest of the year.
It was fun to watch him. Good job to Hagen Drake, the champion in the 300-meter boys hurdles. Back up to you guys.
Awesome, John.
As we look at girls discus being thrown, we will update you on some results. The girls 800 meters is about to start. That is 2 times around the track, and it is with 3 heats. Your first heat will feature Olivia Tracy of Woodstock Academy, Paige Brayman of NFA, Sylvie Otter of East Lyme, Rachel Quadrado of East Lyme, Kira Green of Woodstock Academy, Larissa Martins of Waterford, Avery Schaefer of Woodstock Academy. Here's a name for you. Kate Bustamante of East Lyme.
Wow. That's
Olivia
a good name.
Crane Benjamin of New London, and Adeline Plyer of Fitch. That's your first heat. Take us through some of the results that we're seeing right now.
We have another Eli warning here as Eli came out of nowhere on his 4th throw to throw 153 feet 9 inches and take the lead over Ethan Gakowski, who's still at 149.7. So Eli found a way to throw that ball deep down the field, and they got caught in the air, and it landed on his head, and they got the mark there. Congratulations so far. That's unofficial, the finals, but yeah, once it locks in, I think so far that young man's in the lead. And then we go to girls discus. That's actually been going well as Lillian continues to take the lead. She threw a better throw of 108.2, and then Ashleen Walsh is at 104.3 in second place, and Marlena's in third. Marlena Downing from Norwich Free Academy at 101. So as they're working towards the end of that finals and we have the backside clear, this is where things start to look like it's kind of dissipating from the beginning, right? You see all these numbers that were out there. These athletes are not coming down here, and these last races are going to be really the fan base. These athletes will come and support these last races with their teammates, and it'll be intense. So we're getting to that point where it's like the fourth quarter, brother. This one, 800, is what I call it the monster half mile.
It looks like we have one scratch. Can't tell who it is right now. Not going to try. But we have, while the first heat of the 800 goes off, we are going to be talking to another one of our winners. But we've got heat 1 about to go off in the girls' 800 meter.
Yeah, officially for the boys' triple jump is Desjardins from NFA with a jump of 42 feet. So, you know, these points are adding up, and when you see that first and second place, you'll see the East Lyme, you see NFA, you see some of these teams in between that are just taking these points. You know, it's very important to see that the lower half, remember, the top 8 are the scorers, the top 8. So you may have some young men in that team that are part of the same school that would have a guy winning, and then they'll finish like 7th and 8th, and you got these extra points that come in, and it means a lot per race. So now we're getting to these last races and last competitions. You know, those guys in the lower half that can contribute to the team score are going to be really valuable.
And the first heat of the girls' 800 is off.
Looks like a clean start so far as they work around the corner. Again, the cut will be right there where the cones are at. The judges are there to make sure that they run by that first, and then they'll be able to settle into the spot.
When I tell you the names of the second heat in this race, I got to tell you, the second heat is, it is star-studded when I give you the names of the girls running in the 800 second heat.
It's beautiful it's amazing that this sport can produce so many great athletes. We have freshmen winning. We have young sophomores coming into play. We have these guys that were dedicated using that peace mind of their competition, being successful in their throws. Track is just an amazing thing, as diverse as it is.
So right now, lane 1, Olivia Tracy, Woodstock Academy. Lane 2, Paige Brayman, NFA. They are pushing each other. They have a sizable lead right now over your next two. Sylvia Otter, Rachel Quadrado, Woodstock Academy's Kira Green pushing up behind. But right now it is Tracy and Brayman running side by side as if they were out for a nice friendly stroll, as they're just going out running with each other right now. They're talking along the airline trail.
It's amazing.
You know, they're just running with each other, and someone's gonna go, all right, I'm gonna go now.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening right now. They have a stride run, which is good because they're pacing themselves to get to that kick right here, the 200. This is the challenge that's coming around, but it seems like both of them going, you know, stride for stride. I think NFA will work the outside a little bit better when they get to this turn, and we'll see what happens here.
And then it's going to be kick time. Who can finish? And this is where, right here is where we like to see the move, right? Right here on the inside of the turn.
Right.
We're going to find, and there you can see NFA, she gets out in front, takes that inside position, and now that's going to force Woodstock to come wide if they want to beat her. There she comes.
This is great.
Heading down the stretch.
She's going to catch up as she's driving. Good stride.
Tracy pushing to pass Brayman. Brayman holding on with Tracy. Tracy, Brayman. Who knows? 2:29.94. That's anybody's finish.
The separation between them two was like a hole in the needle, and that's just something that's really good. Their disciplines have shown today in that race, and that's a really good finish for both of them. As the rest of the ladies go into the finish, it's just unbelievable how that was a good finish.
So I'm going to say something, and I got to preface it because I'll get in trouble otherwise.
Good.
For all racing of distance, not boys or girls specifically, but for all racing of distance, what I've come to realize is my understanding of strategy comes from horse racing.
Yes.
Yes, because I know when horses, because I'm a fan of horse racing, I know when horses try to make a move. We'll go back to that in a minute. But Juice, he jumped not once, not twice, but 3 times, over and over again, and he's the champion.
Yes. I'm here with DJ Desardouin from NFA. He didn't do track last year. He didn't do track the year before. He decided to do it this year and just messed around and got an ECC championship. DJ jumped 42 feet in the triple jump. Talk about the work that you put in to get yourself a championship medal today.
I just go to practice every day, put in that work, and then play basketball to get my bounce up. That's it.
I know basketball is one of your sports. How does playing basketball translate and help you when you do the triple jump?
I jump a lot when I play basketball. That's why. And I be dunking, that's why.
Does having success here in a meet like this make you more motivated to maybe pursue track later on in your high school career or in college?
Yes, I'm trying to do it for college.
Well, you off to a great start this first year and doing track, winning the triple jump. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I love
Back
that
up
young
to
man.
you guys.
That's a great job by that young man. You know, he really correlated with things that he loved to do. He's a good basketball player. I had a chance to see him during the regular meet. Really nice, soft-spoken young man, and very simple. Hey, I like what I do. This makes kind of comparing it, and I'm a champion now.
Listen to this field.
Yeah, here we go.
Karina Chan of NFA in lane 1. Kate Littler of Ledyard in lane 2. Molly Musselman of Stonington in lane 3. Fiona Woody in lane 4 from Ledyard.
Wow.
Oriana Pescatello in lane 5 from NFA. Emma Ford in lane 6 from Fitch. El DeBono in lane 7 from Waterford. And Avery Anderson in lane 8 from Bacon Academy.
This is an all-star group,
This
brother.
is an all-star group
That's right.
of runners.
And as you can see, the first 4 are really doing that pace where they're going to find a spot when that last lap comes around. And this is going to be important because that 800, it goes by fast. It's how you set yourself up around that corner. As you can see that the young lady from Ledyard is tacking inside. She's grinding through and breaks the split and is now working towards the outside case. Just like a thoroughbred racing, it's that knowledge of doing that. The tough part being a leader, though, is that you don't know when they're attacking. So you have to be prepared for those motions, and sometimes you're a half tick away. And there they go right now, side by side.
It's Chan in the red of NFA. Littler takes her on the inside from Ledyard. On the outside, pushing the pace will be Pescatello.
That was a great move by Littler as she didn't go to the outside. She went a little bit inside. She had a little opening and took it right there and went through.
Look at Littler. Push.
This is a great battle coming into the last stretch right now. Littler has great form and she's finishing strong.
Pescatello.
Yeah.
The freshman in lane 5 is not going to catch the senior, Kate Littler. One of the best distance runners in the ECC will capture the 800-meter championship in 2:20.
That's a great race and a great time. That's awesome. The rest of the ladies are working their way in. I got a little bit of feedback of the girls' discus. Unofficially the finals. Lillian Morgis from Woodstock Academy, when her last throw, throws 113.8 as she improved every throw she threw today. Then Ashleen Walsh finishes second, 104.3, and Marlena Downing from North Tree Academy, 101.5.
Juice, I see multiple medals. Talk to me here. Who do you got?
I got Callaway Scott from Ledyard High School, the winner of the long jump in the boys event. He got second in the triple jump, but got first in the long jump. Callaway, talk about your performance today. What went well for you?
I just felt good today. Like the 100, I think the 4x1 helped prepare me because it warmed me up for the rest of my jumps. And I feel like I was able to get off the board, off the track well, because I was coached well by Coach Morth, and I just felt like I was getting off the board very well today. And I was able to jump good because of it.
Was the wind or the cold a factor at all?
Honestly, I think the cold made me warm up more, so it better prepared me. And the wind wasn't too bad over by the pit, so we were good.
Now, talking to you off air, you talked a lot about how soccer is your favorite sport. Tell the audience first what you plan to do next year, and second, how soccer helps you mentally for preparing in track.
Next year I'm going to Spain to play soccer, and soccer really helps me just like the mindset, like high school soccer helps you lock in. Like I feel locked in, like I can just enter a zone at any time and jump well. Like I can just perform well when I'm in the zone no matter what. I can ignore anything, really.
Oh, so before you go to Spain to play soccer, you have some state meets coming up. Talk about your goals for the rest of the season in track and field.
I mean, I'm hoping I can win. I can win long jump, and I'm hoping to get something in triple jump too. Run the 4x1. Hope we perform well with a young team because of injuries, but I'm also hoping as a team we can just win it because we have a lot of guys out here that can do a lot of good things, you know.
Well, you did a lot of good things today. Congratulations on your performance, and good luck the rest of the way. Callaway Scott, the winner of the boys' long jump. Back to you guys.
Casey, guess what I got here? Some information that you probably want to pop up to all the fans out there. We got some scores from 12 out of the 18 events, so if you want to spread out with the boys, this is a close one right now, as East Lyme and Norwich going neck and neck like we thought are only between each other 1 point, as East Lyme leads 95-94. Bacon Academy 66, Ledger 62, Stonington 54, Woodstock 54, Fitch 46, Waterford 31, and New London right there with 2.
Green, Grayson Stevenson, Ronan Curran, Brady DeCastro, River Bone, Adam Balfour, Jeff Rotham, and Micah Koronek are your runners, and it is Woodstock Academy's race to lose.
That's right. The top 6 right now, they look like NASCAR's Talladega race line. They're really pushing it, but here comes the separation. Some of these guys in the 800 like to push early, thinking that they could take that lead and maintain it. Some guys really kind of kick it at the end, but as you can see, they're catching up. This is going to balance out to be a good, strong finish. Let's see what happens here.
Sam Green of Woodstock Academy and Grace and Stevenson of Ledgerd, along with Ronan Curran, all had 2:07 qualifying time. So these 3 are the 3 to watch.
Here's the 200 marker right here, Casey. There he goes. There's the kick. The young man from Stonington, all the way in 4th spot. He is trucking around the corner, brother.
That's Brady DeCastro.
Here's the 3 right here as they get to the last 100 stretch.
And that's Stevenson of Ledgerd, DeCastro of Stonington. Stevenson of Ledgerd, DeCastro with the late kick. Is it going to be enough? Stevenson holds on for the win.
Woo, what a race right there. 2:05.86. Man, this has just been a great form of competition with these athletes today.
Heat 2 of the boys 800 coming up. You've got Sean McCauley of East Lyme and Jesse Croto of NFA as your 2 fastest. Joey Papalia of East Lyme and Dylan Johnson of East Lyme next. Josh Wuchik of NFA, Matthew Carrier of East Lyme, Titus Olson of Waterford, and Adric Gates of East Lyme are your heat number 2.
As the results are coming in and getting tallied on, I think we just kind of mentioned, Scott Calloway with the long jump doing a great job there. In pole vault, Justin Blizzard at 14.6 and only a sophomore. It's a PR for him and helping this team out. But these accumulated points I'm looking at in the lower half that are players of like East Lyme, those are the points that have been very critical adding into this whole mix of the final score, especially the boys being so close. And as we're working down to see what other events are open, this is one thing I love about track. When you start seeing these results and you start seeing less of the blue and more of the green, you're getting to that sweet part of the race here. So as this continues to span out, every event right now means something to both East Lyme and NFA. I think Woodstock girls are really holding it down. They have some final events that they're good at, so I think they'll be able to hold that title in.
Well, this is a huge race here for Jesse Croto and Sean McCauley going head-to-head because East Lyme and Joey Papalia, East Lyme and NFA are so very, very close.
As we continue to look at the score here, I'm just making sure I'm looking here. I mean, it's been alternating. 1 point between them, 95, 94, and it's just between them 2 right now.
Now, there's supposed to be 8 people in heat number 2. There's 3 people running.
A lot of that does tend to have scratches, and and it happens that way. Or if, like I said, this is heat 2, so if there's another heat after this, they probably bumped some of the runners up there to the top heat, and these 3, well, because of the numbers, they kept those heats as a fast heat. Usually they try to get all the high numbers on that first heat. You'll see that more in distance than you would see in let's say track the 400s or the sprints.
Well, Croto is leading the way right now. Jesse Croto, Macaulay, and Papaya are 2 and 3.
Well, brother, now that you've seen a little bit of an array of taste of this whole thing, if you were a track athlete and I was coaching and said you have 4 events you would like to try, what will those 4 events be?
Shot put.
Yep.
Discus.
Yep.
Javelin.
Uh-huh.
Shot put, discus, javelin, and let's see.
You don't want to try pole vault? You don't think you have a chance to do that?
You know, it's funny. I would have back when I was in high school. Like if they said, listen, track's all you got, I would have tried it because why not?
Why not?
I would have loved to have just seen it, right?
Yeah.
I couldn't have been a triple jumper, long jumper, high jumper. I probably couldn't have been a distance guy. I wasn't fast enough for sprints. So yeah, I probably would have tried. Pole
I could
vault.
put you in the 4x1 in the Wakeman's relay. I tell you that when I go do the Tetlow relays, that the most inspiring event that every kid gets up and supports is that Wakeman's relay. And to see these athletes that always are in the backdrop, you don't see them as much in the forefront.
First of all, when I was in high school, I was 150 pound little.
I was 170.
Scrawny.
I was 170. I had to run that 4x1.
So Croto holds on for the victory in heat number 2.
Javelin, I could see you doing very well, javelin.
I would have been good in the javelin. I would have been okay in the shot put. I would have been okay in the discus.
Oh yeah.
But maybe who knows? Maybe I would have been a world champion pole vaulter.
You never know. You never know. I always said, might as well go for the decathlon.
So here's heat 3. This has got some fascinating times here because Sam Leone, Christian Manonis, who already won.
He already won, yeah.
Kyle Kornacki, Evan Vitagliano. I apologize for all my Italians in the world.
You're doing well.
Vitagliano. Thank you. It took
Perfect.
me a second. I've been saying so many different names. Vitagliano. See, it just took me a second to get into Italian.
You're doing great. Keep
into
going
my
forward.
Italian mode.
Keep moving on.
Landon Pelletier,
Yes.
Shea Cahill,
Man.
Nico Cardello, and Michael Fusaro.
Wow.
The fastest qualifier is Leone at 155, but Manunaus at 156, Kornacki at 157, Vitigliano at 157, Pelletier at 158, Cahill at 158.
Yep.
I mean, those are all bunched right up.
Yeah, and right now the inside pack is the key. They got to fight for position, as you can see. You got Woodstock and NFA going side to side. And as it gets to the straightaway, this is where we start saying, what's going to happen with these guys? Who's going to be the one that's going to be aggressive?
There are a lot of stickers from your hip numbers scattered around. Coaches been asked for your help.
And even balance as the pack is still together, locked in. The back 3 still holding strong. As we get to that 200 mark, we are standing now a little bit of a lead there.
Big strides inside.
It's a very big race. As you see, you have 2 Wildcats in the pack, and they both have to score where they can keep the East Lyme balanced. It seems like East Lyman's in second, but now NFA coming up, that helps out in the point scoring. If they continue to go on, at the end of this race, you get to find out a little bit more about who's the man in this one. Coming around the backstretch here is where you're going to see some little adjustments. There it is.
Pulling out ahead now.
And as they're stretching, here's the separation that's creating right now. And you see our man from Woodstock doing the same thing we did before. This is now a little bit earlier than the 200, but as he gets there, now he's driving.
Passes by 1. Can he get Kornacki? Kornacki still in the lead. Leone trying to make up on Manonis.
Here we go.
Here comes the stretch. This is where we saw him catch him, but Kornacki is not going to get caught. Leone pulls into second. But what a race from Kyle Kornacki. 156 even, shaves a second plus off of his qualifying time. 156 should be enough here to win the boys 800 meter.
Definitely, and that puts NFA in a favorable lead because not also did Kornacki get first, I think one of the other NFA brothers finished around fifth, which gives them those points as East Lyme finished second. So, you know, there's that little lead that you think, and as a track coach that's on the field, knowing that there's so many numbers going on, you could always add and plus, you know, and subtract. I feel confident right now NFA is going to have a solid lead as they're going into the last two races.
So up next will be the girls 200 meter. But we've got Juice with a game day favorite. Kate Littler, when it comes to running, she knows how to win. Juice.
Yes, Kate Littler from Ledyard, the winner of the girls 800 meter, one of the most grueling events in track. Kate had needed some time to recover there, but you ran a terrific race. Talk about how you felt out there today.
We definitely went out pretty strong, and we were all really tight and grouped together. And going into the second lap, I could feel Karina and Oriana start to turn it on. I was like, I just got to hang in there. That's the mentality. You got to just stay in contact. So my coach always tells me that's the only way you can stay in that kind of race. And then towards the 200 meters to go, I knew I had to start making my move. There was a little space on the inside, so I took it and went, and it was really just holding out from there.
Yeah, it's a fascinating race, the 800, because it's a distance race, but you can't really mess around with pacing yourself. At what point do you say to yourself, I got to push myself to full speed?
It's usually around the 200 to go. I find that if, depending on the race, but a super competitive race like this, I have to go there. If I go too soon, I'll die out. If I go too late, they're already way ahead of me. So really around 200 meters to go.
So you won the 4x8 as a team. You won the 800 individually, and now you got the 4x4 coming up. Talk about the mentality going into that last race.
My coach always says take it one race at a time. So when we're competing, all four of us have already done events. Like Fiona, me and her do the same event, so it's our third event. It's most of the other girls' second or third event. So really then it's all you have left in you. The 400's an all-out sprint, so anything you have left, that's what we're going to do.
Well, great job so far. Good luck in your last event.
Thank you.
Back up to you guys.
What energy, brother. I mean,
all right.
Talking about I raced 3 races and I still got to go one more race, and they're just trying to make sure they do their best. And again, this is the psychological setup that the coaches have planned throughout the night to get that last race to be the most important race. In this case, well,
I'm going to show you a little behind the scenes of game day broadcast.
That's right.
So we're on camera now, a little behind the scenes.
Yep.
This is what you don't see. I'm going to say I'll do things like this, but you normally wouldn't see us.
I took my knee brace
so,
out.
Pasta, why don't you take us through the updated scoring?
Well, the scores right now, we were talking about NFA and East Lyme going hand in hand, and that East Lyme was up by 1 point. This race alone made the turnover. As you could see, the NFA finished first, and then they had a teammate finish around 5th or 4th. Those points added together superseded the East Lyme runner that finished second. So now we have Norwich Free Academy up 109, East Lyme second place 103. Everybody else is just cruising along to get to the end here. In the girls division, Woodstock is still dominating, but Norwich Free Academy is doing what they normally do. They get those points there in the end. 96 is with Norwich Free Academy. The rest are right now in that same cluster of 60 points and under. So, it's really just 2 teams left that are really going to fight for this title, brother, and I see that it's what we kind of predicted in the morning, in the beginning of this whole meet. What was it, 4 hours ago, right? I'm not sure if the time, I don't even know what the time frame is. But, yeah, and it's still cold.
So, you couldn't hear me chewing because I have this little button here that I got to push. But that's what you don't see. If I'm not talking, it's usually because I'm, eating something. That's probably not going to surprise anyone that knows me, talking or eating. Juice is going to be giving us another interview here in a moment because we had a great winner.
Might be our other brother coming down in the mix there.
Are we gonna? You know what? I'm not gonna tease it then. I'm gonna let the audience see it for themselves when we go.
There you go.
But I think my family knows if I'm not talking, I'm eating. But you gotta stay fueled because we're 5 hours in to when we got here.
And you're doing a great job.
We still have another hour to go.
Yeah, and even the coaches out there, I got to commend them. Most of them are on the start-finish line, getting every kid's note, making them feel like they have all that value in there. But they have to drink their fluids and they have to eat too. Everybody in track has to do something like that, otherwise you caught a cramp. The last race, I had to stand up. I was catching a cramp on my pinky toe because I tied my shoelaces to the left too tight. But guess what? I got it straightened out. I'm ready for the finals. Look at this race right here on the 200. First heat.
Heat 1 of the girls 200. And we see Alana Veal in lane 2.
Yep.
Taking down Megan McDougall of Waterford in lane 4. And Juice, obviously, he needed a rest too, so we bring in the A team with our winner of the previous event, Josh.
Thank you, Casey. I'm here with 800-meter champion Kyle Kornacki. Kyle, the 800-meter is one of the most difficult events in track. At least I think so. Tell me how you prepare and tell me about the mentality you go in with in that race.
It's usually just a mental thing. It's all a mental thing. During practice, you're getting trained, you're hitting your times, and it's just your responsibility to come out here and just shut it down early. I mean, I try to do that best I could, hang with those guys. But it's definitely just a mentality thing for me. It's all upstairs. That's all it.
Yeah, congratulations. Coach, tell me about Kyle's work ethic, how he prepares for things like this at practice.
Kyle's just super coachable. I mean, he started out in sprints. It's a big risk to move somebody up to the 800. It's a lot more painful. He's willing to do that. I think we've asked him to do hard things every single day, and he just doesn't back off of that. I mean, he's willing to put in the hard work, and I think he's had his ups and downs, so it's good to see him on top today. It's how you always dreamed it up.
Definitely a big ups today for Kyle, though. Congratulations again. Casey, back to you.
Thank you. We see Natalia Robinson winning that heat, beating Ava Tucker from Waterford.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we'll be going into heat 3. We are 4 heats here in the girls 200. So we'll set up heat 3 coming up. Lena Dufort from NFA, Alasia Moore from Fitch, Tegan Maloney of Woodstock Academy, Jayla Robinson of Fitch, Ella Wojak of Ledyard, and Elena Campbell of Fitch. A Fitch, Woodstock, Ledyard we'll be battling it out here with a dose of NFA in heat number 3. And then heat number 4 is going to have a bunch of familiar names for you as well.
Definitely. We're at least, throughout this whole, brother, we've got 2 field events left, which is the boys high jump and girls pole vault. They're going at it right now. So every other field event is completed. The 200 right now is always that significant sign that we're close to the end. But coming up after this will be the big 32. That's going to be a race that's going to be.
Is that when I take my nap?
You could take a nap. You can, go and take a walk. You can do some exercises. As this heat comes off, a big jump on the inside lane. I think the young lady from Woodstock.
Lane 3, that would be Tegan Maloney.
And right next to her is the young lady from Fitch.
Jayla Robinson in lane 4.
Look at her go.
Robinson pushing down the stretch. Here comes Maloney. Can Robinson hold on? She does. Oh,
that's a close one.
Jayla Robinson almost gets caught by Tegan Maloney. 27-20. I think Robinson held on, but that was close.
Very close, very close. The good thing, it's the 200. It's a race that you have to win your race. You have to win as fast as you can because all the accumulations of it's just going to be the top 8 that are going to move on. So those fast times are needed.
So let's take a look at Heat 4.
This is packed right here.
Keisha Lee Torres, Valerie Codd, Juliet Allard, Peyton Linekus, Akira Gregor, and Tara Futtrell, the Heat 4 runners trying to get into those 200 finals. After this, we will have the boys 200 meter, and then we're here a while.
That's right. We have some celebrities out here today. Obviously, we had Arnie De La Rosa running up and down here, taking pictures of his son. What a great young man. His son has been productive. We've seen him through football season all. We got high jump rolling right now for the boys.
Now the high jump, there's right there in your camera screen, Wes Dewanchek of Bacon Academy. He's going to be trying to do something special because he's going to try to catch Joel Barros.
Brother, this start of the 200 is aggressive right here. Coming around the corner. We got some speed around the corner here.
Juliet Allard and Valerie Codd. Codd and Allard. And Allard turning it on and making a statement at 25.57.
Great speed, great form on the straightaway. Good job. Yeah, she wanted that one. Here comes another high jumper for the day. A clear jump. The young man from Fitch.
So we'll have the boys 200 meter coming up next. We've got 5 heats, 6, 7 heats in the boys 200. So hopefully we'll be able to get you some of the high jump during those 7 heats.
There's a young man from East Lyme. Oh, just hit off the mark. We got some other celebrities here. The legend, Jamal Davis, coach football over at NFA. I think he's working the school system, go out and takes care of a couple of my kids. Kicking back. I mean, it's amazing how we're in springtime. Just last week we were enjoying a little warm weather, and right now I feel like we're at the cusp of Thanksgiving.
There's our guy, Joel Barros. Right now he currently sits in second in the ECC this year. He'll be in a very tough battle with Brody Scott. So Brody Scott jumped 6'7.5" Joel jumped 6'7".
Yeah.
That puts them 1 and 2. Wes Dewanchek jumped 6'3".
Yep.
And Declan B jumped 6 feet. Jaquel Gonzalez jumped 6 feet. Those are the only 5 in the ECC to have cleared 6 feet this year. Brody Scott is the leader there, but we will have to see if he can hold on to that with Barros on his tail. Here is Heat 1. Secaroli, Patterson, and Velez.
Good straightaway run. Young man from Woodstock taking it to him right now.
Thatcher Peterson of Woodstock Academy with the win there.
In 6th place, Jalen Robinson, Fitch. In 5th place,
I always marveled in the high jump at the higher level how the bend and kick, how much they could bend so that as their head is going over, they're arching their body so that they get that little bit of extra and then kick their way over the top.
So that's a 2D effect that we always talk about, we tell people. They're actually curling over like a ZD. So their jump, if you could see this young man when he comes up, they plant their foot not in the middle because that's the lowest part. You want to actually be at least a little quarter right in front of that plant because the lowest part of that bar is the middle. So as you see, he kind of was a little bit to the left there. The coaches can adjust the steps that would make it a little bit more towards the center. So when you look at the top athletes, they have these steps. You see all those little white tapes right there? That's there for a reason. It's not debris. So if you see families that he's like, there's debris over there, no. It's actually their marked steps, and then they can make those adjustments as the coach sees, hey, you're a little too close. We could take a step forward or take a step back, what we call shoe lengths. And they use their shoes sometimes so that they can feel comfortable to do that on their own when they're doing their individual meets throughout the year. So as we're coming into tournament time, these guys are trying to perfect their techniques. And in high jump, if you have a bad technique, it's going to be a hard day for you to finish and clear.
So high jump is underway. We are in the midst of the boys' 200-meter heats.
We call these race heats, yet we're cold up here. Talking about an oxymoron, brother.
There's nothing heat about it.
Great night tonight as the lights are kicking in the ECC championships.
There goes Sean O'Brien of Ledyard, Kai Brailsford of Woodstock Academy, Isaiah Kaju of NFA, Aiden Tyler of Woodstock Academy, and Yorklev Alci of Fitch.
This is going to be a close one as these guys are pushing together. NFA in the lead.
That looks like NFA's Isaiah Kaju.
24.99 on the race, yeah. Not bad.
at the finish line area. Rachel
Heat
Quadrado.
3 coming up here soon for the boys 200 as the high jump continues over in the jumping area.
Athletes in the 4x4, boys and girls. Need to report to the clerk.
My favorite announcement in track history. Please, 4x4, get your tickets at the clerk.
What's the announcement for this is the last event of the day?
The 4x4, get your tickets.
So that makes me that makes me very happy as well.
So we're looking at within a half an hour or so.
But don't we have to run a race that takes 6.5 years?
But remember now, if it's based on the number of kids that's qualified, we can see it's being one heat. And then that averages, I'd say 32 is like I would say probably like an 8-minute race for some of the best guys. You know, and then you have the slower ones that are probably 10. But if they put them all together and they can control it during the race by having the starters just count those numbers like we were talking about before, and if there's no overlapping, we'll have one heat. But again, that's always sometimes set up at the end.
We like one heat. One
Here's
heat
the
is
jump
good.
right here. Oh, see, he over rotated there. Must be a tough thing to do. It's cold outside and you're trying to jump and explode in an angle that's a little abnormal. And this heat coming around the corner, the young man from NFA getting into the straightaway. The man from outside, Woodstock. It's a good
Heat
one.
3, NFA's Julian Laguerre.
Yeah.
Moving up towards Heat 4 in the, and that features 6 more runners. Here comes our Fitch kid. He did not like his steps.
Nope.
Now, how many times can you do that?
You can, from my head, there's no time limit.
So you can do
go
that as many times as
as
you want?
long as you don't break the plane,
Yeah.
or like thin film of the line.
Yeah.
If you cross that, it could be penalized.
Do other jumpers get irritated at somebody who keeps doing that?
And during the season, you know, when you have the younger guys doing it that don't practice as much, it's kind of a little annoying because this is all starting off with a base height. Now, these athletes don't have to start at 5'4". They'll say the base height is 5'4". These guys can enter, like your 6-footers, they can just wait and kick back until it gets to what they will consider the acceptable jump. So they'll probably start at 5'10". So as these youngsters that are jumping 5'4" and working their way up, they'll be probably eliminated based on their PRs. But when you get to the other ones, they probably haven't started yet. So you're going to see that the numbers will get higher as soon as these guys start entering in. I think that the stats here, 5'8", shows that after 5'8", they probably will enter at 5'10" and compete.
Heat 4 coming up here in the boys 200. Reese Phelan of Stonington, Paolo Templeton of Ledyard, Herschel Williams of Ledyard, Omar Davis of Fitch, Garrett Cooper of Stonington, and Maximus Celiakis of Waterford.
Well, son, bro, man, you're good with that one.
There's lane 3, Herschel Williams pulling away. A little stumble there, but Williams crosses at 23.76.
23.76. Boy.
Heat 5 coming up. Two more heats in the boys 200. So there's Joel Barros of NFA. He is one of the 2 of the best, along with Brody Scott. They're the only 2 to clear 6'7", West Dewanchik 6'3", but here comes Joel and easily clears that.
As you can see, he did a good smooth transition. As soon as he hits that point, he's up and he starts to arch after you see that he had space, so it was wonderful. You could tell that he's a veteran. Accepted that mark, coach appreciates it. Now he's going to go back and stay with that mark.
And then Waterford's Brody Scott, the ECC current record holder on the year. And here comes Scott.
Nice.
And he clears that with
Beautifully.
ease.
Well done.
Josh has got another one of our champions down on the field. Josh.
Here with Juliet Allard, winner of the 300 meter in hurdles and 200 meter. So talk to me about the differences between the two events. How do you prepare for the hurdles, and how do you prepare for 200?
So for the hurdles, that's coming right off the 100 final. So, you know, I got to be ready after running my absolute fastest to come back and run 300 meters. And the 300-meter hurdles also holds a special place in my heart. It's my 4th consecutive year winning it. So knowing that I finished undefeated is a really good feeling. 200, I'm coming right off the hurdles. I only have the 800 in between. So it's, you know, I have to get my electrolytes in, get some food in my stomach, make sure I'm prepared to run my absolute hardest again.
All right, so your team is up by 32 points right now. How are you going to cheer on your teammates?
I mean, I love cheering my teammates on. I'm planning on screaming as loud as I can for them. Team culture is just like so important to me, so I'm really excited to cheer them on, especially in the 4x4. We're putting in a really solid team there and hoping they can hit a PR, so I'm really excited to cheer them on there.
All right, once again, congratulations. Casey, back to you.
Thank you very much, Josh. Heat 6 of the boys 200 featuring Tyree Barnes of New London, Yancel Echevarria of Waterford, Oliver Aubin, we've seen him, NFA, Dougie Howard, my kid from Bacon Academy. Excuse me, Dougie, he's a game day grade 8 submitter. Jackson Robert of Ledyard and Justin Jimenez of Fitch. Look for Aubin and Howard at 23:04 and 23:09, lanes 3 and 4. But we know anybody can get off to the start.
It's a good start to the outside lane as they get across here. There's that parallel running right there, side by side. But when you get to that line, we'll see who's going to take the lead. It looks like the man in the middle.
Dougie Howard from Bacon Academy. Howard with a strong race. Can he hold on? Doug Howard will cross in 23.
Looks like a 23 solid so
flat. Dougie Howard, what a great race and a great time in the final heat of the boys 200.
Yeah, he maintained his drive all the way through. That was a great race.
I take that back. There is another heat left in the boys 200.
You got one more, brother?
There's 7 heats. I missed an entire heat.
And I like your energy because, you know, he'd have been like, oh, my God, one more. Oh, almost a great jump there. But, again, when he arched his back, he accelerated too fast, and in the back of bottom half just touched the pole and dropped it down. So
that's Wes Dewanchik, Bacon Academy, who had the 3rd highest jump of the year during the year, but I don't think he's happy with what's going on with him so far today.
Right now, 15 out of 18 scored events for the girls completed, and Woodstock Academy is up 134.5, Norwich Free Academy 102. I think this is going to solidify their championship. And for the boys right now, 14 out of 18 have been filed in, and Norwich Free Academy still up 109, next to East Lyme second, 103. So, again, this is a very close race for the boys. The girls seems like they're going to lock it in. But, again, we got another heat of 200.
You got these names. Ava T. Pierre of Fitch. Javon Thompson of NFA.
Here we go.
DiMaggio Casanova, the best name by far today from NFA. Roan Fothergill of Ledyard and Matthew Allen of Waterford. And they're all going to be trying to catch in lane 3 Max De La Rosa of Stonington. DiMaggio Casanova. That is an all-time great name.
That's a good one.
So De La Rosa with the fastest time of 21.84 will be in lane 3.
I'll give you a little tidbit. You know how in baseball, when you got a guy stealing, you give these little techniques of leverage, 1 step, 2 step, balance it out right here. In the 200, this is probably the only race, along with the 400, but sometimes they stand up, that you have to angle your starter block in the outside lane pointing to the inside lane, so when you take off, you start to drive into the turn. So you'll see some of these setups where, you know, maybe De La Rosa, who does it, he pinches it in a little bit, and that makes that aggressive turn to be violent with his steps so that he can get to the straightaway with that speed.
Yeah, that's how I taught Rajay Davis how to steal bases.
That's right, Rajay Broma. Oh, my God, he was good. I remember when I had a chance to coach him as a wide receiver in football. Good young man. That whole family was great.
I told him I get 1.2% credit for all of his major league success.
That was awesome to see him in the World Series. So proud.
There goes De La Rosa in the middle.
What a drive. Good lean. He's on the straightaway.
Max, Javon, and Max holds on, 22-4.
That was a smooth aggressive race, but you see it from the takeoff. As soon as he turned into it, he was leaning in there. It's kind of like that G-force. He just had that nice tight turn, good flow, kept his arms going when he hit the straightaway, got into that straight form. We're back at the high jump. A young man from East Lyme, and he nips it right there.
How many attempts do you have?
I believe you have 4 attempts. That's why they don't keep the score here on the internet. But one of the things is that while you're doing these jumps, you're telling a story so that when there's ever a tie, it goes back. So let's say, for example, you and I started at 5'4", okay? I cleared 5'4" my first jump, you cleared 5'4" in your first jump. We go to the second one, I missed my first one, you make the first one, okay? As we go along and we end up tied in the next level, and let's say we're done, they're gonna say, well, we're gonna go back to the last one, that's where we find you. And that's why it's gonna be close at the end to see what these guys are doing. What a jump!
There's Dewanchik.
Beautiful jump.
And unlike others, he comes in from the other side.
Yeah, very aggressive. And that sometimes is a good advantage. You know, you don't see that. Most of the time, everybody's right-handed on the J-curve. So, you know, now he doesn't have to worry too much. He only has a little sticky there, and he could just stay out of the way. And as you can see, the referee's now making the adjustments for the height. So we're moving on up to the east side.
So I have to tell you, you got all the knowledge, terminology of track. I appreciate that.
No doubt, Teller was a man.
You learned well.
Yeah.
The girls 3,200.
Here we go.
So this is how long?
8 laps.
How many miles?
3,200, which is 2 miles.
That's completely unacceptable.
Yeah.
Maggie Littler in lane 1. Avery Mays of Waterford. Josephine Withrow of Ledyard. Karina Chan of NFA. Nova Almquist of Woodstock Academy. Lorelei Romasanta of Bacon Academy. Catherine Wren of East Lyme. Adeline Whitcraft of East Lyme. Colby Sinhorst of Fitch. Lila Wilson of Bacon Academy. Melanie DePippo of Woodstock Academy. Alessandra DeBartolo of NFA. You are with the fastest man in the ECC, Max Della Rosa.
The fastest man in the ECC, Max Della Rosa. Max, you won the 100, you won the 200, and now you had the 4x4. Tell me, so you just finished the 200, you won. Tell me how you're going to prepare for the 4x4 coming up.
I'm going to go back with my team, drink a Gatorade and eat some pretzels. Get some good nutrition.
All right, congratulations, man. You get yourself a breather, man. You deserve it. Casey, back to you, man.
I just want to be clear that the fastest guy in the ECC says Gatorade and pretzels is good nutrition.
I'm going home. I have my mini pretzels. I'm going to rock it tonight. You know, a shout out to his dad. He's such a prideful man. Loves his kid. He's been there to all the events, and I've always had a chance to watch it on Facebook. You know, and this kid, just like I said, it's beautiful because he represents the ECC. And then just this fall, I mean, he went to national. I mean, you know, New England's and competed very well. So the reputation is expanding, and he's had just a good heart. So I hope he gets ready because it takes a little while.
Well, Arnie, his father, no bigger supporter of game day than him.
Right behind us, right here. Look at that. He's all excited. Listen, Pop, you know, it was amazing that when you were in kindergarten, you couldn't get the kickball over the field, but your son is flying like, you know, was it Speedy Gonzalez?
That's like if I had the tallest kid in the ECC, you have the fastest kid in the ECC. Unbelievable. Max Della Rosa, what a day for him.
I was just telling him how much we were watching videos about, you know, you sent to us and seeing him in the indoor season and how he still holds that same caliber. His belief, his faith system is a part of a factor too because he speaks so well about that. But then now we know the recovery time. First of all, how many pounds of pretzels do you have in the house for him to have it with the Gatorade? Because that's what he wants to eat now. You got a box of Gatorade? Beautiful. Beautiful, man.
Maggie Littler, Avery Mays, and Josephine Withrow. The pack out in front here, 1, 2, and 3, just like they were seated, if you will, and in the lanes they started. So Littler and Avery Mays, the only two to qualify with under 12 minutes.
Right.
And then Withrow right at the 12-minute, 69-second mark. So those three are 11 to 13 seconds faster than the rest of the pack, and they will be setting the pace here today.
Casey, you hit it on point. They go by the laps, and as you can see, these are what we're calling 72 to 75 second laps because of the distance. So you have now the distant coaches that are able to do this, mathematical component of trying to give them the intervals, and you'll see them to be like, hey, you're going too fast, ease it down, stay with this pace so that you can have a kick. Some of these athletes sometimes will try to run it like a 1600 and realize that they won't have that energy to finish off, and that's where you can see that disparity. Right now we do have two clusters, the first top three and then the rest as they continue on this race here. It's amazing how things are slightly clearing out. The number of athletes are actually getting off the track. But there's a special thing that happens in championship racing, and you'll see that in the 400 case. It's to me like a kind of like the New Year's of track. All these athletes, when they see the 4x4 runners, will be on the sideline cheering on. Now, one of the rules is you can't run with them, but you could cheer them on, and that's something that I've seen, as a coach. It's a great relationship of how that team camaraderie is. So as we're working towards the end, we're seeing right now that the point scores tally for the boys, 15 completed out of 18. Norwich Free Academy is still ahead, 117 to 103 over East Lyme. Ledyard has 73, Bacon Academy has 71, Stonington has 64, Woodstock Academy has 60, Fitch has 57, Waterford has 35, and New London has 2.
So a 15 of 18 is because we still have the 3200,
yep, and
the
we
4x4, and the boys are still competing in the high jump.
Yes, as they close that all out and they get it into the internet, that's where we're getting these updates. And with the girls, again, their Woodstock Academy ladies are dominating at 134.5, Norwich Free Academy second at 102, Fitch 78, Ledyard 56, East Lyme 52.5, Bacon Academy 49, Stonington 40, Waterford 38, and New London 29. So, it's still up in the air for the boys. And the ladies right now are just, working through their last races. And as this 3200 continues, the pace, you'll say, they always get worried about 3200 so fast. You'll find out it'll go by quickly as these ladies continue on. And I think we're now in the 4th lap, if I'm not mistaken. I might be jumping the gun, but...
Well, most of these girls run in cross country, and so they're running 3 miles plus.
Right.
So 2 miles is that balance.
Yes.
1 mile can be treated almost like a sprint for some of these runners.
Yes.
It is.
Yeah.
2 miles involves a little more pacing.
Yep.
It's when you get out to those 3 mile plus races where the whole strategy of and in cross country there's no there's hills and elevation gain and things like that. Here on a flat track, exactly what your 400, 800, 1600 splits are.
That's it, brother. You got it locked down. So when you go back to the basics, 400, high interval, go all out. 800, you're going to have intervals, but it's going to be the highest of both. So if you can knock down 59 to get them under 2 minutes, but then when you get to the 1600, it's a interval that's probably 60 to 61, but that's consistent, then you want the 32. Every distance coach would love to have their athletes to have those same intervals as it goes across the board.
Yeah, their splits need to be very similar.
Yeah,
you don't want to see a person who fades, and you don't want to see a person who starts off. You're ultimately trying to get 4 splits in the exact same spot, which is your maximum to split it that way.
Yep. And then when they want to categorize how they could develop a 4x8 team, or if during the season when they have those special events like in Telluride have 4x1600 or a DMR, which is the distance of different distances like a 400 and 800, 1600, those really add up into what coaches could find in their intervals, and they can make those best teams there. So that's how the 4x4 in the end is created, where you see sometimes, like you say, in Stonington, they probably have 2 sprinters running and a couple of distance run. So it mixes up.
So you see Littler and Avery Mays starting to get out ahead a little bit of the pack, and Withbro slightly behind them. So Maggie Littler, only a freshman, out ahead of senior Avery Mays. Mays, who we saw come in second after that brilliant run in the 1600 by Pescatello.
This is what beautiful, because that in track you always sit back and think that your seniors, when they come to 4 years, could be there. But that's the beauty in track. A freshman can come out of nowhere. I was watching the SEC championships with Joe Carter. We get together at night and we watched those meets, and he said, wow, what's amazing is when you look at the SEC championships, in just the 400 alone, there were 5 freshmen. So it's just the way it's developed. You know, when you find a kid that has an itch, or a young kid that competes as a track athlete, and comes out here and becomes a phenom for the league.
Now Littler extending the lead a little bit with longer strides, pushing off the balls of her feet.
Right.
You look at Avery Mays, and her steps are a little tighter. She's on the ball. She's a little more prancy right now, which is, to me, tells me that she's got reserve, and she's just trying to kind of stay in a certain distance away from Littler as we head down the stretch here.
Definitely, it's a style that you could see both of them kind of engage, and also experience. You know, how she's leading the pack, it's just consistency. That technique looks really good. She's not letting up, or she's not accelerating at this time until, you know, she probably gets the call from Coach Tetlow, who's in the start-finish line, and he'll bark it up. So when I look at the coaches that are on the front line, those ones that keep the time, they're like the stock exchange. So you hear these guys go 445, 445, and then 253, and you'll hear these numbers, and some people may not understand that. But those are the intervals that come across for these athletes.
So right now, Littler is farther ahead of Mays than Mays is of the third place Withrow. So there is a bigger distance between 1 and 2 than there is between 2 and 3. So if you got to think, if Mays is going to make a move, that's alliteration at its finest. If Mays is going to make a move, she's going to have to make that move soon.
As we get down to probably the last 3 laps, that coach has to remind her, you got to get your next interval to be like, say, a 67. You know, that's where you save it. So, you know, as these coaches are going across, I think they're very happy with the pace. You know, like, for example, Coach Tetlow always does it in the start-finish line so he could remind her right off the turn. And then there's other coaches that go across and give them the half intervals. But in this one, it seems like it's just that all those coaches are kicking back and letting the girls run.
Littler looking very strong.
Yeah. Amazing day of having records broken, leagues records broken. Just been a great day. You know, sportsmanship here has been unbelievable. Like, that's one thing that's really great about the ECC championship. These kids knowing each other for the year and then appreciating their efforts.
So Maggie Littler, freshman from Ledyard, leading right now comfortably over Waterford's Avery Mays. Josephine Whitbrow is still in third place and is about the same distance as she has been behind Mays, but I think Littler has, again on this lap, increased her distance from Mays. Right at this point here, it's hard to imagine anybody catching Littler.
No, that's pretty much you know, a done deal job. I think in this case, coaches just try to keep those ladies running to keep that pace, secure the points. In this instance, you know, Ledyard will get some points here. They have a person running first and running third, and that would help them out. But
where are we with the high jump and the pole vault? I mean, yeah, the high jump.
There's
and
no updates here on the stat sheet. As it looks like it just, yeah. We got, okay, that was good. We got 2 of the top dogs jumping at 6'6".
They're the only ones left because, and they're the only ones that jumped higher than 6'3".
Yeah.
Duwanchik got 6'3", but this is Scott and Barros's. You know, that's where they are. They both got to 6'6". So
you imagine that? I could stand on top and then I could give myself a nice little like Jerry curl throw, right, for it, and they could jump over me. You know, it's amazing. How it's phenomenal.
I could wear a king's crown.
Yeah.
On top of a fez.
Or on a rollerblades.
On stilts, and they could jump over.
They could still jump over.
So Littler really now extending the lead.
Amazing job. She's doing a great job with her technique and just taking it to him.
She is almost a full track length ahead of Mays. Mays, however, is extending her lead on third place.
Yeah.
This has been about a perfect race for Littler.
Yep, she's making her way across, lapping the younger athletes there. But she has just done a phenomenal job. This is what's great about when you have these athletes that are dedicated to track, cross country, going into indoor, going into outdoor. the ability to maintain those things and become better at what you're doing, it's a great experience. Said Brody, we have some information about Brody Scott from Waterford, jumping and clearing 6 feet 6 inches. That's just a phenomenal thing to see these young men jump.
Congratulations to Maggie Littler for winning the girls 3200. Avery Mays of Waterford coming in now in second. And here's Joel Barros as a chance to try at 6'6". And no.
He jumped a little bit early, as you can see, and hit the bar with his shoulder. He had to get more vertical on that jump.
That's 2 fouls for Barros, so he has one more chance, or else Scott will be the ECC high jump champion. We'll be heading to the boys 3200.
Here's a little side note, Case. As you can see, Coach Glennie, he's right there. He just showed him real quick. He was reminding the girls, so he actually have the winning girl, or the girl that finished, he would push in, and then he would jump and then give the number of the lap for the other girls. So that's, you probably only see this during the 32. But as it goes towards states, trust me, there's no lapping there. Those are the elites in the state of Connecticut to run. Strong finish.
You want the good news or the bad news?
Give me the good news, bro.
Good news is it's an exceptional day here, and the girls are happy as they finish the 3200, and the boys are coming up soon.
Yeah. See, the 32 is not that bad. People always feel like, oh, man.
Can I tell you the bad news?
What's that bad news?
There's 2 heats for the boys.
Oh, there's two heats for the boys?
Yeah.
All right, well, at least it's the fastest. We'll see.
So one more attempt here for Joel Barros to clear 6 feet 6 inches.
He just has to maintain discipline with his technique like he's doing before. If he can get that vertical jump and then work the rotation as he passes it, he can clear it out.
Brody Scott has already cleared 6'6" for Waterford. Both of them jumped 6'7" during the regular season.
Getting that energy, that last minute concentration. All the amount of reps, we always say in track, all the amount of reps that you've taken during the season to be perfect on a meet is as valuable as anything else. And so he has this moment right here to concentrate and get himself to be amped enough. He's been competing all day, so you know that mental part is the toughest at the end. Here we go. Here's the energy. All right. The whole thing. This is the best part of track, the clap.
Well, Joel does not lack personality. He is a game day favorite, head of the NFA student section for basketball, trying to clear 6'6". The approach, and just a little early. He can't do it, and that means that Brody Scott will finish first in the high jump. I believe Wes Dewanchik will finish third behind Scott and Joel Barros.
What a great competition by those guys. And they're going to go to the next level, so we're going to see them more down the road. Here's the first heat of the 3200, brother.
Heat number 1, Gavin Fant, Michael Dickey, Lucas Hecker, Raymond Grogan, Parker Widlicka, Harrison Durand, Ian McLean, Connor Grant, Bronson Leone, Kevin Lamb, and in the 11 spot, Mason Wappy.
Mason, awesome.
And Kang Tran.
Oh, we got a race here. Give a shout out to the big bro.
Well, I did not think that if it didn't involve water and goggles, that. Listen, Mason's gonna be on the college track for swimming. The kid can cut it up in the water.
Yeah.
I didn't realize. I knew he was a cross country kid. I didn't realize he was running here today in the 3200.
We got a champion on the sideline that wants to give some love there, Case.
Josh, it was a brilliant and dominant race from Maggie Littler. She took on a very good runner in Avery Mays and left her far, far behind. Maggie Littler has to be thrilled. Multiple championships so far today, but that one was an individual performance worthy of conversation. Take it away, Josh.
Race. So you tell me about the practice of endurance and how do you build such stamina to race? for a 2-mile?
The workouts that Coach Tetlow gives us help a lot with like leg speed and picking it up, and really just I guess like all the training that Coach Tetlow has really had us go through has helped like to build the endurance to keep going.
So you also race the 4x8, right? Yes. So you race with your sister. Now tell me how you two motivate each other to do stuff like this.
So we have like a really good relationship. It's not like competitive like in a bad way. It's kind of just like pushing each other to be our best in our races, and it's really nice because then I have like a training partner, and we really push each other to be the best versions of ourselves at track.
Congratulations again. Casey.
Thank you, John.
Yo, brother, I got it. You were saying it best. She's such an adorable young freshman. It's going to be famous in our program. And I got to say, I agree with her 100%. Coach Tetlow has always instilled into the athletes the ability to be neuromuscular strong and to build that endurance. And when he teaches that, I've learned so much of kind of like that, physical aspect about it. But for her to be talking as if she's introducing the race, and to go and not tired. She's just crossing her leg and talking about how she feels and how happy she is. That's just great job by that program. And kids there. Brody Scott. Casey, you take it away, brother. Brody Scott. He just went and kept on going.
Brody Scott clearing 6'8" in the high jump.
PR.
And
let me see if that's a record, brother. That is amazing how, Brody's not that typical tall kid. His ability to spring and explode is based on those simple techniques of that jump. And man, what a phenomenal kid for 6 feet 8 inches.
So as the boys are in the first heat of the 3,200, we'll be very, very pleased to again announce Brody Scott.
He's going to go for the record, which is going to be held by Jake Almquist. And I remember that year. He was a good kid. My first year, I think, coaching there at Woodstock Academy. 6 feet 9 inches is the record. So, hey, if you got an extra inch in that energy and he breaks that or ties it up, that could be something special.
Set 12 years ago. Scott will go for 6'9". He's going to go.
He's going to go for the gusto.
He says, "I'm going to go try to whiff. I'm going to go.
Oh my!
Oh,
here we go. This is going to be amazing. We got a great opportunity right here for multiple records shattered today. Tons of personal bests. Oh my God, this is going to be great.
6'9.5". That's like jumping over Jason Tatum.
Yep, or Dennis Rodman. Anybody 6'9".
I wouldn't jump anywhere near Dennis Rodman.
No, man, I'll tell you right now. My son had a chance to see him when he went and took a trip to Florida by surprise. Got a picture of it.
How do you recognize him?
With the rings in his nose. He said, I was like, James, what happened? Dad, you won't believe it. You won't believe it. I'm sending you a picture. And he was him right there kicking back and having a nice little social time.
Very interested on this. It would be great to watch history.
Yeah.
Brody Scott has already taken home the championship in the ECC high jump. He's already jumped his PR of 6'8".
The lone jumper by himself.
He's going to go for 6'9.5", which would set the ECC record 12 years ago from Woodstock Academy.
We have a good race so far. The young man from East Lyme is really pacing it out and stretching this lead. Not too far behind. The young man from Woodstock is right there. Here we go.
Here comes Brody.
He is now just really opening up. This is sometimes the best thing about track, the concentration I can see from way over here. I know the camera is not there yet. You fans will get a chance to see that. But Brody is in this really nice, deep psychological thing, and it's impressive, just looking at the bar, knowing to go over the steps. He's really proper. He's setting up right now. Here we go, the chance to break a 12-year-old record.
You'll see Scott coming in from your right with that pole there.
The referee right now is walking towards him and giving him a little bit more information. Yes. Okay.
They're bringing in a referee to officially measure the height to guarantee, to verify it, so that if he does clear it, it will be an ECC record.
Yeah, in the States, they already have 2 judges there to do that. But in this instance, as the judge makes it clear, you know, probably be like the director, Mr. Reichart, come in there and to verify the measurement, or a representative of the, you know, coach that comes in. And that's good, because then that'll lock it in. This is going to be a great opportunity for a record that's been here for 12 years, brother.
Fant in the lead still for East Lyme in heat number 2, or heat number 1, as it were.
Got to say, we're very blessed today with all the things that we were worried about, you know, tinkering here and there. It's an amazing job, you know, the day staff and how they've kept this going. Great experience, man. Awesome energy. Yep, they're going over the height now, and then that'll be verified. So when they send this to the States, there's no questions about it.
And then heat 2 of the boys 3200 will be coming up after this, and then we'll have our last 2 events of the day.
The Quattro. That is going to be an amazing last event. As we know, there's still a close race between NFA and East Lyme. And we have 15 of 18. Still, the scores are still the same for boys. As we go to girls right now, there are 16 of 18 events completed. Woodstock still up 137.5.
They're finishing,
Academy 102.
yeah, they're finishing the pole vault and the 4x4.
Yep. Last 2 events here.
I don't think Scott's happy about taking this much time in between jumps, though.
It might favor him, and a lot of it sometimes is, you know, like the kicker mentality, right? We always kind of freeze the kicker. But for jumpers, they already know their marks, they know their steps. It gives them a chance to be more visual. When I was seeing him warm up, it's just the normal things that he's doing. But certifying this is just another phase of the track experience. As you see, they're marking it, and they always start the measurement from the center on down that way. And that's why we always tell our athletes, you jump in the center, you're going to jump at the right height. Otherwise, you're going to do a little extra. And it seems like a young lady from the pole vault cleared it. Trying to see right now as the scores are tallying in from the events. Let's see, girls pole vault. As the race continues on, it's pretty much consistently the same.
Gavin Fant running away with it for East Lyme. He's doing a great job.
Real good pace. But this is something about the 32 that I could say it's a little bit special from all the distance runners. This distance is not a easy win, because again, when it comes to the kick, these 2 here still have an opportunity. So Bacon Academy and Woodstock are real close.
And 1 lap to go.
Here we go.
And Brody Scott ready to try for 6 feet, 9.5 inches to set an ECC record.
He's already setting his point. He's got his marker in. He's got the eyes. We got the camera on the high jump area.
He'll be coming from your right.
Everybody's fully clapping.
Here's the clap, the step back, and Scott will be underway. You will see him from the right side of your screen momentarily. Here he goes. Oh!
That was a energy push right there.
2 more attempts at it. Fant still doing a great job as they go to the far turn, leading the first heat for the boys, 3,200. Scott talking over there with Barros. Barros giving him a handshake and cheering him on. So how cool is that? Joel Barros finishes second, and he's over there going, break this record, my man. Let's go.
That's the beauty of track, the support of one another to be accomplishing.
And
a little upset right there.
A great finish. And the kick coming from behind. Well done. And here comes Scott.
As the rest of the team are finishing this 32, again, we got the clap started again. In the beginning, he was too aggressive to the pole. Got to make sure he gets that J curve and explode vertically before he makes that turn. Here we go.
Here comes Brody Scott.
Almost.
Close on the 6'9½", but not quite there. One more crack at it.
So that there was a lot better. He got to the center, but when he went vertical, he attacked it a little bit too early, and his shoulders touched that.
As the first heat of the 3200 finishing up for the boys, there will be one more heat coming up here in a moment. Good kick. And finishing up the first heat of the 3200.
As we got a little pause in between, man, I'll tell you a little story that brings back memories with how I utilized VIX and made a kid run under 2 minutes in an 800.
You put VIX on his chest or under his nose?
Well, young Ian was a great kid. He always wanted to motivate. He loved my words of wisdom before a race. At that time, I was, working and then coming into a track meet. I used VIX to keep myself motivated. And as we get ready to set, let's see this jump first. We'll go over
Brody
that
Scott, one last chance to clear 6'9½". He's already the ECC champion. He's trying to become the ECC record holder. Nope, not going to happen today.
Not going to happen today.
But he is an ECC champion after clearing 6'8". Brody Scott gets a hug from West Dewanchik, now his fellow stars, as he wins the ECC championship.
It's a great effort by the young man.
And here comes our final heat.
This is the hot pack, brother.
Of the boys 3200. This is heat 2 with Sean McCauley, Matthew Carrier, Julian Silva, Colton Salem, Jack Feisch, Patrick Crowell, Joey Papaglia, Anthony DeBartolo, Antonio Saldato, Owen Munch, Andrew Carrier, and Lucas Hyde. This one can be close, but you got about 9 minutes before you have to start worrying about it.
The big curve is the start, as these guys are going to aggressively find a spot. They see the two inside guys settle in. It seems like everybody's going to set their pace where they need to as they work around the corner. They have a nice big push lead.
So Sean McCauley out to a early lead, long lead. He's going to try to go wire to wire.
So we're at Middletown and we're having a track meet, and young Ian comes up and says, "Coach, I need some motivation." I said, "I don't know. Sometimes I used to put VIX on." He goes, "Well, what does that do?" I said, "It opens my airways. It makes me think clearly so that I can stay focused on, who needs to get on the track." So, "Well, that helped me out." I said, "Yeah, well, how do I do that?" I said, "Well, just take a little bit and you rub your hands in there." And now he's looking at me, and I'm like a veteran. I already have this in my body. I put it under my eyelids and over my forehead, inside my nose. And so he just, instead of he looks at me, he just rubs the whole thing. He starts rubbing his face like it's like Noxema. Now, it hits because he starts to squint a little bit like, "Coach, I can't see." And I say, "Oh, man, but you're getting ready to race right now." And so he's squinting and looking, and Coach tells him, "Get on line." So he gets ready to get on line, and he doesn't know. So he actually had to touch the opponent in his arms, and he's like this. And then the thing goes, and he just takes off. Now, usually when you could see your opponent and all that. He couldn't see anything. But he's running hard, and I'm like, wow. All the guys are cheering him on, like, "Ian, I can't believe this." And the energy is coming across. First lap, he's hitting. It's a 58. I'm like, wow, he's on the pace to get under 2 minutes. Gets to the backstretch. The guy that's actually the fastest guy there, he's right there with him, like the sparrow. Gets to the straightaway, and he's coming to race, and he's finishing. And you could see him, like his face is all like this, watery and dripping, but he's pumping his arm, and he finishes the race, finishes second. And Coach Tello's, he gives these big hugs to them when they do it. "You did good. You got a PR, and that's going to make our 4x18 great." And he's just hollering, and he's like, "I can't see. I can't see." When he sees me, his mom's like, "What happened?" I said, "He put VIX in his forehead. He's not ready." But then that became the tradition that he still uses in college. He'll go and put a little VIX and put it in his nose, and he thinks that's the tradition. So, yeah, that was one of those moments in track where you sit back and think, "Oh, my God, I'm going to get in trouble." But he got a PR and was one of our good athletes there.
Sean McCauley is setting the pace here for East Lyme, well ahead of the pack in the early going of the 3200.
Very good pace right here for that second group. You know, and here we're going again, Case. This is what are we talking about? Points. What's going to be critical in here is who's going to finish those top 8, and if it's going to be, you know, NFA or East Lyme and where they're going to fit there, it's going to be the key. As you can see right now, we got a lead. 2 Wildcats in the top 8.
Big lead early for Macaulay.
Yeah. That's a really good pace, and I think you can dominate this race with that.
So I believe we are down to just this race,
and girls
the girls pole vault, and then your 2 4x4 championships.
And great job by the East Lyme staff, and just really holding a great championship kind of experience for these kids. It's an amazing job by all the people that have been refereeing and catering and directing these athletes. It's a really good pace for that second group as they continue to go on, but the young man ahead of us just chugging along.
Sean Macaulay has been start to finish here. Well, we're not finished, but start to
the midway.
Quarter point.
Yeah. Considerable lead right now, over 70 meters, maybe over 100 right now as he's getting ready to touch the 200 corner.
Macaulay comfortably turning the corner now, well ahead of the pack.
What's good about it right now is that Macaulay can help his team, and I could bring it up to some close points between them and NFA.
Josh, you're with our high jump champion, was going for a record, settled for an ECC championship, but what a performance. The crowd was with him all the way.
That's right, Casey. He tried for the record, but missed just by a little bit. He still managed to win by 6'8". Brody, tell me what you have to do to prepare for high jump, man. What is motivation, the mentality you have to go on with?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's really just like, it's really mental. It's a lot more mental than you'd ever think it is, because you can push your body so much and be in the gym and working out, you know, but at the end of the day, it just comes down to whether you have confidence in yourself or not. And, you know, like when I get out there, I just try to take a second, calm down, just think of everything I went through and, you know, just do the jump. So, you know, today I could just really focus in. Certain days you can do it better, certain days you can't, but, you know, it's just really mental.
You got one more event, right? The 400?
I do. I have the 4x4.
So, what do you do to transition from high jump to the 400, man? Like, is there any process in that?
I mean, honestly, I just try to not think about the 400 because, I mean, that thing hurts, but you just got to not think about it. You just got to run and let your body do the work and just go out there and be a dog.
That's your high jump ECC champion, Casey.
Thank you very much. And, you know, I watch these people when they're saying that the 400 hurts.
Yes.
I want no part of it. No part of it.
My son voided for 3.5 years the 400 because Tetlow loved him. But that last year I told him, you're going to go on the record to run the man's race. To me, the 400 is the most, I mean, a gruesome. I've seen different emotions from that. And when they do it for the first time, it's probably the best time because you see that. I don't know, remember Stanley Green, our young friend Stanley Green, he came out for track and he said, I could run a 400 coach because I'm beautiful at that. And I'm like, okay, well, the beauty's in the eye of the beholder. And again, Middletown was the scene. And I told him, prepare the race, you got to stretch and get ready, but don't chug too much, you know, water because your stomach's going to have this reaction, you know, that you would. But, you know, he's like, I got this, you know me, come on, coach, I got this. I'm good looking, I can run it. Well, he ran that race and did exceptionally well, ran a 54. But at the end of the race, when he's coming back, he's looking at everybody. Everybody's giving him a high five, but his face did not look like he wasn't even hyped. He sat down on the chair.
Yeah.
He pulled one of those garbage cans like that, and he just laid down on it. And everybody, his friends, would come by, give him a thumbs up and smile. And I was sitting back there taking pictures. You know, and Stanley was amazing because at the end he was like, you know what, I ain't gonna lie, I'm humbled by what track taught me, that sometimes we can find within ourselves the character of, you know, surviving and succeeding. And like you see right now, this young man is dominating this race, knowing that his teammates need the points. and that could change everything. And as you see, there's some other East Lyme players that are running that are stopping some, are ahead of NFA. So this could be really close in the very last meet. Just tallying this one on here, I could say that could be 13, 14 points for East Lyme, and then 8 points or 9 points for NFA, and that could just keep it close.
Senior Sean McCauley, just an absolute dominant performance in the 3200. We haven't seen, we saw Maggie Littler in the girls 3200 with a dominant performance, but this right here by McCauley, he is a good 400 meters ahead of the next set of runners.
Right off the rip, he set the tone, he got the lead, he kept on maintaining it, he stayed his pace, and coach is satisfied what he was doing. And here he goes as he's continuing to lead.
Easy. Right now, he's just running free and easy,
Look at
too.
that. 1 lap to go as Coach Glenn is giving all the signs. The rest of the pack right there, steady, working their way across.
It's important for this NFA team to put some people in there. East Lyme's got three runners.
In the scoring,
So it's very important for NFA to try to push through here and get a couple more into place to get points.
Like the young man from NFA that's in the back of the pack, he's got to pass Ledger to see if he can get that 8th spot and help out with NFA. Every point counts, and these last events are going to be critical to the final score.
McCauley.
There's a push right now for battle for second. As the NFA and East Lyme are going at it, that's a critical part right there. Who's going to get the 8 points and who's going to end up with 7? As second and third continues to battle across. Here comes the champ on the straightaway case.
McCauley's not going to have any problems winning this race. He has been unbelievable start to finish. But it's who can win
Here's
second.
The second and third right here, and the young Wildcats coming across. That's a great advantage to help the Wildcats. Here's East Lyme. We're looking at that.
NFA's Patrick Crowell finishing second.
There's another East Lyme runner coming in the 6th spot. Here's a battle right here in the backside. If Ledger could stick with it, nope. Here comes NFA with some more points to help the team out. Well, it's going to be really close, Case. Just in this race alone, both teams can accumulate points.
Joey Papalia.
There it is.
And that's your last group of points. And then this is for pride right here. Pride and time.
Great effort by these guys running one of the longest race. And if you want to go back to this, you want to hear something funny? When we were going to school, there was a 5,200. Can you imagine that?
No. Why would you do that to anyone?
I don't know. I never ran that race.
All right. The girls 4x4 has 2 heats. Heat number 1, Bacon Academy, Fitch, and East Lyme. Heat 2, Stonington, Waterford, Woodstock, NFA, and Ledyard. The girls 4x4. Woodstock, a heavy favorite in the girls' side, a heavy favorite. They are a full 4 seconds plus ahead of the next group, which is NFA.
That's phenomenal.
So it'll be So here we go with Bacon Academy, Fitch, and East Lyme in heat number 1.
So here we stand with the 4x4, my brother. We have I'm tallying up the points here. You want to do that? Yep.
Second place, Joe Barrows.
I'll get this points tallied up in a second as they ranked up.
Today of the boys high jump, Brody Scott from Waterford. Brody jumped 60.
We're going to be talking with the 3,200 winner, Sean McCauley. Juice.
Down here with the winner of the boys 2-mile 3,200 race, East Lyme, Sean McCauley. Sean, you had quite the lead early and you held it. Talk about the performance today.
I mean, going into the race, that's always my mindset. not just try to win, but try to do it in a very dominant way. I feel like not messing around, trying to really just push it from the start is not only the easiest, but the way that just works best for me. I'm confident in myself and how I can respond to other people running behind me. So, yeah.
You've been one of the most dominant performers in that distance, both in the state and New England this year. Talk about your goals moving forward in the state tournament, the Open, and New England's.
Yeah, states we have a shot team-wise. Last year we didn't quite get the job done, but try to score as many points as I can, run as quick as I can last season here. So really just trying to finish off on a good note. And then, yeah, I just really want to look back in this season and be proud of things I've done, just not only this season but the past 4 years here. It flew by so fast. You're here, then you're gone. It's insane.
But you've given your school and your community something to be proud of. Keep up the good work, and we'll see what happens. It's coming down to the wire between East Lyme and NFA, it looks like.
Yeah. Thank you so much for having me. Yeah.
Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. We're in heat number 1 of the girls 4x4, Bacon, Fitch, and East Lyme. Talk for a second about the boys' side of things.
Okay.
Because we're very close. Let's start with the girls' side of things.
Well, the girls seems to be locked in as Woodstock Academy still holds the lead, 137.5, and Norwich Free Academy tallied some points, and they probably get some here at the end, 113.5, but not enough. So it's a lock for Woodstock. But when we're going to the boys, here's a scenario we have here. It's 136 NFA, 127 East Lyme. Now, if you look at it, the biggest thing is East Lyme's got to win. They got to get 10 points, and then NFA has to just run fair and get within those top 5, and they will win their title. So the biggest thing they have to avoid is a miscue on the handle with the baton, or being disqualified in the race for some fashion. So they have to run a conservative race to win this title. East Lyme has to get that victory, win it, and then hopefully something will happen. But it's still close. You never know.
East Lyme is not in Heat 2 of the 4x4. They are not among the top 5 teams. They are in Heat 2 with Woodstock, Fitch, and Heat 1, or Heat 2 rather, is Waterford, Ledyard, NFA, Bacon Academy, and Stonington.
Yep.
So
we're locking it in. I think that, again,
NFA is going to hold on.
NFA is going to hold on and get that title. Yeah. And as the girls come across here, good race so far. Fitch is in the lead. East Lyme second. Bacon Academy third. There's the exchange and cut-in. So just so everybody knows out there, the first leg of the race, they run at their appropriate lanes. They will stay in that lane until the completion of the exchange. When they get to the exchange, they will do a cut-in on the turn. And now they could run in lane 1 and compete there. East Lyme right now still has the lead. Fitch is not too far behind and making an attempt to take the lead. And Bacon Academy still right there with them, so these 3 are competing very strong.
Bacon trying to make up a little ground here, getting to the outside, but certainly at this late stage of the race to have all 3 runners right there with each other is very exciting.
Mm-hmm. So here's a tradition of always the finale. Coach Riker, God bless him, he always prepares this because he wants nobody to make a mistake and the kids kind of cause a DQ. So they're always told to be staying in the line and cheer on. They're not to run with the teammate because that's kind of an aiding thing and that can disqualify them. And so, it's good to see all these athletes finally at the end get together, bundled up, full of food, catching cramps, hydrating, whatever they're doing, and giving their teammates the love, as this last event is a really tough race. East Lyme right now still maintaining the lead as she's striding and creating a separation as the other 2 stay tight. Bacon Academy and Fitch are working towards that second spot.
Beautiful strides from East Lyme.
Great technique that young lady has right there.
Heat number 2 will feature the heavily favored Woodstock Academy girls and the NFA Wildcats as their next closest in terms of time. Here, East Lyme trying to win heat number 1 of the girls 4x400 meter relay. Nucci, Caskey, Watkins, and Otter, your East Lyme 4x4 team. Fitches, Campbell, Ford, Johnson, Hopkins, and Sinhorst come in second. In Bacon Academy's Anderson, Gray, they will finish in third.
Boy,
heat 2.
This second heat's going to be good. You know, we're looking at the time frame, and it's between them. You know, you have some. The top 2 are going to be really close. Again, the momentum and the energy of this last race. Sometimes, to go for that last gold medal in a 4x4.
In today.
Amen.
And this is the only. I mean, if this thing was due for tomorrow, it would have been just a completely different event. So.
Yeah. Is that our nor'easter, right?
Oh yeah. Good times. NFA's team of Davis, Bremen, Chan, and Pescatello. Very interesting. Opalenik, Woody, D'Amato, and Littler. Waterford's got a bunch. We'll see who runs. But this is a very interesting group here. Looks like Waterford's going to lead with DeBono.
Usually the top 4 that are on the list are the ones, and the alternates are in the bottom. And they always have alternates. Definitely, this is what's needed in track, because if you're an athlete that is competing, may dehydrate or deal with something, you have an extra runner ready to go to keep that team at their pace. This is the real deal, the 4x4 for the ladies. As the referee's now waving the flag for clearance, Mr. Glennie right there, the starter, is going to give him the cadence. And they're off. A clean start for the girls 4x4 relay, which will be the last event for the girls. NFA and Woodstock right now are at a good pace.
NFA, Pescatello, we know her. We've seen enough of her today. We know what she's capable of, leaving it all on the track.
Yep. And she's definitely leaving it on the track and creating an extension that could help that second runner get into a good position and a good pace. In the outside lane, here she comes to the straightaway. Great, phenomenal athlete. Driving through right there, stride for stride.
Just pulling away. What a lead for NFA after the first leg. Big lead early for the Wildcats. So a big lead for NFA. Woodstock, it appears to be in second. Woodstock, I would have said, a matter of fact, I think I did say, based on time, was a significant favorite, 4.5 seconds better than NFA. But that's when NFA decided to turn it loose.
But our young lady from Woodstock right now is chipping down the lead. As you can see, there's a little chase going on. As the young lady from NFA continues to drive down and finish strong to pass on the young lady from Woodstock. Brother, we got a race coming up right now. Look at this.
Woodstock has gained back almost everything that NFA had gotten. NFA gives it now to Chan.
This has now become a race between the top 2. And again, even if NFA wins this race, they will finish second. But there's nothing better than to get a gold medal. And that's what they're trying to do right here. And not too far. Chipping away down right here is Woodstock. Getting to the 200 mark. The young lady from NFA, she's striding strong right there. Next time we get up here, we got to get a heater, man. We're getting old.
I didn't think at the end of May we would need one.
True that, my brother. This young lady finishing strong right here for NFA, but who knows? Let's see who the last runner is.
That's going to be Davis.
Yeah.
Davis takes the baton for NFA. And there goes Woodstock. Stonington had its problems, and they are waiting. There goes Davis, already a winner today. Look at those long strides.
That young lady is a good example of how you want to run a 400 with a good lead without breaking anything down. She's going to continue to do that as she gets to the 200. They really have a good lead to win this here.
Davis, just in a nice, easy rhythm. Smooth, steady strides. And NFA will cruise to victory in the girls 4x400 meter relay, soundly defeating Woodstock Academy. Big win for NFA. Waterford, and then Ledyard, and then Stonington will bring up the rear and finish us off in the girls 4x4.
Okay, so we've completed the girls track season in ECC Championship. I'm going to tally those points right after. As soon as I get those points tallied up to solidify it, right now, 17 of 18 scored, knowing that Norwich Free Academy won that race. That'll put them probably to 123.5, and Woodstock finishing second will put them in about 145.5. So unofficially right now, Woodstock is the ECC Division I champions. The boys,
so heat one for the boys 4x4 will feature Woodstock Academy, Fitch, and East Lyme. And then comes the final event of the day, where NFA and Bacon Academy is going to be looking to take it home, but don't count out Stonington with De La Rosa, Drake.
Oh, those boys, amazing.
Right, but Bacon Academy, Bowden Paul, Doug Howard, Caden Treat, they are only a second behind NFA's time, the only sub 330s. But that Stonington team would scare me as well. Just knowing how good De La Rosa's running alone today. Ledyard with Fothergill. Let's go down to Juice as we get ready for heat one of the boys 4x4. He's got the winning NFA girls 4x4 team with an outstanding race of domination. And he's losing the hat.
You
Juice.
should have kept the hat, Juice. You should have kept the hat.
Down here with a happy group of NFA Wildcats winning the 4x4 relay in 4:08. Oriana, you got it off to a good start with a 1-minute split in the opening lap, gave your team a good lead. Talk about the mentality of the team going into this race.
Well, as a team, we huddled up and we were like, we got this. We have to work together. We have to keep the pace and just keep going strong, and that was our mentality.
Rock on your career here at NFA, you got some senior teammates, but then you got this freshman here. Talk about the history of NFA track and the future looking bright with this freshman here.
I think with this freshman here, Oriana, I think our track team will continue being a great one with great teammates and with great sportsmanship.
Well, good luck, girls. Good luck in the state championships and in the opens and in all your future endeavors. NFA girls 4x4 team winners here at the ECCs.
Well, Casey, as we see the first of two heats start with the 4x4, we do have a final tally with the score for the girls. So officially, the ECC Division I champions is the Woodstock Academy team with 145.5 points, and Norwich Free Academy is solid second at 123.5 points. Ledyard at 92.5, Fitch at 81, East Lyme 73.5, Bacon Academy 56, Waterford 52.5, Stonington 42.5, and New London 29. So great job for the Woodstock Academy team.
Well, they were the favorites coming in, and they, in fact, did hold on. And what was interesting is NFA came in undefeated on the boys' side. East Lyme trying to defend their championship. It was between the two of them. And NFA is going to stay undefeated on the year and bring home an ECC championship over East Lyme. But I'm looking at the 3 and 4 and 5.
Yes. There's the competition right there. Bacon, Ledyard, and Fitch, they're only separated by 7 points, and that could happen, in any place. If they get that second spot or even move up, they can mix it around right there, yeah.
Bacon Academy has one of the best 4x4 teams here. So they're thinking they want to win and secure that number 3 spot. Ledyard has a very good 4x4 team as well. So they're going to be trying to catch Bacon. Fitch is going to be unable to because they're here in heat number 1. So Fitch is not going to be able to finish any higher than 5th. And Woodstock Academy, which is also running here, is not likely to catch Fitch. So I think Fitch down is set. So I think your number 1 and 2 is set. So that would put Bacon Academy on pace to be the Division II ECC champions, with NFA beating East Lyme for the Division I ECC championship. But Ledyard could push Bacon Academy for that Division II championship.
That's what we're talking about. That race right there between them two can lock in that Division II. We go back to girls just to honor Division II. We see that Ledyard definitely is solid for the win in Division II, and that the girls team has been phenomenal for Coach Tetlow. It'll be a tough shot right there. So it's great. It's great to see these teams that have been producing quality athletes, win where they've established themselves to be.
We are in our Heat 1 of our final event, the boys 4x4.
Mighty Falcons are in the lead in here.
Fitch out in front right now with a 3-team race. Fitch, East Lyme, and Woodstock Academy. Woodstock Academy off to a rough start. They're going to try to make up some ground here.
I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't sit back thinking I'm trotting along here, Fitch. You got to make sure you pick it up because there's a young man, second place, is trying to come back to you. Let's see if he can make it to the straightaway. Yep, he accelerates and gets a strong win. That's a good job right there.
Congratulations, Fitch, on their Heat 1 victory.
Well, bro, this is the last race of the night coming up as our last athlete from Heat 1 completes his race. This is where everybody takes the sigh and say, let's all get down and see how this last race goes.
So to set the stage here for your Heat 2, which is your final event of the day, the fastest of the Heat 2 qualifying times was NFA, Newson, Flores, Fusaro, and Kornacki at 3:27.99. Bacon Academy, Blanda, Paul, Howard, and Treat, 3:28.70, so less than a second. Stonington, 3:31. Ledyard, 3:30, and Waterford, 3:33. So woo, you're really looking at a tight group, but it's really NFA and Bacon as the 1-2 if they run their best races. So Blanda, Paul, Howard, and Treat for Bacon, Newson, Flores, Fusaro, and Kornacki for NFA.
Yeah, the big thing right now is Ledyard has to find a way to be running their best effort tonight and try to take over Bacon Academy. If they can do that, they could slip in and be the Division II team. But Bacon Academy right now has a solid crew, and that's going to be hard to do. So as the team right now starts splitting up, and the leaders are right now in the front getting on the blocks, the last hurrah in this beautiful race, a beautiful night. Got the lights up here.
Hard to believe that we have been on the air for 5 hours and 15 minutes.
My thing is, I'm so excited that the Juice has been out there for 5 hours with those beautiful white shoes. No marks, no scrubs. I remember back in the day when we used to buy those shoes, we used to make sure we didn't get it stepped on or creased.
Oh, yeah.
He is bringing the juice.
No commercial breaks.
Awesome. No commercial breaks.
No bathroom breaks, which is what I have to be honest with you. 5 hours and 15 minutes with no bathroom breaks.
I take metformin, so that's critical. But the guys that are filming here today, the angles, the amazing job that we thought we were going to have little things going on. Man, Case, this has been a great event.
You said if we do this next year, we need a heater. I think we need to get a porta potty.
Well, it alternates. I think it's like a track curse. Next time it'll be really hot. But again, today, wonderful athletes, completing PRs and breaking records. That's what we want in a championship status. And then these kids giving their ultimate best as we start the first heat.
No, this is
the main. This is the main train here because I get right there on the outside. De La Rosa is taking the lead. Well, he's got a lot of energy left for what he's put out today, and he is actually holding that lead. On the backside, it looks like Bacon Academy is right there in the solid second, but they're competing with NFA.
Flores already a winner, De La Rosa a winner. What's interesting, Blanda is a freshman for Bacon Academy. Caden Treat, one of their best runners, was late. They held the bus up for him. He was on a field trip today at school. He got back, realized he had left all of his stuff in the car, had to sprint to the car, so he's prepped. He already did the sprint to the car to get the equipment so that they wouldn't be late for the ECC track finals.
Imagine that. He had time. So De La Rosa kicks that lead and kicks it over to his teammate. They're going to get ready to do the turn soon where he can cut in.
There goes Bowden Paul for Bacon Academy. NFA turns it over.
This is good right here. As everybody gets together again, these four teams right now, well, actually all of them together. The man on the inside right now is Bacon Academy. Is that Bacon?
No, that's not. That's
Waterford, right?
That's Waterford right now.
I was like, I saw the white in the front, so I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. But here comes Stonington to the outside.
Bacon Academy has got the tall guy, Bowden Paul.
This is straight up NASCAR style, as you see. All right, working
Look
to the
at
outside.
Stonington. I told you I was.
This is great.
I said be careful of Stonington because how good De La Rosa was running.
Yeah.
But look at this. Oh, we got a
there's
tangle. A tangle between Ledyard and Waterford.
That's happening. That's part of the racing right there.
And that's going to allow Doug Howard of Bacon Academy to take off in first in the 4x4.
This race is getting intense right now. Awesome. Richard Dreyfuss said, was it Richard Dreyfuss that said racing is rubbing is racing and racing is rubbing your elbow and all that from Days of Thunder?
Richard Dreyfuss.
Was it Richard? No, Richard Dreyfuss was Jaws. My fault.
Jaws. Days of Thunder.
What was the actor there that was the?
Tom Cruise. You had. You had Cousin Eddie from.
The one from The Godfather. He was the lawyer.
Tom Hagen. Robert Duvall.
Robert Duvall. That's the one right there. I love Robert Duvall. He's a great actor.
Howard still in the lead right now for Bacon Academy.
Stonington's creeping, getting the second spot on the outside there, Case.
Stonington taking it from Ledyard, but Howard holding the lead for the Bobcats.
Great job by Howard. That form is aggressive as he gets to pass it to his teammate. Here it is right here, brother, the challenge.
There goes Caden Treat for Bacon Academy trying to hold the lead for the Bobcats.
The whole thing right now is to stride it strong and get to that 200 and see who has what in the tank. Again, this team is really good because at the backstretch, the last three are still working their way up to that pack. Look at Waterford in the backside, still running hard. NFA.
Despite a trip and a stumble. But right now, it's Bacon Academy's Caden Treat out in front trying to close out the 4x4. But Stonington making a push. This is going to be a race down the stretch. Here we go. Stonington with the kick. Can Bacon Academy hold on? It's going to be close. Stride for stride. Stonington beats Bacon at the wire.
Woo! 3:12. 28, my brother, and way to call it.
I told you
Oh,
Stonington
man.
was a team I would be concerned about.
Oh, wow. What great energy at the end right there. All those racers were running hard. They gave it their best, but them two right there were, woo, to the wire.
What a finish.
That's the reason why I love track, is because, you know, you have all these events and you sit back and you fought through it. Track is because, you know, you have all these events and you sit back and you fought through it, Casey. You fought through 5 hours of what I've been doing for 10 years, you know, and an event like this is beautiful. And then you see these things at the end, and you know that this sport has a lot of meaning, you know. So I appreciate you guys for bringing it out into the forefront right here, because we have a lot of great track athletes, and they're going to go to states and they're going to represent there too.
Well, while we have a second before we get to our interviews, I want to take a moment. You mentioned it, Pasta, but I want to take a moment to just say an amazing job by our crew today.
Yes.
For all of our camera folks, for Josh and Mike DeMoro and Chris Giusti and Peter Wappy, and what a great day. This was our first ever attempt at ECC track, and considering we've never done it before with internet issues, camera issues, all that stuff, our guys out in the cold all day efforting, everybody should be really proud of themselves. So on behalf of the whole crew from Game Day, I want to say thank you to everybody that did this today for Game Day. Great job to the Game Day crew for fighting those elements.
Yes, sir.
And for just rolling with the punches as things went on. You know, you and I have the easy jobs.
Yeah,
sitting up here
definitely.
and watching. That's the easy jobs. Our guys down there on the field did the hard work. And so for the camera folks and all of the reporting down there, great job, everybody. And to Peter Wappy, obviously, always holding it down and holding it together. Great job. So we have our final interviews of the day. The championships will be named here momentarily, but just a great event that I hope we can continue to do and that we can duplicate and improve on year to year. We saw some dominating performances. We saw some upsets. We saw some closing, signs of what's going to come in the future. We saw some amazing races. Speaking of amazing races, no better way to finish the event than that gritty Stonington 4x400 team, which took down Bacon Academy at the wire. What an effort from the Bears. Juice, they finished it in style.
They certainly did, Casey. The 4x4 boys event. What an exciting finish. Hagen, Max, Landon, Jackson Landon. It's been a long day, guys. The cold weather didn't affect you at the end. You guys were running hot. Max, you got him off to a fast start. It seemed like this was your day today. This cold weather didn't affect you. Talk about just getting out fast and giving your team the lead.
I knew I had to get out fast because I'm not a good top-end speed guy, so I know the faster I get out, the easier this last stretch is going to be, so I just give it all I got.
Bacon had the lead for going into that last lap, Hagen, and man, towards the end, it looked really close, but it seemed like in the last 50 meters or so, you put it into a different gear.
Yeah, I mean, last lap I just focused on staying with him, and I knew I'd catch him in the end. I used that top speed endurance because just like in the 300 hurdles, I knew I'd catch him in the final stretch. Just got to keep on digging deep.
It was an exciting way to end, guys. Congratulations and good luck in the States. All right, guys, back up to you.
Thank you, Juice.
Wow, it was unbelievable. As you see, the NFA boys track team are jogging around the track for the victory lap, and it's just been a great experience. It's just so humbling. I always think that I can never go back to something like I missed so much, and then to be a part of this tonight is to feel that experience. There's a lot of great kids out here, student athletes that do a lot of things and still have to find a way to be academically sound and show those good social interactive mentalities. Track can give that to you. So here comes the NFA Wildcats, the 2025 ECC champions. And every member there did something to make it happen. So for them qualifying to get into where they need to go, it's well deserved. We see now that the lovely ladies from Woodstock are having their team pictures in the by the goal posts and celebrating along, getting a round of applause from all the fans that are here today. And we got Bacon Academy feeling great for their victory, celebrating being recognized. I believe the Ledger girls as well.
So we're going to wrap it up here after what has been a 5.5-hour foray into the world of high school track and field. The NFA boys are your Division I ECC champions, undefeated on the year. The Bacon Academy boys are your Division II champs, and I think the 4x4 loss will feel a little better with a D2 championship. The Woodstock Academy girls, dominant in their performance as D1 champs, and the Ledyard High School girls, those distance runners, dominant today, setting the stage for a Division II championship. So once again, I cannot say enough to all the crew, what a fabulous job you did today. Braving the elements, rolling with the punches, turning our first attempt at track and field into what I think is a resounding success. For everybody who participated today, my heartfelt thank yous. Pasta, it's always a pleasure. I learned a lot about track from you, and I learned a lot about track in general. What a great day. We hope everybody out there enjoyed yourselves today, because if you did, I think this is something we'll try to do again. We certainly love to bring light to new athletes and new sports, and so we're very, very proud to have the 2025 ECC Track Championships. Good luck to all the qualifiers in the states, the New Englands, the Nationals. Keep running, keep jumping, keep fighting. You've been watching Game Day live on theday.com.